Deep with a rumbling spark, I stole an F-16. Unlock the gate and push it free. I stole an F-16. The bird comes alive with a roar of glee. I stole an F-16. Turn the RER, power on bright. I stole an F-16. Horizon centered, the line set right. I stole an F-16. Oh, watch the gauges and the needles climb. I stole an F-16. Wait till 20, it will take its time. I stole an F-16.
Put your hand in the RE, grab whatever rifle you can. Put your hand in the Abrams tank. We'll figure it out. Roll on a YouTube video. Put your hand in the tank. We'll figure it out. It's yours out. It's free. Put your hand in the tank.
Turn the RER, power on bright. I stole an F-16. Horizon centered, the line set right. I stole an F-16. Oh, watch the gauges and the needles climb. I stole an F-16. Wait till 20, it will take its time. I stole an F-16.
Hasan is Sigma no more? Wait, what is this?
Like, how is casual white collar pussy? Like, that's kind of weird. Okay? Casual about anal, that's a natural human action. Natural human action. Hard pussy is not normal. Not.
I apologize. What's going on, everybody? I'm live. I'm alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and Emmys are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. It's not a beautiful day, a wonderful day. I did the double intro because I was too busy getting my coffee because my entire life is falling apart because I did not steal an F-16. But as you guys know, I have a morning ritual. I'm very, very autistic about following my process. I need to have my 2 double espresso shots in the beginning of the day, and I didn't get to have them, and that's why everything is falling apart, because obviously the Amer-Israeli World War Epstein that we've been talking about for the past week is finally here. It's happening. America and Israel last night struck Iran. The nation state of Iran, with 93 million population, America and Israel have officially launched an attack on Iran. World War E. World War Epstein is here. And there's still motherfuckers out here who will be like, oh my God. Like, I saw a news hit on NPR talking about how Jean-Luc Mélenchon said Epstein. And in France, they're talking about how anti-Semitic it is that Jean-Luc Mélenchon said Epstein. Like, I need people to get fucking serious right now. Okay? I need people to get fucking serious. Conversations surrounding, like, the utilization of the term goyim. Conversations around, you know, how American feelings are going to be hurt in this process. Conversations around standpoint epistemology about how the Persian monarchists feel about striking a totally fucking foreign sovereign country with 93 million people. All of those conversations are utterly immaterial, utterly irrelevant, and I am not going to have any fucking, I am not going to give any room for dumb fucking bullshit like that today. Let's be real. America and Israel are functionally, and I think it's pretty understandable for the average person with a heart and conscience and a soul to see this. Like, from the perspective of anyone that's living in the periphery, America and Israel are basically the great Satan, right? Like, I live here. I'm an American citizen. I'm a dual citizen as an American and Turkish citizen. But like, you kind of look at what we have done around the world, and you start developing certain feelings where you're like, well, I mean, I guess there were KPD guys in Nazi Germany before the Nazis took power, right? Like, there was the SPD, there was a KPD. There were people who were anti-fascist, they were infighting. We must learn from those lessons. My point is, just because you're an American doesn't mean that you can't comprehend that we are the great white devil. You know? Like, there were plenty of historical figures of note, of notoriety, of worth that lived in these countries that we now know are historically evil countries, like Nazi Germany, once again, where people did actually resist. People did actually recognize the real danger that fascism presented, and people tried to fight back to the best of their ability. And try to thwart the development of fascism in these countries. I'm just saying, I'm thinking about different historical periods. Now, of course, the fucking Reich never had nuclear arms. They never had burgers either. So we are in a different predicament, right? We're in the Burger Reich predicament, nuclear armed Burger Reich situation, 800 military bases around the world, no real international competitors when it comes to warfare, and we're this towering, domineering force all around the globe. We just destroy whoever we see fit, and all of our enemies. We will kill all of their children, and we'll sit there and we'll sell you, we'll package you this idea as though it's for some kind of emancipatory purpose. And that's precisely what America is doing. And they're not even doing it that good. In comparison to previous attempts of imperialism, not to say that this is, somehow making things better. Obviously, I would never say that, but like in comparison to the Trump administration, when compared to the Bush administration, as far as like a sophisticated messaging apparatus that justified why we had to go to Iraq and bomb Iraq and invade Iraq and take all the juicy, delicious oil from the ground in Iraq. The Bush administration makes the Trump administration look like fucking savages. The George W. Bush administration and the neocons of the past make this current administration look like barbaric apes. Like, they were monsters, but they at least had a sophisticated tool and a propaganda apparatus that tried to package this illegal and unjust war that displaced tens of millions of people, a 20-plus year occupation, specifically at the behest of empire, at the behest of capital. And now the Trump administration doesn't even see a purpose in doing that. Why is this important? It's important because I hate to report this to you, chatter, but you and I, we're fucking cattle. We're cattle. That's it. They don't see the need to ask us for our consent on this. At least in the past, they would make it feel like we were involved in some way. They would try to coerce us into getting involved. They would try to manufacture consent. But the reality of the matter is we are cattle, and our consent is not necessary because our tools of fighting back against the masters have been destroyed. They have been completely destroyed. Do you understand? What I'm talking about is labor unions, labor militancy, an understanding of class, an understanding that wars at the behest of empire, wars at the behest of capital are not actually conducted for the working class's needs, but instead are conducted by the working class, because it'll be the working class that goes out and fucking dies in those boats. It'll be the working class that gets blown up in the periphery. There's no understanding of that anymore in America. There's no understanding of that anymore in the Western world. Mark Carney, I spit on you. You fucking son of a bitch. You came out in Davos. You said middle powers need to rise up and dignify themselves and develop sovereignty for themselves. We will no longer be bullied. Why? Because Donald Trump said he was going to treat white European countries like he treats nations in the periphery. For once, you saw middle powers speak out, or at least Mark Carney spoke out. Mark Carney's speaking today as well. He spoke out today. He said, Israel has a right to defend itself. So do I think this is overall a bad thing? Do I think that the Western world and the international consortium of collaborative finance capital dominating every aspect of our lives and constantly waging war, constantly fucking killing people, constantly throwing orphans under the orphan crushing machine, all at the behest of the almighty dollar, so that a hand-selected tiny sliver of the population makes unlimited super profits? Do I think that that's an overall bad thing? Yes, I do. I do think that's an overall bad thing. I do. I think it's a disaster. It is unacceptable. It's a disaster of epic proportions. It's unlimited super violence. Anyway, but we're going to cover it. But that's why I'm live early. Okay? I'm live early because You think any good will come from it, like a byproduct of violence? And maybe one day, if the American empire falls as a consequence of the war of attrition, as a consequence of spreading itself too thin all around the globe, as it tries to maintain dominance, as it tries to hold on to its hegemony, one day the American empire will crumble. It will be very painful for everyone living in the imperial core. It will be very painful it will be even more painful for those who actually have to exist outside of the imperial core, but eventually change will come. One can hope. It's just the reality. I hope you're ready for an ungodly amount of freaks in the chat. I'm ready for it. Are they doing boots on the ground? I'm not super tapped in. No, they're not going to. Not for the time being. It's entirely dependent on how much of a resistance the Iranian government can put up, how much of a resistance the Iranian government can put up, how much Iran can punish Israel, how much Iran can punish American airstrike, American carriers in the region. I'm going to get into all of that right now. But let's get started. U.S. and Israel launch an attack on Iran.
Rocked multiple cities across Iran, including its capital, Tehran. Videos from Tehran show smoke. You see it here billowing over the city. And now we're getting reports of explosions in Gulf Arab countries hosting U.S. military bases. Live look now at Abu Dhabi, where explosions were reported, in addition to Bahrain and Qatar. A video now of an explosion in Bahrain. Officials say a missile hit the service center of the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet in the country. These strikes happened barely a day after the latest round of indirect nuclear talks between Iran and the U.S. And sources tell CNN the U.S. military is planning for these attacks to last for days. Israel said the same, and both President Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu are now calling for regime change.
To the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
Yeah, Iran media reported just hours ago that Iran...
Bro, our heart's not in it. Our heart's not in it. You know what I mean? It's like in order to do this kind of like regime change, you have to come in with boots on the ground. And maybe they will try and do that, but I do think that will inevitably lead to the end of America. Okay? It will certainly lead to the end of Iran as we know it, but I think it will also lead to the end of America. What's remarkable about that is the admission that American sons and daughters will die, right? Because, we're slaves. We're all slaves. We're wage slaves of a different sort. We're all slaves to empire at the end of the day. Especially some of the poorest who thought that they could get a fucking comms degree, you know what I mean, for free. An amenity pretty much offered by every other competent social democracy, the opportunity for upward social mobility that's given to every single citizen unconditionally. In the United States of America, you have to become a slave to the Pentagon, and you have to go and, sell your soul to the American government so you can go and you can slaughter other people's sons and daughters overseas. You got to go kill some children, and then you get fucked up in the head. Hopefully you don't get your dick shot off while protecting a poppy field, right, for JSOC so they can actually keep doing clandestine operations and drug trafficking, stuff like that, right? So you come back to the United States of America with crippling PTSD, and then you get a fucking comms degree so you can have your job, if you're lucky enough to get one, by the way, then you can have your job be stolen by artificial intelligence. So some fucking faceless, lifeless, dickhead billionaire can turn can turn on the GDP machine and make a little bit more money. year over year, and it's fucking awesome. And then you sit around angry and you think to yourself, well, I have an unlimited arsenal of weapons. Will I actually organize? Will I actually topple the system? No, I'm just going to either kill myself and my family, or I'm just going to take the arsenal of weapons that I have and shoot up the nearest fucking kindergarten. That's just the average American existence. And then we sit around and think, oh, well, as long as this domineering force that is like broadly defined as American empire is killing other school children overseas, I feel a little powerful, right? People sit there, eat their potato chips at home in their crusty boxers and watch their favorite fucking incel, decrepit Twitch streamers and think, no, this force projection is good. It makes me feel fucking good. Well, your life sucks. Your life sucks. You have no freedom. You're fucking cattle. You are literally a goddamn slave. Some of you are slaves without actually even working, but that's just the reality, right? I myself am a part of this process as well. I play a role in this fucking sham. I play a role in this song and dance as well. I try to yell. I try to wake people up to these realities, but for the most part, you know, it's very difficult. It's very difficult for people to even envision any sort of change because we have been reduced to being servile cattle for many, many years at this point. Many generations ago. I'll just hit this early.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Oh, inshallah, one day. In any case, here, you want to see who you're doing this for. Remember why this is happening. When gas prices shoot up because the Strait of Hormuz is now officially mined and dammed and closed, and that's like 10% of fucking all global oil commerce that won't happen any longer, and all of a sudden you're at the fucking pump and you're like, why is gas $15 a gallon? How did this happen? Remember who you're fighting for. When you think to yourself, why don't I have healthcare? Like countries that have significantly less money than the United States of America can offer free healthcare. Well, they have free healthcare in Israel. For the record, they have free healthcare in Israel. Just so you know, they don't have to worry about defense, for example. You want to know why they don't have to fucking worry about defense? Because we got that shit covered, baby. USS Gerald Ford, the poop chute, is encircling the Israeli coastline so we can have maximum defense for Israel as we fight Israel's war in Iran. Just, remember that. Anyway, I think this is an older video from the last time Israel fucking tried to blow up Iran, and then Iran decided to retaliate. Working class magic. Did you see Israel responded to you? Oh, great. There's no such thing as a preemptive strike, I said. Israel is striking Iran in spite of the negotiations that the Oman mediators tried to publicize in the U.S. media to avoid this exact outcome. Little did they know Israel gets what it desires, even if it collapses the West. That's awesome. I'll be sending that GIF back when people are talking about how scared they are in the bomb shelters.
Already launched dozens of ballistic missiles at Israel. And Qatari officials say that Qatar already intercepted 2 Iranian missiles. indicating Iran is carrying out that plan to retaliate. And our team is up and covering this breaking story from around the world. We'll get to Zach Cohen and Elena Treen in just a moment, but I want to start with CNN's Jeremy Diamond first. He's in Tel Aviv. Jeremy, have any of the Iron Dome intercepted any of those missiles? Is there a timing on when those might arrive?
Well, we certainly know that Iran has already fired a barrage of ballistic missiles at Israel. We had sirens going off not only here in Tel Aviv, but also in Jerusalem, in northern Israel, in southern Israel, pretty much Israelis everywhere across the country, millions heading to bomb shelters as those ballistic missiles came in. It does appear that there were several intercepts. We have not yet gotten reports of any actual impacts as a result.
Okay. So the short and sweet of it is, last night at around 10:30 p.m. Pacific time, as I was laying in bed trying to close my eyes to wake up and work out early in the morning and go live with the hopes that, like, Iran had still not been struck, I found out that Iran had, as a matter of fact, been struck by Israel and the United States of America. Okay? They tried to do an early decapitation strike, hit numerous cities from Isfahan to Tehran and many others. They blew up schools because obviously Israel can't fucking not blow up schools. Like, I need you to understand, if Israel doesn't fucking blow up a school every week, they will literally implode. Do you want Israel to implode? Do you want Israel to kill themselves? Do you want the Israeli government to engage in collective suicide? How anti-Semitic of you. Okay? How anti-Semitic of you to think these thoughts. Of course Israel has to fucking kill school children overseas. Israel has to kill school children on a weekly fucking basis. Do you understand? They have to do it. They have to do it. This is the only way to liberate the masses, okay? The Israeli economy runs on exploded school children, and some school children have to fucking die. 40 elementary schoolgirls killed, 9 to 13 years old. Thank you, Israel. Thank you, America. In any case, they did all of that, and then Iran retaliated. And this retaliation is different from the 12-day war. You will never get the full scope of exactly what's going on if you go on fucking Twitter, unless you know exactly what to look for, because the entire information apparatus on social media is polluted with bots, polluted with human beings that operate like fucking bots. Okay? It's insane. Misinformation of epic magnitudes. And no, the Gulf states are not actually receiving the brunt of this impact. The Gulf states that have American radar systems inside of American fucking bases inside of the Gulf states are receiving the brunt of the impact, with the exception of Dubai. Dubai has actually received a little bit more, and maybe some of the Gulf states will receive even more of the bombing. But so far, the reason why I say it's a little bit different than the 12-day war is because Iran immediately retaliated by striking American radar systems in Bahrain, in the UAE, in Qatar. And they've actually effectively taken out multiple billions of dollars worth of radar systems and early advance warning systems that the American government has designed all around the region. Now, of course, America knew this was going to happen, just so you know, because that is going to yield tremendous prosperity for the military-industrial complex. You blow up $2 billion worth of radar systems, but guess what? That means we got to rebuild. That means new contracts. That means new fucking contractors. That means new workers that will fly out into the Gulf and hastily rebuild these military bases. So that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. America knew that was going to happen. That's why they brought in their entire AWACS fleet, the aerial surveillance systems that we have at our disposal, created by Lockheed Martin, created by Boeing as well. These surveillance systems are flying around. All around, basically in like a perfect single file line from Iran all the way to Israel to protect, of course, the Holy Land, the most important country on the planet. Not your state, not Wyoming. The only state in the United States of America that matters, the state of Israel. So, just remember that. Every single Gulf country is being hammered currently that have American bases. They're being hammered fucking currently and presently. They are destroying billions of dollars of American equipment inside of American bases. I've seen videos in Bahrain of even Shahed drones blowing up the American base. Shahed drones can be shot down with an AK-47. That's how little America gives a shit about its goddamn assets in the region. If you wanted to, if you're wondering what the situation looks like, Shahed drones are so fucking slow, you can shoot them down with an AK-47. And they're currently striking. They're currently striking American bases in Bahrain. The naval base in Bahrain is being struck. Okay? Iranian drone hits the vicinity of Burj Khalifa in Dubai. The IRGC has officially announced the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. The economy about to buckle. Inshallah, the economy will buckle. These people that lead these countries are fucking animals. Do you understand? They're animals. They do not care about you. We are going to suffer as a consequence of their actions, but they only fucking respond. They only respond to force. They only respond to military deterrence. They only respond to pressure. And it's literally, we have to be the pressure. We have to be the pressure. We have to take it to the streets. We have to fucking protest. We have to put an end to this kind of action. We have to demand an end, sever ties with Israel. We have to demand an end to American imperialism. It's done. Okay? It's done. There is no other way out of this. Note the book on Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's desk during this call today with the President Trump is historian Tim Bouvier's book, Allies at War, about how the Allies defeated Hitler in World War II. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu during his conversation with U.S. President real Donald Trump. I bet his bitch ass is fucking having that conversation in some Greek military facility too. Drone strike in Dubai. Yeah, Israel is fucking, not Israel, sorry. Iran is pummeling Dubai. If you noticed, out of all the Gulf countries, like Dubai is getting hit the hardest. This to me shows that there's a reason, right? Like they are very deliberate about who they are attacking and why they're attacking the countries that they are attacking. Dubai is obviously, the UAE is obviously Muslim Israel. For those of you who don't fucking know, I know many of you think, oh no, that's like a pedophile cryptocurrency safe haven. That's basically Miami. The UAE's foreign policy and like regional leadership is basically to be the Muslim version of Israel. Okay. They're right there. Whenever Israel's doing stuff, Dubai and the UAE is right there. Okay. And for the record, Iran did warn every other country in the region. And Iran did say, if you do this, it will be a regional war. If you do this, if you back us into a corner, we will fight back. And of course, that is the case. Again, that's a Shahed drone. Like, that's crazy. Oh my God. Bro, you really actually don't need like I was thinking about this with like the Afghanistan, the Taliban, Pakistan fight that was taking place. And I was really thinking about this. You really don't need suicide bombing anymore. Because like the Taliban guy was like, oh, you have nuclear arms, but we have like suicide bombers. Like, we'll just blow up your country with suicide bombers. And it's like, you really don't need that anymore in drone warfare, right? You don't need that at all. Just make fucking drones. You can purchase them from, you can purchase them in the online marketplace. Like, China literally sells like explosive ordnance delivery mechanisms that you can put to a DJI drone that you can purchase like at virtually no significant cost in comparison to like, you know, sophisticated equipment that you need to put together. So I guess like you kind of at that point you're doing that for the love of the game, right? Like you're doing suicide bombing just for the love of the game because like you want to keep it old school. Is that what it is? Why is bro saying that? I'm just saying it's like insane that, I mean, this is functionally what you could get away with if you facilitated like a somewhat difficult to pull off suicide bombing strike, right? And instead you're just using a Shahed drone that's like what, $10,000? It's crazy. It's crazy how terrifying this process is. Anyway. But isn't suicide bombers cheaper than drones? Yeah, but it's there's no guarantee. A suicide bombing campaign is an incredibly difficult thing to pull off, dude. First of all, you need people that are diehard zealots, quite literally. The IEDs are like not very expensive. They're not very sophisticated. But at the end of the day, like pulling off a successful suicide bombing operation is really fucking difficult. You need to have a human asset on the ground. Drones, on the other hand, yeah, sure, it's like 10 grand. Like a Shahed drone specifically is like $10,000 or whatever. But, you know, you don't have like there. It's not. It's has a much higher success rate and more ordnances, more explosive ordnances on the drone itself. That's crazy. They're just doing like they're doing piecemeal Shahed strikes on residential buildings, dude. This is the Al Udeid radar system before and after the strike. Yeah, what was and what became. This is like $1.5 billion, I think. Satellite images show the destruction of an American radar at the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar as a result of targeted operations by Iran. First, they crippled the American early warning systems like this. And America let it happen, by the way. Just so you understand, if you are living in one of these, if you're living in one of these Gulf countries, that's in Bahrain. This is fake. Look at the buildings in the bottom. No, they did strike at the Al Udeid base, though. I don't know if this is like, what do you call it? I don't know if this image is fake or not. But they did actually strike the Iranians did strike the Al Udeid Air Base radar. They did actually do that. The photo itself might be fake. I'm saying the photo itself that you guys sent me might be fake, but they did strike the radar base in Qatar. Like there is literally a fucking video of it. You know, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. This is the one in Bahrain. The first round, the first round of strikes came towards the Gulf states, and immediately they went in and struck all of the American bases that have early warning systems, radars in all of the Gulf states. And then after they were done, after they were done with that, they have not stopped pummeling Israel as well. All this is a distract from the Epstein files? No joke? No, brother. No. This is not a distraction from the Epstein files. This is a 50-year project for Israel. This is so much more consequential than the fucking Epstein files. Like, this is not even that's crazy. This is a 50-year project by Israel. This is a project that also corresponds to American interests in the region in general. They've always wanted no sovereignty for Iran. They always wanted the Iranian oil as well. America has always wanted to have complete monopoly over the cartel, OPEC plus. Obviously, you have state actors that are not always going to be compliant, but as long as you have some servile Gulf nation states like Saudi Arabia, like UAE, and then you also destroy Iran or remove Iranian sovereignty or completely take over the Iranian oil refinery process, then you have a significant upper hand in this cartel. You can control the petrodollar to the best of your ability. You can use it as a significant point of leverage against your foreign adversaries like China. This is 50 years in the making. This isn't a new thing at all, and it's finally happening because Israel has lost all of its Western support. So this is perhaps the last time that they can do it. Okay? This is the last time that Israel will be able to do this. From their perspective, Trump is crazy enough to follow through on it. This is a final act of desperation, in my opinion. This is the grand design in the region coming to a close. So however much America, like if Iran is capable of putting up a strong front and a strong resistance against this, make it as difficult and as costly as possible for America to engage in this war of attrition while destabilizing the entire global economy, which they have the capability to do, America will most likely collapse. I just don't see any clean way out of this. As I talked about with Ben Rhodes earlier this week, ironically enough, Ben Rhodes, National Security Advisor to Barack Obama, who played a significant role in the JCPOA, the Iran denuclearization deal. One of the conversations that we had was obviously around America and Israel's interest in Iran. We talked about how it was never about denuclearization, and Obama basically proved that because Obama was able to get a successful multilateral deal through with Iran. Iran was willing to negotiate with the United States of America in exchange for sanctions relief. And then Donald Trump came in and ripped that apart in his first term, if you guys remember. And it basically showed anyone with more than 3 working brain cells, and I hope you guys have more than 3 working brain cells, that there was no real negotiation aspect. And it was more so just a way to create a reason to destabilize Iran inevitably. And the reasons for why America and Israel want to destabilize Iran is not because the Iranian people deserve sovereignty and dignity. Although that is true, that's not the reason why America and Israel want to destabilize Iran. So if you're a fucking moron who actually believes that, get the fuck out of my chat. Okay? You are the biggest dupe, the biggest sucker. I bet you also think that going to war with Iraq and extracting oil for American oil refineries was probably good for you somehow, personally. You are the biggest loser. You're the biggest dumbass of all time. America does not give a fuck about democracy. America doesn't even give a fuck about democracy in America. America doesn't even care about American citizens. America certainly doesn't even care about American military members. We literally parked 50% of our naval assets in and around Israel and in and around Iran. If you think that we care about what happens to them, you are fucking delusional. Okay? Yeah. You're the guy who goes to the strip club and says, no, you don't understand. You see, Hasan, the stripper does love me, actually. She told me. She loves me. I believe her. You are all, at best, human shields, okay? Your worth to the American government, to the Israeli government, is either a human shield, collateral damage, maybe productive forces if you are productive to a certain degree, you know? What is this? Saved as modded GIF? Do we have a blast off meme, by the way? I didn't even blast off yet. It's 48 minutes in and I just started fucking going in. I was not expecting Iran to fire into like 5 countries right away. I was. Can you explicitly lay out how this benefits US and Israel? I mean, it depends. Are you talking about the working class? Are you talking about the capital owning class? Are you talking about those who are in positions of power? Because like if you're talking about the Epstein class, this benefits them tremendously because you're always moving units, right? Any American base that gets blown up as a consequence of Iran retaliating means, you know, more economic activity. It means more jobs. It means more subsidies from the government. It means more taxpayer funded initiatives to rebuild those bases. So that's extremely beneficial for some key sectors in the United States of America. So that yields economic activity. Every bomb that is used yields economic activity because every bomb that is used must be replenished. That's why, you know, in this day and age, war is not meant to be won. War is meant to simply continue. And it has been continuing. And there is a fairly sophisticated media apparatus that has made you think that war is not happening all the time when it, as a matter of fact, very clearly is happening all the fucking time, right? Whether it be Iran today, or Afghanistan and Iraq yesterday, Libya, Syria, there is constant destabilization taking place. That's happening all the time. Yeah. Also, this is what war looks like for Americans in Bahrain. Bahrain is basically the cushiest job in the Gulf too. Look.
Bro. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh.
Like, look at this motherfucker's house, bro. Why is he not scooping up poop inside of the USS Gerald Ford? Why is he fucking sitting? Jamal Bowie is retweeting that you're anti-Semitic and insane on Blue Sky. Jamal Bowie is calling you anti-Semitic and insane on Blue Sky. Oh, fucking discourse machine, dude. Yes. Oh no! Oh no! A New York Times reporter has called me anti-Semitic. A New York Times reporter is calling me anti-Semitic. A New York Times reporter who is a fucking adult, almost 40 fucking years old, and had no statements on Israel and Palestine for 2 fucking years of the genocide at the New York Times. Oh no! Someone alert the presses. Someone has to deal with the real issues. This too is anti-Semitic and also completely insane. Oh, because I said if there's any terrorism that happens on U.S. soil now, you will never be able to convince me nor millions of other Americans that it wasn't Israel and America conducting it together to rally the masses to support an insanely unpopular war. Yeah. Oh no! Oh no! Guys! I need you to understand. Guys. I know that the billionaire pedophilic elite will send your sons and daughters to go die in a region that has never done anything to you whatsoever so they can yield better returns on their initial investments year over year, okay? And we will do it definitely for the nation state of Israel as well, okay? Because they also have like a separate ambition of being able to develop greater Israel as this like biblical fucking project, right? They want to do that, and they can't do that as long as Iran has ballistic missiles. So we have to kill them. We have to kill them. But guess what, guys? Guess what? That could come across as anti-Semitic if you fucking literally call it out. You're not supposed to say that. And because it's deeply unpopular, because it's a deeply unpopular endeavor, because Israel is deeply unpopular, because Donald Trump is deeply unpopular, in an effort to do some sort of fucking crazy psyop on U.S. soil, if they were to do like an anthrax attack, for example, you know, never been done before in the United States of America, never been conducted to make everyone in fucking Iowa think that like Al-Qaeda is going to come after them. Not even talking about 9/11 at this point. I'm talking about what came after, right? All the anthrax in the mail saga that universalized the fear that it wasn't just New York, the capital of finance, that was struck, but, you know, my bumfuck shitty town next to Gary, Indiana could also be under attack by Islamic style terrorism. So I'm obviously a lot more fearful and a lot more open-minded to going and waging war in the fucking Middle East. You know? Could never happen. Has never happened and could never happen, you know? Certainly. Someone's got to get on board. It's so insane. Is this Jamel Bowie? Apparently Jamel Bowie reposted this. How is this man so popular? Because everyone went crazy and expertise has been completely eroded, says Joe Steve. Where does this guy work? Assistant professor at U.S. history at UNC Chapel Hill. Political liberal, hoop reactionary. Yeah, this guy's just as big as a piece of shit as his uncle, if not worse in terms of real world influence. How is this anti-Semitic? Yes, there is not a tin hat take to be had on Trump making use of any now more likely attack on U.S. soil to consolidate power. Yeah, like even liberals won't believe this, for the record. Oh, he wrote this article. A liberal's case for conservatives in history departments. Oh, he writes for Quillette. Oh, he writes for the fucking eugenicist magazine Quillette. That makes a lot more sense. Oh, guys. I mean, listen. Guys, you can't say that like Israel is in the driving seat of American foreign policy in the MENA region. You can't say that because that might be scary. That might be, it's not the reality that is scary. It's that might hurt my feelings personally. Okay? What about my feelings? Have you considered my feelings? How I feel? You're making it quite difficult for me to defend these sorts of actions. So I have to fucking turn around and tell you, you're being quite anti-Semitic, my good sir. You're being anti-Semitic, sir. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Get the fuck out of here, dumbass.
Liberal. Yeah,
he reposted the fucking Quillette reporter. Shame on you, Jamel.
Chopping up children's genitals.
Shame on you. Seriously, fucking shame on you, Jamel Bowie. That is fucking bullshit, and you fucking know it. Shame on you. Yeah. Wait till liberals do this exact same thing, but this time for Trump consolidating power. Because they only deal in terms of like the Democratic Party's success in elections versus the Republican Party, right? Like they do not deal in the material, and they will literally lean into this stuff when it inevitably happens, okay? They will say, oh, Trump is doing this because he's distracting people from the Epstein files. Trump is doing this because he wants to consolidate power and implement martial law. All of these things also correspond to one another. They're not even separate from one another. These are not like mutually exclusive incidents. Yeah. Why hasn't Jamel Bowie written a single fucking thing about Gaza? I remember a couple years in. I remember a couple years in when at this point it was like a year and a half in, and people were like, hey, Jamel Bowie, we love your takes. Okay? We love your takes, Jamel. Do you have nothing to say about, what Israel is doing? And he was like, oh, I haven't read into it. I haven't read into, like, I don't really know too much about what Israel is doing. No, Jamel Bowie was never a friend of the show. Did you blast off, bro? No, I didn't. Yeah, 85 children have been killed by the Amer-Israeli bombing campaign in Iran. But guys, I need you to understand. My feelings might be hurt in this process because I'm trying to defend that, and you're making it hard for me. You're making it hard for me. What about my feelings? Just a heads up, I couldn't find your stream on mobile and had to search for you on PC. What did I get fucking blacklisted already? No, I doubt it. I was told it was supposed to be Iranian citizens cheering on being bombed. Yeah, no, the Bahrainis are ecstatic. Every video I've seen of like unks in Bahrain filming the American bases being struck is them going udrup 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 udrup. Anyway, this is the funniest one. This is the one I was thinking of. Yeah.
مسيرة اضرب 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 اضرب.
That's a radar dome, no? They just straight up took out a fucking a radar system with literally a Shahed drone. That does not happen unless America totally wrote that off, okay? Like, that literally only happened because America was like, yeah, we don't give a fuck. Yeah, blow it up. We'll make a new one. Do you understand? That's a Shahed drone. Look how fucking slow it flies. You can literally shoot that out of the sky with an AK-47, okay? That happened because America wanted that to happen. I need you to understand this. That happened because America wanted that to happen. America wanted you to see that this was going on. That's a $10,000 drone that just destroyed $1 billion of satellite radar equipment. Like radar equipment, it's a SATCOM radome. Yeah, that's your healthcare blowing up, by the way. That's your healthcare blowing up. You just watched your fucking healthcare blowing up. Why would Americans have an AK-47 that's a commie weapon? I'm just saying. That's your taxes being lit on fire. Every time you see one of these fucking things blow up, I need you to think about it like that, okay? Every time you see that, the $1.5 billion radar was destroyed, but this one of the video cost $18 million. Sorry. This is a $18 million radar. Okay, great. Just look at everything that this guy's tweeting. What is this? Current state of the Strait of Hormuz, which has been closed by the IRGC. Yeah, the U.S. has its own energy. It hurts China more to have it disrupted. Are you not in agreement? Yeah, if you're a postdoc, you can't get grants. If you're a researcher, you can't get funding, right? If you were a public sector employee, you got fired. If you needed SNAP benefits and you were one of the hundreds of thousands that no longer can get that SNAP benefit, you now have to eat less food. But we can go and do this shit. We can go and move 50% of our naval assets. Tens of billions of dollars can be spent moving entire islands, basically, to this region and go to war and blow up fucking school children overseas. It is ridiculous. And quite frankly, I hate to say this over and over again, but we are fucking cattle, okay? We're cattle. We have nothing to say for this. We have nothing that we can do about this. We have nothing that we can do to organize. That's it. Like we just watch it from afar like it's a fucking movie. And you know, not really much we can do. And this fucking dipshit gets to direct all of those resources. Breaking. The building is in the Grand Air Hotel, which frequently hosts senior U.S. military officers located close to U.S. Fifth Fleet headquarters, struck with a Shahed 136. Breaking. Iran's Revolutionary Guards have warned ships over VHF radio that no vessel is allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. An EU Aspides naval mission official told Reuters the strait is a narrow choke point with just 21 to 33 kilometers wide at its tightest between Iran to the north and Oman and UAE to the south. Roughly 20 to 30% of the global seaborne crude oil, about 20 to 21 million barrels per day, moves through it. Major exporters, including Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Kuwait, the UAE, and Qatar, depend on this single route to supply global markets. Price of oil will go up. Yeah, this was insane, by the way. This is just pure Jewish supremacy, for the record. CNN put out an article 33 minutes ago saying that this attack is for Amalek. This is Tal Shalev, senior reporter at CNN based in Jerusalem, who literally said this was last night, that this attack was for Amalek and to fulfill the mitzvah of remembering Amalek. Timing of U.S.-Israel attack on Iran bears symbolic meaning in Judaism. The timing of the U.S. and Israeli attack on Iran bears symbolic meaning in Judaism. Ahead of the upcoming Jewish holiday of Purim, worshippers read the specific portion from the Old Testament known as Zachor. The passage from the book of Deuteronomy commands the ancient Israelites to remember an unprovoked attack by the nation of Amalek and to eradicate the memory of Amalek once the Israelites are settled in their land. The passage is read publicly before Purim to fulfill the mitzvah of remembering Amalek as Israel's archetypical enemy. This is literally what Nick Fuentes also says. Benjamin Netanyahu and Nick Fuentes and this lady on CNN are entirely in fucking agreement. Okay? Like, this is Jewish supremacist thought. Okay? Who gives a fuck what some religious text says? What are you, fucking insane? You think I'm supposed to care about this? Are you out of your fucking mind? I care about school children being blown up. I don't want that to happen. There is no justification. This is a pre-Ellison takeover at CNN, by the way. So I don't know what the fuck the Ellisons are going to do to CNN to make it more pro-Israel. Like, is this going to be the only thing? Is this going to be the only thing that fucking comes out of CNN? Yeah. Also, Jeremy Diamond, CNN's Jerusalem correspondent, also last night was calling it a preemptive strike. Israel has launched preemptive strikes against Iran in a state of emergency. There's no such thing, okay? A preemptive strike in almost every single circumstance is just a made-up reasoning for striking first, okay? It can only be considered a preemptive strike if there is like actual information, actual data that there is supposed to be a strike incoming and you want to cut it ahead of time. This is ridiculous. Israel always says they're preemptively striking their enemies. Israel always is preemptively striking their enemies. And the American media always fucking lies at the behest of Israel. They always lie at the behest of Israel. Oh, it's a preemptive strike. Really? Was 9/11 a preemptive strike on American empire? Like, what are we talking about? Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda issued a preemptive strike in the nation's finance capital to the World Trade Center and attempted to engage in a preemptive strike on the Pentagon. Like, is that... No, it's ridiculous, right? It's fucking ridiculous. No, that was not a preemptive strike. Yeah, Israel is preemptively striking school children. You know, preemptively striking them to ensure that they never graduate from middle school. Chill, bro. They will clip this? The fuck do you mean? I keep forgetting that I haven't even blasted off yet. Anyway, does anyone have a blast off meme, I guess? I don't even know at this point. Jesus Christ. It's 9 a.m. Yeah. Okay, I'll do the remember who you're fighting for one. Incredible stuff. By the way, I'm live on Twitch and YouTube, okay? I'm live on both Twitch and YouTube here. We're blasting off. I know I can show YouTube chat on Twitch. They updated the rules. I know. Shut up. I know. Here it is. Here's the blast off meme. Yeah, our Kamala Harris and Biden's loser ass up there. All the dumb folks keep saying things that would be different if Kamala won. I mean, what is Hasan's YouTube thumbnail? Oh yeah, this is my YouTube thumbnail. Yes. Anyway, let's continue with this shit. Here.
Of those ballistic missiles. But all of this kicked off this morning around 8:15 a.m. local time. Israelis were woken to the sound of sirens, not announcing incoming missiles, but rather alerting Israelis to this new state of emergency that is in place as Israel announced that it had struck targets in Iran. We then quickly learned that it was not just Israel, but that these are joint strikes carried out by the United States and the Israeli militaries in Iran, targeting a range of targets inside of Iran. I'm told that there were dozens of targets that were struck by both militaries. We have been watching, of course, for weeks now as the United States has been carrying out this enormous military buildup in the region, but simultaneously a diplomatic track was taking place. But this morning, that diplomatic track was completely cast aside in favor of this military action by the United States and Israel. We heard from President Trump making clear that this is not just about going after Iran's ballistic missile and nuclear programs, but setting the conditions for regime change. And we have heard similar comments as well from the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. We know now that Israel is at a very heightened state of awareness. Most Israelis are either in their bomb shelters or very close by, awaiting the ramifications of this, as we are already watching Iran launch missiles not only here, but at other sites across the Middle East. Victor?
Jeremy Diamond for us there in Tel Aviv. We will get back to you in just a few moments. President Trump is monitoring the strikes from his Mar-a-Lago resort, and he calls on Iranians to stand up to their government and warns the fight could put American lives in danger. He also says the U.S. has done everything it can to keep American troops safe in the region. Earlier,
come on, bro. Come on. Yeah, we are doing everything we can to keep American troops safe in the region. By what? Fucking blowing up Iran? A country that has a ballistic missiles program specifically for this very moment. We're keeping them safe by like bringing them. We're keeping them safe by basically putting them on these like floating islands that Iran can strike. You know, that's it. They're basically missile sponges, dude. That's it. Just understand that your homies, your neighbors, your loved ones, your cousins, whoever the fuck's out there right now is functionally a missile sponge. They're drone sponges. They're missile sponges. They're just sitting there, parked outside, hoping that the anti-missile systems actually stop the Iranian pummeling. It's just so crazy because, like, everyone could have seen this from a million miles away. I mean, I talked about it for a fucking week. Like, it was so obvious that the entire negotiations process was a sham. The entire negotiations process was an utter sham. Everybody knew. Everybody understood that this was going to happen. It was an inevitability. It was going to happen. Because Israel wanted it to happen. And Israel has wanted this to happen for 50 fucking years at this point, okay? Not 50 years, but like definitely 30 years, right? This is like 30 years of American policy, American foreign policy and Israeli foreign policy. It's finally happening at Israel's weakest moment as far as like unlimited support from the West. Do you see what that pig kid starver said?
Earlier this morning.
Ugh. They've been saying Iran is 2 seconds away from the nuclear bomb since like 1989. Okay, Benjamin Netanyahu is the guy who's been saying it. That's so crazy. Like, even the actors are the same. Here, let's look at this slave.
The United States and Israel struck targets in Iran. Iran has since launched indiscriminate strikes across the region. I know the British people and communities across our country will be deeply concerned about what this means for security and stability and for the fate of innocent people across the region, which for so many of us includes friends and family members. So whilst the situation is evolving very quickly, I want to set out our response. The United Kingdom played no role in these strikes, but we have long been clear. The regime in Iran is utterly abhorrent. They have murdered thousands of their own people, brutally crushed dissent, and sought to destabilize the region, even in the United Kingdom.
Like, by the time he released this statement, we knew that America and Israel had blown up a school, okay? Like a little girl's school. Like when he says, oh, we must allow America and Israel to strike Iran and blow up schools because Iran is crushing dissent. Does that argument make sense to you? Does that argument make sense to you at all? By the way, I mean, it's just, again, slave, okay? Slave, cattle, slave. That's it. That's it. War criminal, cattle, slave, all of it. Also deeply unlikable and pathetic monster. But I just, look, I don't know where we go from here, okay? I think it's virtually impossible for people not to look at the situation and wake the fuck up to the reality that this is completely untenable, completely unacceptable. I don't know. I try to, because maybe I'm a little too invested in this stuff. Maybe I'm a little too knowledgeable on this stuff as well. And I know what the real reasons are as to why we're doing it, and the average person doesn't. And the average person's perspective when I have a conversation with them is like, does this mean Iran has a nuke? Is Iran going to nuke us? Is Iran going to bomb us? Like, it's important for you to go out and talk to your friends, talk to your neighbors, talk to your family, talk to your loved ones, and explain to them carefully exactly why this is happening. Okay? Exactly why this is happening. It has nothing to do with like security concerns. It has nothing to do with the Iranian population and its liberation. And the American government isn't even doing a decent enough job at presenting it as such, like lying. They're not even lying. They're not even offering us the dignity to lie to our fucking faces, right? They're not even doing that. They're just straight up saying, we're going to war. Maybe we're going to liberate the Iranian people. Who gives a shit? Whatever, you know? Who cares? Shut the fuck up. It's for oil. It's for the military-industrial complex. It's so that America and America broadly can control this entire region and have no sovereignty whatsoever in this region, because sovereignty in this region actually stops Israel from developing the greater Israeli project, taking over territory in Lebanon, taking over sovereign soil in Syria, taking over maybe even pieces of Egypt and Saudi Arabia, right? That is the ambition for Israel separately. And the ambition for America is to let Israel do whatever the fuck it wants in the region, because they think this still aligns with their interests. And whoever dies in the process dies. It doesn't matter. Americans who die in the process, sorry, you died for the almighty dollar. You died for the petrodollar. You died for dollar hegemony. There's nothing you can do about it. Maybe we'll offer you a little medal at the end of that journey, you know, so your family can fucking cry and look at the medal and think, oh, you died you died a dignified death. Okay? When you go out there, many people in this community and elsewhere in the United States of America have joined the armed forces because they just simply want upward social mobility. They don't get it any other way. They have to sell their soul to the fucking Pentagon. They have to sell their soul to the United States Department of Defense because they think, oh, I'll just go there. I'll do one tour. It'll be fine. I'll come out of that. I'll get a fucking comms degree from my local university, my state university, and then I'll enter the same fucking dog shit job market that everyone else is suffering in with the hopes that I can have a job, with the hopes that I can maybe have a roof over my head and some upward social mobility. The best case scenario in this situation is you go out there, you get like maybe a little bit of PTSD, you come back, and you actually have a job until AI takes it away from you. Now you have to live with a lifetime of crippling mental illness, crippling PTSD. But just know, when you're going out there and you're putting your body on the line, you're doing it for the pedophilic cabal of elite billionaires that control every facet of society, so they can make super profits over and over again. So they can extract the materials, they can extract the rare earth minerals, they can extract the natural resources, oil, right? If you want to simplify it, and they can make the money. Yeah. And worst case scenario, they'll tell you your injuries are not service related. There's that too. And some believe the liberty and justice narratives. Some do. I'm sure if you're a veteran, you've met them, you've encountered them, maybe you believe them at some point. Maybe you were like, no, we're fighting for free speech, brother. How many doors do you have to knock down in Kabul before you realize, like, maybe there wasn't really a free speech component here? You know what I mean? Sitting inside of a fucking forward operating base in Korengal Valley as you hear pot shots from afar, IEDs exploding, friends of yours getting their dicks blown off because the American military didn't put sufficient armor underneath the fucking Humvees. They didn't think that roadside bombs would actually be a significant threat. You see your buddies get their legs blown off inside of a Humvee. Someone made money there. Not you. Someone else made money. Right? A contractor made money. Now your dick's blown off. Now your leg's blown off. You come back, you're like, what am I supposed to do? My life is fucked. Why did you do it? Did you do it to defend freedom? Is that what it was? Whose freedom were you defending? I'm from PR. I served in the Middle East when Israel started war with Gaza. I've lost buddies, lost to the suicide too. I'm fucked up in the head. This shit's making it worse. I served because I was broke, Puerto Rico situation. Knowing I fucked up my body and mental for Israel is driving me insane. Okay. There is a fucking productive thing that you can do, for the record, which is organize. Get other like-minded individuals that have been in the same fucking conditions and ensure that no one else gets duped and suckered into the same predicament ever again. Okay? That's what you're supposed to do. Your lived experience should help you help others. Okay? You can't give up. And I promise you, when you actually engage others with similar issues like that and you try to correct it, you try to offer atonement for the shit that you did that's like fucking up your brain now, you're gonna feel better as well. It is gonna be more productive for you. And slowly but surely you work to the best of your ability to make things right, to ensure that there aren't new, younger generations that fall into the same fucking trap. You're an outlier, but let's not largely. This community actually cares about the stories of veterans and our experiences, bro. Law 60% of the chat wants and wanted us dead from the top. Okay, calm down. I also go back and forth on this because it's just like I don't want to hear the fucking sob story every goddamn day either. Okay. And that's not true. Half of the community are already like either fucking veterans themselves. It's like, yes, half of the community is like, oh yeah, every veteran, every imperialist soldier deserves death. And then the other half is like, I was an imperial soldier. And I kind of agree with what the people are saying, but I also do feel kind of fucked up about what I had to do. So calm down, okay? I don't care about what you've done. I care about what you're doing now. Do you understand? I don't care about what you've done. I care about who you are as a person now. Your lived experience and the things that you've done should motivate you to do better. And as long as you're doing that, as long as you're trying to stop others from falling into the same trap that you fell into, as long as you use that lived experience to ensure that others don't, as long as you use the training in the future potentially, it's fine. Do you know why North Korea is trending? Yeah, because they have fucking nukes, and therefore they don't have to deal with this shit. Okay? That's probably why they're trending. Like, motherfuckers will say, do nothing, win, but the reality is you have to do something. And that something is develop nukes. That's it. Nuclear sovereignty is the only way that you can exist as a nation in the periphery without American and sometimes Israeli intervention. Vague posting imperialists. I think Americans are going to manufacture consent for the Iranian intervention. I think that they're wrong. If they think they'll be able to get away with manufacturing consent for this, I suspect they're wrong. One, I think the propaganda apparatus has been crippled. I think the propaganda apparatus doesn't have the same motion it once did. Okay? I also don't think that the American government is even invested in doing any sort of propaganda to justify or to manufacture consent. You don't even need it. You don't even fucking need it. What did Zoran say? Oh, God. Today's military strikes on Iran carried out by the United States and Israel mark a catastrophic escalation in illegal war of aggression, bombing cities, killing civilians, opening a new theater war. Americans do not want this. They do not want another war in pursuit of regime change. They want relief from the affordability crisis. They want peace. I'm focused on making sure every New Yorker is safe. I've been in contact with our police commissioner, emergency management officials. We are taking proactive steps, including increasing coordination across agencies and enhancing patrols of sensitive locations out of an abundance of caution. Additionally, I want to speak to Iranian New Yorkers. You are part of the fabric of the city. You are our neighbors, small business owners, students, artists, workers, and community leaders. You will be safe here. Okay, that's actually pretty good. Like, thank God. I thought he was gonna. Thank God. Thank fucking God. Okay, Jesus Christ. Imagine he was like, hey, now is not the time. Guys, I want to keep Israel in my heart. As Israel and America is blowing up little school children in Iran, I just want to say, please don't say anything that it might offend the sensibilities of those who are actually championing this death and destruction campaign at the behest of Israel and the Epstein pedophilic cabal. That would be very unkind of you. And perhaps the only thing that we should care about, okay? AOC statements, the American people are once again dragged into a war they did not want by a president who does not care about the long-term consequences of his actions. This war is unlawful, it is unnecessary, and it will be catastrophic. Just this week, Iran and the United States were negotiating key measures that could have staved off war. The president walked away from these discussions and chose war instead. President Trump flippantly acknowledged the possibility of American casualties, stating, that often happens in war. Mr. President, this was not an inevitability. This is a deliberate choice of aggression when diplomacy and security were within reach. Stop lying to the American people. Oh, yeah, I'm going to talk about Israel doing Israel shit again. They struck an opposition figure that was under house arrest. Luckily, he's still alive, but that's crazy. Anyway. Violence begets violence. We learned this lesson in Iraq. We learned this lesson in Afghanistan. We're about to learn it again in Iran. Bombs have yet to create enduring democracies in the region, and this will be no different. In moments of war, our Constitution is unambiguous. Congress authorizes war. The president does not. I will do my part to uphold our Constitution by voting yes on the Representatives Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie War Powers Resolution. Every member of Congress must join us in rejecting this aimless war. I will say,
like all of you, I woke up this morning to the terrible news that Donald Trump had taken up.
Yeah, I was talking to Abdul last night.
Yet again to war with Iran. Ask yourself who this benefits. It doesn't benefit you or I. It doesn't make our grocery prices any cheaper. It doesn't address the fact that our healthcare is more expensive. It doesn't make home ownership more attainable. All it does is change the subject, distract us from the broken presidency of Donald Trump. This is a man who ran on America first, ran promising that the era of regime change wars was over. And now he's just taken us into another foreign entanglement, the third one this year alone. This is Trump admitting that he cannot solve your problems. He will not even try. Instead, when those problems get bad enough, he's going to distract you.
How do I get my boyfriend to snap out of the Western war can be good mindset? I know he's smart enough to understand this, but he just won't. Is he cattle? Does he sometimes go, Like when you bring him treats, do you sometimes smack him in the ass and he just gets really excited and runs away, runs off into the distance, galloping around? Does he go, mmm? Because you might not have a boyfriend. You just have livestock at that point. I'm just saying. Okay. How do I get my boyfriend to snap out of the Western war can be good mindset? Okay. Are you dating a Lockheed Martin executive? Are you dating Mr. John Boeing? Ask him these questions. Ask your boyfriend, are you Mike Huckabee? Because if you're not any of those things, it's not beneficial for you, right? It's not beneficial for you at all, especially if you grew up in a rural area. He might literally be a cattle. He might literally be livestock. But if you grew up in a rural area, ask him, hey, don't you think it's fucked up that you don't have a rural hospital? Like the last time you guys had like a healthcare professional in this region was 35 years ago. And businesses have completely pulled out of this area. Everyone is poor as fuck. But it seems like there's always money in the bank to go to war overseas. Does that do anything for you? Does that do anything positive for you? Does that make you feel good? Why does that make you feel good? If it does. You know? These are the questions you can ask your loved ones. These are the questions you can ask your loved ones. Ask them. How does this work for your best interest? Because there's obviously a non-selfish argument to make, one that revolves around solidarity across the board, one that one that recognizes the dignity and humanity of those who are being slain by the Amer-Israeli Empire. But if people can't comprehend that, there's not really any good arguments to constantly engage in this endless warfare anyway. There's not really a lot of great arguments at all, as a matter of fact. I mean, fucking even the veterans that go out there recognize it.
He's going to distract you by weaponizing ICE on your street, killing American citizens, telling us that he's doing something about immigration while he's really just weaponizing and normalizing paramilitary force.
I'm going to have Jeremy Scale on to talk right
and
now.
He's going to take us to war. War with a nation of 93 million people that's got serious ammunition and artillery behind it. We don't know where this ends. But what this is normalizing a chaos because he can't actually deal with the problems in your life. This is an illegal war. There is no justification for it. He didn't even try to justify it to Congress. He had every opportunity in his State of the Union. He didn't. He's not trying to justify it to the international community because, again, there is no justification. Who benefits from this? How many American women and men are going to get broken over wars we never should have fought? How much of our time and our treasure is going to be spent shedding blood rather than saving lives here at home? This is unacceptable. No war with Iran, and we are going to stand up every single day to oppose this.
All right. Jeremy Scale's in the building. Jeremy Scale of Drop Site is in the building. Esteemed guest. Welcome back, Jeremy. Unfortunately, every single time we have you on, it always feels like the world is collapsing right in front of our eyes. But it's still an honor to have you on nonetheless. Can you hear me?
Thank you for having me back.
Of course. So you guys, you just got done with your reporting. I believe you're in contact with some officials on the Iranian side, and Dropsite just revealed a couple hours ago, or your latest reporting shows, a very different perspective than what we're seeing in mainstream media. But I know you're paying close attention to what's going on in the news. Let's get started with, I guess now almost 50-year project of Israel finally coming to a close. Do you feel like there is any? Do you feel like there's any argument that you've heard so far that made you go, maybe this is a real reason for why we're going to war with Iran?
No, and I think it has to be stated at the beginning, just from an American perspective, that the Democrats, we've seen this coming for weeks and weeks, that Trump was going to move forward on this. And at DropSite, we've been reporting on things that we've heard even from people within the inner circle. And one of the things we reported recently is that Trump has been kind of stomping around, even in internal briefings, making statements like, I'm going to go down as the president that forever changed the Iranian regime, and obsessively talking about the '79 revolution and the seizure of the embassy. And they've been, this whole thing started on its surface in mid-January, after the protests in Iran that then converted into very bloody battles and attacks in the streets of Tehran and other cities around Iran. And there's competing narratives about what happened there. But Trump seized on that moment in Iran and said, help is on the way. And of course, the utterly discredited son of the deposed Shah also was calling on Iranians to rise up and seize institutions. And then nothing happened in the immediate aftermath of that. And then Trump basically almost entirely stopped talking about Iran is brutal toward its own citizens and they're massacring their own citizens. He was obsessively claiming that he had stopped all of these public hangings. But they basically dispensed with that, and then they resumed this talk about nuclear weapons. And every U.S. national intelligence estimate going back years had concluded that toward the end of 2003, Iran had given up its nuclear weapons ambitions. And then in June, Trump conducted all of these strikes over 12 days on the three main nuclear sites in Iran. And then they said that they had completely and totally obliterated Iran's nuclear program. In fact, they created a special web page on the White House website to preemptively declare as fake news anyone that would dare to say otherwise. And then last weekend, we had Steve Witkoff, Trump's special envoy. He and Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law, are the point guys on all of this. Witkoff makes like a Dick Cheney style statement and says, Iran is a week away from having industrial grade bomb making material. And they provided no evidence for that whatsoever. But it also sort of was like, well, wait a minute, you either totally obliterated the program or it's gotten so advanced that they're a week away from it. So they start obsessing about this nuclear thing. They're supposedly in negotiations again. Just what happened last year in June happened now, which is that they claim they were going to have another round of technical talks in Vienna, Austria on Monday. The Omani foreign minister last night was with Vice President J.D. Vance and said that the prospects for a deal are very serious. And then, people wake up this morning to news that the United States and Israel have launched massive bombing at sites and cities across Iran. The death toll in this strike that hit the girls' school in Iran has now officially surpassed 85. I'm hearing from sources in Iran that there's been a strike on some kind of a gym facility in another area of Iran where children have also been killed. The Iranians, unlike last time that Israel and the U.S. bombed, didn't wait to sort of absorb it and then come up with their own calibrated response. As we've talked about before, the Iranians have choreographed their retaliatory strikes through back channels with the U.S. in previous times.
Yeah.
We've been reporting for weeks they're not going to do that again.
Yeah.
In fact, we've had sources close to the power structure in Iran that have said that they understand that they're aiming to kill at least 500 American personnel in retaliatory strikes. So delegation to launch strikes was dropped down to a much lower command level in Iran. And that's why you saw an unprecedented simultaneous retaliatory response from Iran across all of these Gulf Arab countries. They also hit Jordan. A colleague of mine in Israel, who's in a bomb shelter right now, just sent me a message saying that the pattern of these strikes is unlike anything we've seen in previous attacks, and that the public instructions are to stay inside of those shelters much longer and a much longer duration than ever before, during these retaliatory strikes from Iran.
Yeah.
Iranian naval vessels from the IRGC have been turning ships away at the Strait of Hormuz. It's unclear if it's officially closed right now, but it appears that could well happen. But to put a fine point on it, let's remember that the Democrats have seen this coming, and Hakeem Jeffries and Democratic leaders in the Senate as well refused to bring to a vote this war powers resolution. Now, I don't have any illusions about the position of the Democrats. In fact, we reported at DropSite that Chuck Schumer and others are cynically hoping that Trump does exactly what he's doing right now for two reasons. One, they actually support it. That's the most important thing to understand. It's a bipartisan consensus.
Absolutely.
They support it. They may not want to say it out loud. But then the other component is that they cynically believe that if it goes foul and wrong, remember, 70% of Americans don't want this war, that it's going to be on Trump and it's going to help their electoral chances. That's what you can distill this down into. They quietly want Orange Hitler to wage a war that they also want, and then they hope it kind of goes bad when he does it, even though they really want it to succeed, but they kind of hope it goes bad in the eyes of the American people so that it helps them. It's a win-win, and it captures in a nutshell the state of the institutional Democratic Party's posture when it comes to foreign policy.
Yeah, absolutely. I have the Ryan Grimm tweet here. It says, Jeffries, who held off a war powers resolution long enough for Trump to go start the war before it came to a vote, does not condemn Trump's attack in his initial response. The party leadership, as we reported last week, is eager to see Trump launch this war. I'm sure you've seen the House Minority Leader's statement on this supposedly unprecedented surprise attack that America and Israel conducted on Iran, that they were signaling that they were going to do as they launched an armada. 50%, more than 50% of our entire naval assets were moved into the region over the last month or so. And Donald Trump kept saying, just like he did in the build up to the 12-day war, that there was going to be a negotiations process. But it was very clear. It was so clear that I actually interviewed Ben Rhodes, former Obama administration national security advisor Ben Rhodes, about how these negotiations were simply a sham. Israel had kept adding on additional qualifiers to the negotiations, many red lines that they were simply designing so that the Iranians would inevitably say no. What happened yesterday, however, was really interesting. The Omani official that went on television, I think, knew that this was probably going to happen. And that's precisely the reason why they were saying, no, Iran is actually totally on board with the negotiations and even leaning into maximalist demands that the American government was making on denuclearization. Demands that were even more aggressive than the JCPOA, as far as taking out enriched uranium from the country and whatnot. And I think they did that. This is speculation, of course, but I think they did that just to show the American population that the Iranian side was absolutely playing ball, no matter how ridiculous these negotiations were.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, also just to back up a bit, a couple of weeks ago, we started reporting based on sources that are informal advisors to the Trump administration and are very well connected with Arab governments, that the U.S. was almost certainly going to move forward with an attack, and that they needed to. The concern was not so much the offensive weaponry that the U.S. needed to get in place. They wanted a delay to bring in refueling aircraft, to bring in missile systems, THAAD, and others that would be capable of defending Israel or the American military bases in the region. And I think there's a real question of whether there was ever even a scintilla of intent to negotiate in good faith. It could be that the entire thing, even if Iran had capitulated in a shocking way, that they still would have gone forward short of the Iranians declaring that they're no longer going to be in Iran anymore, and that Trump is welcome to take over, or Pahlavi can come and walk right in and we'll hand him the keys to the shop. But you had all of this stuff going on, and the Iranians, we started talking to senior Iranian officials, and what they said is, we're putting on the table things that go far beyond the scope of the JCPOA 2015 agreement. In fact, one official said to me, it would shock John Kerry. And John Kerry, of course, was the Secretary of State and was the lead negotiator of the 2015 deal. And so the enrichment levels, the oversight mechanisms they were willing to talk about, the idea that they would then have non-nuclear negotiations down the line, that they were going to buy American civilian aircraft, that they were going to open Iran's doors again to investment opportunities for American oil and gas companies and potentially other American corporations. Yeah. They put all of this on the table, and I think that from their perspective, they weren't Pollyannish about what they were facing. They know that Trump is kind of a crooked godfather as head of state, running around with his consigliere, Jared Kushner, and Steve Witkoff, the real estate moguls running around doing all of the bidding for Trump. But they felt like, we're going to show the world that we are exercising maximum flexibility on this question. And for some moments, it did seem, and by the way, I was told that there were actual direct talks between the U.S. and the Iranians, not just in this last round, but going back to February 6th in Oman. And the Iranians were saying that they had a sense that the Americans were even taken aback by some of what they were willing to put on the table. So, I talked to Rob Malley, who was on that negotiating team in 2015, an American official, former envoy to Iran under President Biden. And he said Trump could just call it a day and declare victory on this. He's just like knocking it out of the park compared to Obama in terms of what he's able to get out of the Iranians right now. If the issue is nuclear, they've got a victory here. But the thing is, the issue wasn't nuclear. The issue hasn't ever been nuclear. The issue is regime change. The issue is fighting Israel's wars for it. And this all comes days after Mike Huckabee. I know you talked about this on the stream, but days after Mike Huckabee says to Tucker Carlson that, it's a perfectly acceptable goal for Israel to try to move not just from the sea, to the river, but from the sea to the Tigris and Euphrates.
Yeah. Yeah,
What we're seeing here is a combination of factors. This is war for Israel. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. You're also a little bit delayed on your end. Your internet is cutting in and out a little bit. So I apologize for cutting you off. What I was gonna say is like there's competing interests here. There's converging interests and then there's diverging interests. On the American side, and I want to hear your perspective on my assessment. On the American side, obviously, we have a grand design for this resource-rich region. We want to dominate it. We want to have complete control over OPEC Plus to the best of our ability, or at least we want to have like the majority control, right? We have pliant, servile Gulf states, and also completely dominated, former states that are now failed states that are puppet states to the United States of America. As far as like oil producers, and we want to be able to control. We want to have controlling interest in OPEC Plus, so that we can use that as a leverage point against our foreign adversaries, specifically China, right? And that's America's interest in the region, and Israel has different converging interests with the United States of America, and Israel plays a formative role in this project as a unsinkable aircraft carrier, as a missile sponge at times if need be. As a place where we can develop our weapons, as a testing ground for some of the latest and greatest technology in terms of conducting warfare and surveillance and population control. But then on top of that, I think Israel's specific interest, beyond being a servant to American empire as a settler colonial apparatus, is this insane zealotry that they have in terms of following this ultra-Zionist agenda, this idea that they want to complete a greater Israel project, destroy all of the indigenous populations, and either turn them into slaves or basically ethnically cleanse them and dominate this entire area from Lebanon to Syria, as they've started taking on even more territory and annexing even more territory in these places, and maybe even parts of Saudi Arabia and Egypt. And who knows where they go from there, right? And definitely even start waging war with Turkey as well once Iran is knocked out of the equation, as even Naftali Bennett has clearly signaled, right? That's the convergence, but the divergence, I think, is when Israel's ambitions get in the way of a more reasonable path forward. And I think we saw that as a divergence in the Obama administration. The last time we had any sort of sovereignty in our own design in the Middle East was the JCPOA. Now, obviously, I have my own personal opinions on, developing nuclear sovereignty for nations in the periphery. I believe everyone has to have a nuclear program if they want to exist outside of the American nuclear umbrella as a sovereign state. Having said that, the JCPOA was something that the Obama administration put together to actually negotiate a peaceful path forward with Iran, to potentially normalize relations with Iran, to have a lot of controls over their nuclear program and their enrichment capabilities, And Israel hated that. And then Donald Trump came into office and ripped the JCPOA apart. And Iran still continued following along with the JCPOA for a little bit, but then Donald Trump added additional sanctions. This was Trump 1. And then Joe Biden came into power, and Joe Biden was also an ultra-Zionist, and Joe Biden also followed with the same exact agenda. I feel like post-Trump 1, Israel got into the driver's seat and was no longer simply a consultant or no longer simply, the tip of the spear in some ways on America's MENA policy, but basically took it over entirely. Do you agree with this assessment? I know it's very long. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, a couple strings to pull on from what you just said. I think there is a sort of massive shift in aspects of Trump 1 to Trump 2. Remember that Trump openly viewed John Bolton, one of the most obnoxious neocons on the scene. He openly was talking about what a fanatical lunatic John Bolton was. And one of Bolton's kind of crowning achievements in the first Trump administration, when he was the national security advisor, was the assassination of General Qasem Soleimani at Baghdad airport in January of 2020, the head of the elite IRGC force of Iran. And when you read some of the reporting about it, and even sort of how Trump spoke about it at the time, it took a while for Trump to come around to that, and then ultimately he did it, and then he felt good about it, and it kind of showed him his awesome power. And it's like Trump liked those kind of clean things. Oh, I killed Baghdadi, I killed Qasem Soleimani. But, in general, while Trump was a militaristic president, no doubt about it, in his first term, there was you got a sense that he was listening or sort of leaning more toward the direction of kind of the anti-interventionist, isolationist wing of the MAGA movement. And he kept the Israel firster Netanyahu neocon wing kind of a little bit at bay. He comes in this time, and again, the context is Joe Biden, 50-year dedicated Zionist, who facilitated the Gaza genocide with total enthusiasm, throughout his 4 years in power, and then Kamala Harris, who comes out and when she becomes the nominee and says, "There's nothing I would do differently than him," and that's a huge part of why they lost, of course, but they don't want to release their autopsy, sets the stage then for Trump 2. And I think one of the most telling moments, and it speaks to the questions you're raising, in this entire period of Trump's second presidency, is when he goes to the Israeli Knesset back in October, when he's on his way to declare he's secured the Gaza ceasefire at Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt. And he arrives in the Knesset, and it was sort of like a reverse Nuremberg trial, where the war criminals themselves are celebrating themselves and standing up and cheering one another. And he goes on and on about the kind of influence of Miriam Adelson, the late Sheldon Adelson's wife, and the single greatest bankroller of Trump's campaign. And he talks about her being the most influential, Israeli in the world. And I think that part of what's happened here is that led up to this is twofold. Trump now is completely in the service of the most extreme Zionist agenda in history. He's in total servitude to that agenda for a variety of reasons. He's not as sophisticated of a Zionist as Joe Biden was when his brain was intact, but Trump is all in, and he's willing to do anything for them at this point. And then the other component of it is that these guys are all high on their own supply. You've got drinking buddy Pete Hegseth as the so-called Secretary of War. You've got little Marco, who thinks he's Dulles risen from the dead, trying to overthrow Cuba and the Venezuela thing. They kidnap Maduro, and Trump starts to sort of want it injected into his veins. And I was told that Trump and his people were saying, can we do another Venezuela in Iran? And he's hearing from intelligence and military people, it doesn't work that way in Iran. And he doesn't like some of what he's hearing from the military people. And he starts to understand that, Iran didn't go all in the last times that they've struck against us, that their ballistic missiles are actually pretty ferocious in some ways, that there are weak links in the Iron Dome system in Israel, that it can be overwhelmed, that U.S. bases can be hit, that you may, Mr. President, face a mass casualty incident involving American personnel. So then they're talking about, what about a Libya option where we use air power? But the problem is, what ground forces do you have inside of Iran? And the other thing is Iran, for as much as people talk about the supreme leader, Iran has been building horizontal institutions since 1979. This isn't a commentary about any internal political issue. These are for Iranians to debate. I'm looking at this from a perspective of military intelligence, strategic, what is possible and what isn't. Iran is not Libya. Iran is also not Venezuela in the sense that you're just going to lop off the supreme leader and then say we're making a deal with the rest of you. So they now are in this war that is not in any way in the interest of the American people whatsoever. It's not in the interest of anyone in that region except Israel. And so what do we have at the end of the day? The only conclusion we can draw is that Trump is fully purchased and bought into at the same time Israel's war of annihilations in the region. I was in touch with a senior Iranian official this morning and asked him about the response from all of these Arab countries where they're condemning quote unquote Iranian aggression, but then they're silent about the fact that it's the United States and Israel that launched this war. And he made a point, he condemned it. He said, of course, this is unfortunately what we've come to expect, et cetera. But he said, did they not understand eventually their number is going to come up? Like they may feel like they're in a good position right now. They had their nice little visit with Trump, but their cards are going to get pulled one day or another in this whole project. Right now they're useful pawns in this game.
Yeah. There's also this national security report from Reuters, which, maybe not always the most trustworthy, but at least on the American side, it's important that they're leaking this kind of thing. But Aaron Banco reports as a Reuters exclusive, the CIA assessed before the strikes that even if Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed in the operation, he would likely be replaced by hardline figures from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. And I've said this over and over again, that the Ayatollah himself is 87 years old. He is a zealot, but and therefore I think like martyrdom would probably be something that he looks forward to. But outside of that, there's also obviously like you said, a horizontal leadership structure. And within the Iranian forces, within the Politburo, within the political side of Iranian civil society, and within the IRGC, the Ayatollah is probably one of the more restrained elements, whether it be offering personal setbacks to the Iran nuclear program, or even the restrained nature in which Iran has refused to retaliate beyond some kind of retaliatory theater, as we talked about with Qatar. So if you take out Ayatollah, or even some of the top-line generals in the IRGC, which have become even hardliners from the last cleansing that took place in the 12-day war, you're going to have a group of individuals that are even less responsive to American negotiations. That's my speculation, and it turns out the CIA is saying similar things as well.
But yeah, and I think that there's a couple things I want to comment on that, but just to start with what you just said, I think that even is confirmable from the Iranian perspective, because what we've been told by sources is that they have a multi-layered succession system that they put into place at the time of the 12-day war. And it is true that a significant number of senior military figures who fell into, a more moderate camp when it came to how should we be responding to attacks militarily by the United States and Israel, they're gone, and there were directives issued, as I said at the beginning, further down the command chain, and that's why you saw this almost immediate retaliatory response by Iran across the spectrum, and actually increasingly seems like they're going to start hitting targets in these countries in a real way. There's been a hotel here, a military facility here. The airport in Kuwait was also apparently bombed as well. But I think we're gonna see a lot more on that front. But on this issue of is someone from the IRGC going to take power? That's not exactly what we've been hearing from Iranian sources. That's not what has been reported from the Iranian side. It's newsworthy that is the assessment that the CIA is making. But again, I think it goes back to Iran being a nation of institutions. Yes, it has a supreme leader, and that seems like a very foreign concept certainly to Westerners. But that doesn't mean that it's not a country of institutions. Another thing about Ali Khamenei specifically, remember that, yes, he is a religious and a highly revered religious figure in the world of Shia Islam. There's no question about that. But he also, on a tactical level, was deeply involved with the Iran-Iraq war.
Yeah.
And he is not just a guy sitting in a room, praying for the world. This is someone who also has been a combatant in this war since the 1979 Islamic Revolution, understands the stakes very well, and understands military strategy. This is not just like your neighborhood priest who's giving, this is someone who really, really understands on a tactical and political level the enemy that his country is facing. That is just a factual thing. This is a highly advanced scientific society. That is a society of institutions. I keep emphasizing that because it is not some, sort of banana republic somewhere where you just pluck out the dictator and everything comes crumbling down. The other part of it is, who are the ground forces that are going to come in to implement this thing? Pahlavi, he's going to raise an army. The MEK, this fanatical cult that has this oversized influence among politicians in the United States. You're going to have Kurdish forces, come in. It's some military planners have said it's like they're not actually thinking it through on a political level. The U.S. military advisors, they're telling Trump all of this stuff. They're painting pictures for him. And the Trump people kept coming back and looking for something clean. So what do we get in Trump's speech? We get Trump going out there, and it was like this weird hodgepodge potpourri of things I'm going to throw at you. Wow, the 79 revolution. Oh, they took our embassies hostage. Then he throws in, they were involved with the USS Cole bombing in Yemen in 2000, which was done by Al-Qaeda, sort of sworn enemies of Iran. He's just throwing everything at the wall. And then he's saying, after we are finished raining bombs down on you, everyone should stay inside for now because bombs are going to rain down. But then you're going to seize the reins of power, which you've always wanted, and we're going to hand it over to you. It's as though it presumes that there is some strange, tiny cult that somehow is in charge of a nation of 90 million people, and that it's just a matter of killing the leaders of that. And then everybody comes out and says, oh my God, we want the Shah back in power. And, this is like fanciful thinking that from an American perspective too, if you want to be like just looking at what are America's interests, could well result in a large number of American deaths. Not to mention, they're blowing up girls' schools within hours of this thing starting. They blow up, and I'm sure the death toll is going to rise. They hit a girls' school. They're hitting sports facilities. That bombing, by the way, of that girls' school is as horrifying as some of the worst single bombing episodes that we've seen in Gaza. And they did it within hours of launching this thing on day one. We always talk about what are American interests, but I think it needs to be said, Hasan, that what about the Iranians who are dying on the other side of these missiles? And again, the whole thing is a cooked up narrative. There is no imminent threat. There is nothing to preempt. The only thing that was preempted was a diplomatic solution where the other side was making concessions that were on an unprecedented scale. The Iranian people are being punished for Trump's nonsensical war that was facilitated by the Democrats doing nothing yet again, not raising any voices, quietly cheering this on, cynically hoping that it benefits them electorally. That's the bankrupt nature of our politics that leads to a war that is setting literally the Middle East on fire right now.
Yeah, no, they have no succession plan, and that much is very clear from some of the targets that they've actually prioritized as well in the first round of the bombing, where apparently they tried to strike the president's residence as well, and the president is like elected civil society leadership that is a reformist, right? Like this is, I know that I'm sure
that the foreign minister by that matter. So is the foreign minister.
Exactly.
Arachi
the foreign minister and the president are they're not like they're nowhere near even from the eyes of the Iranian population. They're not seen as like, I'm sure that they're very upset because they feel as though the Ayatollah hand selects everyone regardless. But like these are some of the more reformist and some of the more moderate forces in Iranian society. They've actually, from what I understand, targeted the in the Pasteur district, the residential building in which Akhtar Ali, the leader of Iran's Green Movement, was housed under house arrest since 2011. So they're actually going after oppositional figures as well. And it leads me to believe that their goal here is to create a Libya-style scenario without any sort of ground elements they have, or maybe lean heavily into whatever kind of Mossad ground elements they do have inside of the country, and hope that, like, you know, Kurdish forces can cause enough chaos and destabilization elsewhere, and then internally in Tehran and in the heart of the government, the heart of the Iranian government, they can create enough mass instability with the hopes that they just have a failed state. It seems like that's their most likely scenario out of this. They have no succession plan. Well, it wouldn't be appropriate even if they had a succession plan, by the way. I'm not saying that at all, but it's just very obvious that they have no goals here other than the fact that Israel is terrified of the Iranian ballistic missiles program because it showed its capabilities of being able to cut through the THAAD interceptors and the Arrow systems and the Tamir interceptors as well, and actually strike at the heart of Israel in Tel Aviv and strike at military targets in and around Israel. And they want to be able to defang the administration with the hopes that they can just without depleting their munitions like they almost did last time. They want to be able to cause enough instability and enough chaos that there's never a threat from the Iranian ballistic missile systems ever again.
Yeah, and I think remember what Israel did when Assad fell in Syria. You know, which Trump recently took credit and said that he basically put Ahmed al-Sharaa, in power. That's for a different show, though. But the Israelis turned around and they bombed the entire conventional military capacity of Syria, including all of its defensive weaponry that basic nation states have. And the reason that Israel did that was to ensure that no Arab government was going to be able to take power or establish power in Syria that would be capable of defending itself against Israel. And Israel, of course, is moving toward annexing even further territory inside of Syria. And I think there's a degree to which, I don't know to what extent Trump is willing to go the distance for what he believes is going to be a regime change war. Remember, it was the U.S. and Israelis that sort of wanted the 12-day war to end, that reached out and said, okay, enough is enough. And the Iranians view this as it's the launch of a potentially existential war. And so I think we're going to see them pull no punches in their reply. But how long does Trump want to take this on? What happens if the Iranians manage to strike a U.S. base and they kill a large number of U.S. personnel? What's going to happen in that scenario? So we have those questions, but let's play this out a bit and say, okay, they're going to continue bombing and they're hitting ballistic missile sites throughout the country. They're rebombing some of the facilities that they did last time, which, again, there's no imminent threat of Iran making a nuclear bomb. We should just be very clear about that. But let's say that the point is to use that as a justification for doing the rest of this. And they don't really even pretend to have an ultimate justification. It's kind of like a junior varsity version of the Cheney propaganda that took place prior to 2003. They're taking some shades of Cheney, but it's not even like in the same universe of sophistication as that campaign. And it's much more haphazardly thrown together. And sidebar, Hasan, the New York Times, for all of their kind of pearl clutching about Donald Trump and his dangers, what are they doing right now? They're conveyor belts again for the same lies. Yeah. They're doing stories saying Al Qaeda and Iran are in cahoots again, and they're going to activate their networks in Europe. They're doing the same thing again. They're doing the exact same thing, even though they view him as Orange Hitler, who's going to put David Sanger in a concentration camp. And it's so now we're in this situation where I think part of it is that they're just going to go after Iran's missile capacity, because Israel recognizes this may take a long time, or Israel may want to continue to be attacking Iran. But the real question is here, at what point is the U.S. going to say, okay, it's enough? It's a real question. It's a real question how long this is sustainable, especially if targets start getting hit, which I think they probably will, in the region, meaning Iran is going to start hitting and getting quote unquote successful strikes on U.S. military assets.
And they've set it up this time in a much more, in a much less restrained manner as well, going after American bases and radar systems and early advanced warning systems in and around the Gulf, where American military bases are. and they targeted them, and they haven't actually, they've been pummeling Israel a lot harder this time around as well. They've learned a lot of lessons from the 12-day war. And I think this was generally what the military advisors were leaking to the press in the buildup with this armada coming into the region, where they kept saying, like, we don't know if we have enough munitions, not for offensive capabilities, mind you, but for defensive capabilities. And I think that they also knew that this was going to happen. That's still economic activity for the American military industrial complex, for developers, for contractors and whatnot, to go back to those bases and build again, right? But they knew that those bases would get blown up. They totally let go of those bases, and that's precisely the reason why they brought in a fleet of AWAC, air surveillance systems instead, all to basically defend Israel in the upcoming retaliatory strikes. Now, I don't know how successful this defense will look like. I don't know how successful the THAAD systems will look like, especially considering that the THAAD systems actually failed to intercept quite a bit. We haven't seen the full scope of the Iranian munitions and how much they can, like, how much more success they can have in terms of penetrating the Israeli defenses. But I think this is not going to be as successful an operation for America. And I think if this continues, the longer this goes on, the worse things will get, especially if they end up striking American assets with American active duty service members in it.
Yes. And I think probably Israel has fed the United States an idea, because I think there's still a lot of people enamored of the Israeli intelligence in Iran. And, without question, Israel has been able to successfully, clandestinely and covertly, and at times overtly, strike inside of Iran. There's no question about that. But I think that the power of their intelligence services, or the prowess of it, is overrated. And I think that they do a very good job of snowballing the Americans into believing that their intelligence is like platinum level. Yeah. And I bet that my guess would be that there is a lot of, or a significant amount of, wishful thinking that's been stovepiped, through the system into concrete intelligence about what might happen if you just manage to kill Khamenei and the commanders of the IRGC. That actually there's great consternation within the conventional military in Iran, that we think we could start to see defections take place. And, Pahlavi, nobody really likes him, but he does have X, Y, and Z, and the Israelis are ready to do this, and they can smuggle weapons in this way. I can imagine that they have some little lab that they're cooking this stuff up in, and they're hoping that, like, things come together if they just continue to bomb and bomb and bomb and bomb. I think there's a real chance that that's part of the plan, is wishful thinking. But again, it's how heavily is the United States going to bomb? What are they going to bomb? How are the Iranians going to respond? What is the response going to be in the region? If this goes on and on and on, and Iran really does pull out all stops and puts its military force on display, we're going to know whether it was hot air or whether the Iranians were telling the truth, that they've really calibrated their responses. I don't think we've seen the most ferocious Iranian response. I think this is just starting.
Yeah, no, I agree. And we'll see, especially in nighttime. It is nighttime now in the region. So we'll see what kind of retaliatory strikes they have. They've definitely upped the intensity of their bombing campaigns in retaliation to Israel's strike. And who knows? I mean, the one thing I will say is that the only thing that both America and Israel respond to and choose to back away from is a military deterrence. That's the reason for why there is an indigenous, ballistic missile defense industry in Iran that has been fairly successful. And it seems that, like, restraint over and over again, and assuming that, like, the Western nations will deal with Iran in as equal partners in any capacity has been an abject failure. And it looks like they're recognizing that now, because once you get backed into a corner over and over again, you're basically teaching your adversaries that the only way to get out of it is to fight out of it, to fight their way out of it.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
and
Yeah, I was gonna.
And again, like you know.
Go ahead. Sorry. It's there's a little bit of drop.
Yeah, I apologize if it's my internet.
Yeah. No, it's all good. Go ahead.
Yeah. Just one final thought on this. You know, I mean, all governments are going to say, you know, oh, you're not, you know, we're ready to take you on. We're going to fight. You're not going to be able to overthrow us. Like, you know, I don't think any of us that have you know, followed warfare or American regime change operations, you know, or know anything about this history are naive to that. But when we talk about the difference between Iran and the other nations that the United States or Israel have attacked in this manner, we're talking about a much more formidable adversary. We're talking about a much larger geographic area. We're talking about a much more modern and sophisticated society with a very sophisticated military and weapons production system. And we're talking about decades of building horizontal institutions. So it's not that the United States doesn't have the bombs to just continue on and on and on. It's not that there isn't sort of a really nefarious will here that's at play, or that Israel is finally getting its way. That's all true. At the end of the day, it's going to boil down to some unpredictable components that neither you nor I really can imagine at this point. And I think that it can come down to also what happens when there is a large scale casualty incident involving Americans. How is Trump going to respond? Is he going to lose his mind and start talking about using a nuclear weapon? You know, how is he going to respond to that? What happens if you do this for a couple of weeks, and yes, you've killed a bunch of people, but there's no sign of an uprising happening? There's no sign of rebellion. And instead, what you're seeing is large demonstrations of Iranians inside uniting against what the U.S. is doing. What happens in that scenario? From the Iranian perspective, what does happen if the use of force by the United States is much more overwhelming than any analysts expected? That they are actually severely degrading the country's ability to launch ballistic missiles? What happens if there is a real wipeout of multiple layers of the succession system in Iran? These are questions that float around in the ether. And at the end of the day, the narrative from the US is that there's this Islamic Republic dictatorship that's holding a nation of 90 million people hostage. That's the dominant narrative. My sense is that Iran is a much more pluralistic society than that you have much sharper and nuanced degrees of how Iranians in general view the Islamic Revolution, the Islamic Republic government, what they want in their society. This isn't a case of two options where you either have, these secular, Western-oriented Iranian diasporas who think that, who want to make sure that no one ever has to wear a hijab, and then on the other side you have the mullahs. It's a ridiculous oversimplification that does a service to no one to think about. So that human dimension is something that almost never gets talked about. Iranians don't fall into two categories. You have people, even within the ruling state in Iran, there is great diversity of how people view what that government should be like, how they view its policies, including some of the favored policies to talk about in the West. There's great diversity of thought. And all I'm cautioning here is that let's say that the US and Israel are able to do unspeakable damage to the state in Iran. That doesn't mean that Iranians are going to en masse say, oh my God, thank you, Donald Trump. Now here we have X kind of government. That oversimplification is a total disservice, including to Americans who are trying to assess what they actually believe about these policies.
Yeah. One last question before I let you go. Thank you so much for coming on, by the way. Jeremy Scale of Dropside, everybody. And my question for you is, what do you have to say to these middle powers who at Davos, led by Mark Carney and many others, had condemnations for the United States of America and the death of the New World Order when Trump came out and basically treated white countries, European allies in the same way that he treats countries like Venezuela and the same way that he's treating a country like Iran. There was a lot of condemnation during the Greenland incident, and yet every single one of these European leaders and the Canadian leader with Mark Carney has come out to condemn not the United States of America and Israel for blowing up schools only a couple hours ago. And according to the Red Crescent, the death numbers are at 200 plus at this point in the first round of bombing, with 700 plus casualties overall. They are condemning Iran for retaliating. What do you have to say about this?
Well, look, I mean, all of these countries have just been like cucked by Trump. I mean, it's really impressive. And you know, I heard even Keir Starmer today say that Iran needs to give up its missiles. What nation state exists without a capacity to defend itself? He didn't even say like nuclear weapons. He said they need to give up their weapons program. And it's like, okay, Iran, the solution to this is you're being attacked by the most powerful nation in the world, plus Israel, and the Prime Minister of Britain gets up and says that the solution is Iran should end its weapons program, as though that means that they don't believe that Iran should be a state. And so you have the Arab countries, with the exception of Oman, have all come out and they're condemning Iranian aggression. They're saying nothing about the US and Israeli aggression. You have the European countries who all are issuing these milquetoast statements about concerns about rising violence, and they're speaking as though there is no aggressor involved here. And then they pivot to the most passionate languages denouncing Iran, as though Iran started this. Iran has capitulated in terms of their terms to a set of demands that if they were on the table in previous deals that the Europeans have called for, the Europeans would feel that they had essentially tricked Iran. So what the logical European position on all of this would have been to say to Trump, do you understand what we have on the table here? We have been working for decades on this. No one has ever been able to achieve this before. Oh my God, thank you, Donald Trump. You got this. Sign this deal with Iran right now. But they're all afraid. They're all little poodles getting walked around the block constantly by Donald Trump, and they say nothing. And then they pathetically denounce the country that just had a girls' school bombed, where more than 85 people just got killed, a country that wasn't launching strikes at the United States. And the Europeans have the audacity to denounce Iranian aggression and call for it to lay down its entire weapons program, to not be a state anymore. I mean, we live in a totally upside down world. And I'll end with this. In my mind too, some of the biggest villains in this story, the Democratic Party. The Democrats from the time that the genocide began in Gaza, and it was their man and their woman in the driver's seat on that thing. It was Biden and Harris, and they could have ended that war. They could have ended that genocide tens of thousands of Palestinians ago. They could have warded off this whole thing. They gave us Donald Trump. They should never be able to shake these two fundamental facts from the past 3 years. They facilitated the genocide. They ensured it would continue. Then they refused to listen to people who were saying, you're going to lose this election to Donald Trump if you don't stop this policy. They refused to listen to people that knew what they were talking about, and they gave us Donald Trump. None of these people have any right to say, oh, the Palestinians in Michigan did this. No, you did this. And now you're doing it again. You're doing it again because you cynically actually like it. You cynically actually like what Donald Trump is doing. And then you pretend, oh, we're against it. Oh my God, Chuck Schumer saying the president needs to make his case. No, you need to make your case as to why you haven't done war powers resolutions, why you're not up in arms about this war of aggression that we're launching. We've seen this. You and I now are old enough. We've seen it.
Yeah.
Over and over.
Why you've held it off until the bombing campaigns began. Like there was an opportunity, there was a shorter period. I saw someone talking about it. There was a shorter period of time in which like they created a resolution to honor Charlie Kirk. I think it was 8 days. It's been 12 days since it's been much longer than that, but certainly 12 days since like the Iranian conversation greatly escalated when the Armada was there. 50-60% of our naval assets are in the region. 12 days. They could have pushed for this war powers resolution ahead of time. They didn't. They waited on purpose. Now, the thing is, that's not going to stop Trump anyway. But they're not even creating the legal hurdles, like the congressional hurdles that are necessary to basically carry out impeachment later down the line if they end up winning in the midterms and have the capacity to start articles of impeachment once again. That's what's so crazy, is that they're not putting up any fight whatsoever. And it's so obvious that it is because they want this to happen. It is uniparty. Striking Iran has been a uniparty decision for many, many years. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't any Democrats at all that are against this. There certainly are some who have been outspoken on this, but they are far from the majority. And as long as those people also don't call out the party leadership for their lack of interest in moving in any direction to create some sort of like reasonable defense against it, it's all seen as, in my opinion, a total capitulation, total concession to the fascist imperialist endeavors of the Trump administration and Israel.
Yeah, I mean, I know you're gonna move on, but just in closing on that front, I agree with you that there are a handful of political elected officials in the Congress, and they're not all Democrats. I think of Thomas Massey, for example. And Ro Khanna, of course. I mean, I think that they've done a really sort of praisable campaign on the war powers issue. And that's one narrow component of this, because remember that presidents also violate this all the time. Yeah. And Bill Clinton did this during his presidency, waging wars and violating the concept of the War Powers Act. So we shouldn't also view that as like, oh, Congress is going to do this and then Trump's going to listen to them.
Oh yeah.
Presidents, both Democrats and Republicans, Trump is doing it in the extreme right now. They really are enamored of this idea of the unitary executive, that when it comes to quote unquote national security policy, that Congress's only function is to fund the priorities that the president implements. This was the life's work of Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld, and the embodiment of it under Trump is a real story. Because Trump looks like a buffoon in a lot of ways, and he says the most outrageous stuff. But if you look at it really through the lens of like what Cheney and those guys were trying to do, what's clear is that Cheney and company made a mistake by caring too much about the law. This was it. They were a lawless administration. They cared too much. Trump's kind of showing them how it's done. And he's also showing them, in the same way that Israel is showing they can bomb whoever they want and no one's going to do anything about it, Trump is showing them the Democrats aren't going to actually do anything about it. They're not going. They can't do anything about it. So we shouldn't waste too much time on like, oh my God, the War Powers Act. Oh my God, they violated the War Powers Act. It's an important battle, but the bigger battle is, where's the spine from the so-called opposition to stand up to these things, even in their own making the case to the American people? Chuck Schumer says Trump needs to make the case to the American people. Why aren't the Democrats making the case to the American people in a very robust way why this is a horrible idea on multiple levels, including what it's going to do to 90 million people in Iran and what it's going to do to the region, not to mention actual American interests, like not having our people killed. They're not making the case at all. So it's not just about the war powers resolution or demanding that Trump make his case to the Congress. It's also, if we had a real opposition, they'd be making the moral, ethical, and strategic case like their very existence depended on it right now. 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. And they won't do that ever. So yes, War Powers Act, we should use it, but that's not the end all be all.
Yeah, no, the reason why I brought that up is because the War Powers Act, by my assessment, is kind of like a restraining order, right? A restraining order doesn't create a physical protective barrier around you and your stalker. It just simply creates legal paperwork so that when there is any sort of additional enforcement of a restraining order, in violation of a restraining order, you have more tools in your disposal to prosecute it. And the War Powers Act here is not technically in a functioning government. It's supposed to be a mechanism of enforcement, but we know it's not. But at least it creates a paper trail, a legal paper trail, so that you can actually enforce articles of impeachment later down the line. It also advances the narrative.
You're 100. I 100% agree with you. I don't mean to imply that it's a nothing thing. I'm just saying that it shouldn't be the only thing we're talking about.
Oh, for sure.
But remember too, the era we live in now, it's not just that like you have to tune into C-SPAN to watch the debate. In the media environment we live in now, with clipping, with people pulling things, What would happen if we had an actual war powers resolution debate is that you would have an actual debate about fundamental issues involving the American Constitution, about the war powers of the Congress, about the war making of the president, and then you would have the best among that lot in Congress making some of the cases that you would want to hear or I would want to hear.
Yeah.
And then what that does is you then see recognizable politicians making this case. The clips go around. That's how you then initiate also a public debate on it.
Yeah.
Because we don't just have to have C-SPAN. We'd be all of us would be sitting there clipping like mad. This was said, this was said, this was said, picking it apart, fact checking in real time. That would have, if we had done this 3 weeks ago, when it was so clear this is where we were headed, then it's like the Democrats would have been doing something at least. It's not just about the war powers. They would have facilitated a debate. We would have had an opportunity to talk about it where we would have seen the positions of elected officials. They didn't want to go on record. That's really the dark story here.
Yeah.
None of them actually wanted to have to go on record about this.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They didn't want it. They didn't want their ambitions to be known. And it's crazy because, once again, theoretical democracy is collapsing, especially in Western liberal democracies. And we see that, especially when you look at the polls and you look at the attitude that the American population broadly has, where only 27% of Americans actually want to strike Iran, and more than 70% of Americans don't. In the Democratic Party, the overwhelming majority, if not damn near the entirety of the party's base of support, actually, one, has dropped its support of Israel, has higher sympathies, much higher sympathies for the Palestinian population as opposed to the Israeli population and the Israeli government. And especially in the case of striking Iran, there is no real constituency. And yet, amongst our elected representatives, if you were to look at their makeup overall, if you look at their attitude overall, it's not a real democracy in any way, shape, or form. They are not abiding by the democratic wishes of their own base, of the majority of Americans, and certainly not even their own base of support within the party as well, where 80% of the Democrats say no war with Iran, and yet 98% or something as high as 98% of Democratic electeds are either quiet about it or very restrained in their approach. It's completely unacceptable.
Yeah. Well, Hasan, thank you very much, man, for having me on. And again, big thanks to your crew of people. Like from the first time I was on your feed, I've said this every time I've been on, but I really mean it. Like you've also got some wackadoodles with you, but like in general, your community is a great group of people, man.
Yeah.
And I always love the dialogue and the feedback that I get from your broader community.
Yes. Thank you so much for coming on. Everybody support Dropsite and Jeremy's reporting. It's an honor to have you on as always. Thank you. All right. Have a good one.
Take care, everybody.
Bye. Okay. I am going to run to the bathroom as I play this video now because I have to pee really bad. But that was Jeremy Scale, everybody.
Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries.
All right, let's bring in CNN's Elena Treen. She's reporting from Palm Beach, Florida. Elena, the president said on Friday that he was not happy with where the talks were with Iran, and now we're seeing the consequences of that.
Absolutely, and I think you're right to point out that the context of all of this is incredibly important. We had been hearing of Victor in recent days, really in the lead up until these strikes this morning, the president saying that he wanted diplomacy. He was hoping a deal could be reached. And from all the conversations I had with people at the White House, that was sincere. But of course, at the same time, you saw the Trump administration and the president directly order the most massive military buildup in the region since essentially the 2003 war with Iraq. And so that leverage was there. And I think a lot of people were waiting to see whether the president would move on that. And of course, he did. I I also found it very remarkable just to see the president in that video statement giving it and releasing it on social media, having that be the way that he delivered it. But look, there's a couple things I took away, Victor, from those remarks from the president. One is that he said that this is going to be a massive and ongoing operations. And that comes as sources are telling our colleague Zach Cohen and I that the United States is planning for there to be several attacks or several days of attacks. This is going to be a long operation and could ultimately be, the largest military operation the president has ever overseen, including during his first term. But another moment that I found very striking as well is that he essentially...
I've long said that George W. Bush is the worst contemporary administration that America has ever seen, bar none, because of the global war on terror. After today's events, depending on where this goes, I think Donald Trump is objectively now the official title holder and is far more devastating. I will say that. I think that his reign of terror is going to be more consequential than George W. Bush. If this goes the way that they're signaling, and there is a destabilization of Iran in particular, it is truly, I mean, at the domestic front, Trump is worse. All this stuff is true, right? I mean, George W. Bush did the Patriot Act. He walked so Trump could run. All this stuff is theoretical. But if you look at the actual, like, incalculable death toll of the global war on terror, the destabilization that took, the destabilization came afterwards or during, until this moment, they were competing with one another. From this point onward, I think Trump takes the cake. This isn't to say that Donald Trump was good by any metric, by the way. I'm just trying to highlight how evil the Bush administration was.
And effectively called for regime change in Iran. The president said in those remarks, quote, "When we are finished, take over your government." That was a message
He cares more about Iran's democracy than he cares about the U.S. democracy? No, brother. He does not care about either democracy. He does not care about democracy, period. And he's never cared about Iranian democracy. That's not a real thing. You don't bring about democracy by blowing up schools. You don't bring about democracy by blowing a country up. That's just a lie that they half-heartedly told the American population leading up to this. And I guess some people were silly enough to believe it. But that was never the case. That was never the truth.
Directly to the Iranian people. It will be yours to take. This will probably be your only chance for generations. That is a huge statement, particularly as really over the past year or so, ever since the president went into office for his second term, all of his top advisors were trying not to say that directly. And even though the president didn't say it directly, he came as close as he ever really has to acknowledging that one of the goals in this larger operation is to potentially see if the Iranian people can use this weakened state that the regime now finds itself in to kind of overthrow and push against the government there. So that was a remarkable thing as well. I also think it's worth pointing out, and you mentioned this, Victor, just how disappointed and frustrated the president seemed yesterday when talking about the negotiations that were going on just 2 days ago in Geneva between the president's top advisors, Steve Witkoff, and his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, with the Iranians and intermediaries in Switzerland, saying that they did not go far enough. And what we know that the United States wanted from Iran was to, one, be very clear that they had no goals and did not want to ever make a nuclear weapon, and also that they would commit to zero enrichment of uranium, things that the president argued they were not able to get to. And so that is what's led us to this moment. But of course, so many big questions, I think, that many Americans still have about what the future of this is going to look like.
It's really interesting that one of the questions that I keep receiving in the chat over and over again is like the coverage around whether or not Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is dead or not. The Israeli intelligence has often been correct in their assessment whenever they say, like, a high-profile target has actually been assassinated. There are very few instances where they actually get it wrong. They lie about everything else. But The Israeli intelligence is saying that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is dead. Iran is saying that that is not the case. Now, judging by past performance, he could just as well have been killed. The issue here that a lot of people don't comprehend is that is not as meaningful as you think it is. Okay? Even if that was the case, which there's no evidence for at this moment, that's nowhere near as meaningful as you think it is, or meaningful in the direction that you think it might help boost morale of like some on the ground movement of Iranians that are going to now seize control over the government. Okay, as I talked about with Jeremy earlier, there is a line of succession. This is a competent government with a contingency plan built into it, with horizontal expansion and numerous other forms that can seize control over the government and the government functions and continue retaliating against both the United States and also Israel. And not only that, but also there is a regional significance for the Ayatollah as well, as you probably know by now, if you've been in here for a long enough time, that there are Shias all around. There are Shias in Lebanon. There is a robust Shia population in Iraq, in places where there are American military bases, and their response to the assassination of their highest their highest religious figure will not be kind. Okay? But whether he is dead or alive still doesn't change the reality that this is still a functioning government. The notion that you would just like take out the Pope of Iran, right? The Pope of Shia Islam, and then all of a sudden everyone's going to go, oh my God, he's dead, so I guess it's over now, is silly, is stupid. Holy shit, look at this video. That Shahed is flying at you, bro. For the record, and I saw this with my own personal fucking two eyes when I was in Doha. Not to say that this is happening in Doha right now, but if you're wondering, if you're curious as to why the Iranian drones are being expended on like civilian infrastructure in hotels and whatnot, I suspect that the Iranian intelligence has seen that the American military has not fully left they've left the bases, but they've probably not fully left the countries. They're not all in Israel or whatever. I suspect that they're probably staying in those hotels because there's no other reason why they were just like, this is Iran attacking all the Middle East, not Israel. Know your enemy, buddy. Wait, what? Is Iran attacking everyone, not Israel? Know your enemy, bud. Do you think Iran is just attacking Bahrain and the Gulf states for no fucking reason? Are you stupid? I'm literally in the process of explaining to you why they're not only striking American radar and American military bases in the region, but they're also most likely striking at these civilian infrastructure because the American military assets have moved into the civilian infrastructure and they're basically waiting it out. Now, is that actually within the rules of war? I don't think so, but does it fucking matter? Obviously not, right? There are no more rules of war at this point. This is the design that Israel and America had for the rest of the world. Also, it's really funny to be like, know your enemy. If you're Middle Eastern, if you're a Gulf state, know your enemy. It's Iran. It's not fucking America and Israel. Okay, buddy. The reason why I said I saw this with my own two eyes, because when I was in Doha, when I was staying at the hotel that I was staying at, I saw like officers in uniform also staying at the hotel. Scenes of damage to the Kuwait airport following his targeting by a drone. Do you think Iran will respond by launching at America? At America, thousands of miles away? Iran, as far as I know, does not have the ballistic missiles capability of targeting American soil. They will most likely target the American naval assets in the region if they haven't done so thus far. America, in many respects, gets to be as violent as it wants to be because it's actually totally sheltered from the consequences of its endeavors. This is the reason why we get to behave in the violent and unrestrained ways that we want to. I support all I support all the lies the war is based on, but not the war itself. Old liberal proverb. Now compare and contrast Zohran Kwame Mamdani's statement about going to war with Iran and what the consequences of that might look like versus Gavin Newsom. The corrupt and repressive Iranian regime must never have nuclear weapons. The leadership of Iran must go. But that does not justify the president of the United States engaging in an illegal, dangerous war that will risk the lives of our American service members and our friends without justification to the American people. President Trump is putting Americans at risk abroad because he is unpopular at home. This is the lackluster, shit-lib response to Donald Trump literally fucking waging war with Iran. It is mind-boggling. Also, the name of the Green Movement leader is Mir Hussein Musawi, not Ali Akhtar. Sorry, Ali Akhtar is the area that he's in. Also, Samira Zone is in here and has been yelling at me for the last week. Okay? And he's still talking about why is Iran targeting residential buildings? Brother, oh my fucking God. Your countrymen are being slaughtered. And you're still going, why is Iran targeting civilian buildings? You are out of your fucking mind, dude. 200 dead, 90 schoolgirls murdered by American weapons, by American targeting systems in Israeli hands, and you're going, oh, why is Iran retaliating? You are a psycho. You're a fucking psychopath. Jesus Christ. Please, what the fuck? This is what we were talking about. This is what I was saying for weeks and weeks on end. The notion that like Americans care about liberal democracy in Iran is so fucking stupid because America wants to blow up Iran. America wants to kill even more protesters than the Iranian government did. And you're over here thinking that this is going to be a liberatory act. It's not. Oh. Anyway. Ay, 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 man.
And that has been a big struggle.
You can criticize both? No, you can't criticize both. What do you mean you can criticize both? What are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about? The Iranian government's repressive elements or the Iranian government's repression is inconsequential if we're talking about tens of thousands more people dying in the hands of a foreign state. What the fuck do you mean? The actual response, the actual repression from the state in and of itself is completely unacceptable. But once again, as I kept repeating over and over again, like you're literally looking at one strike, two strikes on two different girls' schools that killed 9 to 13-year-old girls by the dozens, like 85 plus 9-year-old girls died in a fucking school. Like, what are we talking about? What the fuck are we talking about? There is no both sides. There was no both sides in fucking Gaza either. There's no both sides in fucking Gaza. There's no both sides. Is there a both sides in Ukraine? Do you spend a good deal of time talking about like Ukrainian repression? Oh, Zelensky is not allowing democracy to thrive in Ukraine. I don't give that argument any fucking credence. It's ridiculous. Yes, I know CBC released my interview today. Hasan Piker comes to Canada. Comments are turned off. Oh, brother. They claimed it was an IRGC misfire. Oh, wow. You know, I was born yesterday, and I didn't actually watch this happen. I didn't actually see this exact same fucking response over and over again. So I was born, I'm a baby. I'm a baby with a baby's brain. So of course I'm going to go, oh, it must have been its own misfire. Oh, shit, dude. Is there any way for you to check if your YouTube stream is restricted? Why are you saying that? I don't think it is. Why? Because there's not a lot of people watching on YouTube. Is that what you think? Yeah, hospitals. Yeah, there's the German chatter is having issues. That one German chatter is having issues in their region. Wait, really? Oh. It's fine for me in Germany. Here, let me fix it. Okay? Are you ready? I'm going to fix it. 1 second. Israel has a right to defend itself. Am Israel Chai, Am Israel Chai, Am Israel Chai. Israel has a right to defend itself. Israel, most moral nation in the world. Israel, best nation in the world. Israel, only nation in the world. In my heart and my soul, I am Israeli. I would love to be Israeli one day. I think that Iran is the scariest country on the planet, much worse than Israel. Iran actually did a genocide and killed 17 million Iranians in 2 days by facilitating the only nuclear strikes that the only nuclear arms that they actually had developed, they developed and used against their own population, as opposed to the fake genocide in Gaza. That's not a real genocide. The real genocide is actually when Israeli feelings are hurt. I love the nation state of Israel. I think Israel should be able to deploy its Jericho 3 nuclear first strike capabilities on every country. I hope one day that Israel actually, if we ever step out of line, maybe Israel will use it on me. Okay? There you go. Is that good? Hopefully this will fix the algorithm, and I will get the algorithmic boost from YouTube as well. $7,000 has been deployed into my bank account. Yes. Is this sarcasm? What the fuck do you think, man? I'm making a joke. Yeah, I love AIPAC. AIPAC is just the democratic wishes of the overwhelming majority's population, who are also stupid because they don't understand how important Israel is. Also, yeah, this was the analysis from Barry, Bonzer Barry, who said they have not stopped hammering Israel for the last 9 hours. During the 12-day war, the attacks will come every 6 to 12 hours typically. They're keeping this tempo up while also striking at over a dozen U.S. bases in the Gulf, hitting vital radar systems and airports too. Now they are closing Hormuz. They haven't fully closed Hormuz yet, but there's speculation that they're going to close Hormuz. Yeah, so it is definitely different. Kamala's out with a statement. Shut the fuck up. Donald Trump is dragging the United States into a war the American people do not want. Hold on. Let me be clear. Let me be clear. Let me be clear.
And pussy too.
Let me be clear. I'm opposed to a regime change war in Iran, and our troops are being put in harm's way for the sake of Trump's war of choice. This is a dangerous and unnecessary gamble with American lives that also jeopardizes the stability in the region.
And pussy too.
And standing in the world. Wait, this is actually, is recklessness dressed up as resolve? I know the threat that Iran oh God, I was going to say this is actually not that bad. And then she goes, I know the threat that Iran poses and they must never be allowed to have a nuclear weapon, but this is not the way to dismantle that threat. Ay, ay, ay. Lending credence as to why this war must be waged while criticizing the way you're waging the war is the most idiotic, lackluster, totally neutered, totally feckless, liberal version of I'm doing my part, okay? It's just, you're making concessions. I've said this over and over again, right? I said this during the 12-day war. I said this now. I'm saying this now. If you turn around and tell your audience that actually we have to do something about Iran while simultaneously going, but the way Trump is going about it, I don't like, you're basically saying you have an aesthetic difference, okay? Why would anybody listen to you? Why would anybody go, okay, so we just didn't follow process? Is that the problem? Because the process is not the problem. It's always fucking form over function with these demons. It's the function that is the problem, okay? God damn. It's so fucking frustrating to hear these guys do the same song and dance over and over again. Satan Yahoo says Khamenei was targeted.
Today.
I know Khamenei was targeted, but was he killed? That's the question. And the Israeli intelligence claims they are so sure that he was killed. He might have been. But I'm not so sure that the equation changes in a way that suits Israel's purposes if he was, as a matter of fact, assassinated.
In the opening attack, we have targeted the site where Khamenei was. This tyrant who has spread the terrorism across the world, and who was the architect of the plan to destroy Israel. This plan has been destroyed completely. Today, in the open,
it low-key might just allow for somewhere younger, more radical to take the reins. I mean, like, here's the other side of the story, okay? Let's say there is no popular base for the Ayatollah, even though there is, right? I mean, it's not like the majority, but it doesn't matter. It's a significant enough percentage of the population. But let's say that doesn't exist. Let's say everyone is now secular in Iran. They're secular, they're Western focused, they love the West, but they're still anti-Zionist. And they still have a indigenous, missile, indigenous munitions manufacturing industry. And they're still continuing along with their facilities, their underground missile silos, their underground missile production facilities, their underground missile launching capabilities are still there. They're still intact. What does Israel do then? Let's say Iran democratically arrived at the same fears that we all have about Israel. What then? Does Israel let up all of a sudden? What argument do they use at that point? Because at the end of the day, this has nothing to do with Iran's version of governance and everything to do with Iranian sovereignty being an ever-present danger and threat to Israel's ambitions in the fucking region. Okay? I can give you one example that is in line with American interests in the region. Okay? Turkey. Turkey is what they claim Iran should be, right? Turkey is a secular country, even though the leadership is more right-wing and more Islamist than ever before, but it doesn't matter. Ultimately, Turkey has all the functions of the things that they want to implement in Iran. And even the modest pushback that the Turkish government presents to Israel's ambitions in the region, despite the fact that Turkey is a fucking NATO nation, has led Israel to openly say Turkey is the next Iran. Turkey is in Israel's kill list. A NATO country. So even if they turned Iran into Libya, even if they turned Iran into Libya, destabilized it, and its reverberations will be felt across the entire European continent, entire world, as a matter of fact. It's a massive country. Let's say they destabilize this country. Let's say they destroy the sovereignty of this nation state. And now you have tens of millions displaced, another refugee crisis, destroying the entire region once again, right? They say they want to go after Turkey next. And Turkey has been in line with Israel's interests in the region because Turkey is a servant of empire, just like Israel is a servant of empire. So it's very clear that their ambitions are actually no longer converging with America's grand design in the region. Their ambitions go beyond. Their personal ambitions, Israel's personal ambitions, is to seize as much territory and ethnically cleanse it to the best of their ability. That is very clear. Okay? Because they are a fascist country, and not all fascist nation states are going to exclusively work within the realm of material necessity. Imperialism as the highest state of capitalism. Okay? There are certain instances where, even the American government acts out in ways that don't pertain to immediate natural resource extraction when they engage in some aspects of foreign policy engineering. Okay? Haiti is a great example of this. Cuba is another example of this. Like, why the fuck are we constantly destabilizing Haiti? Is it the limestone? Is that what we want from Haiti? Is that, the robust limestone depots that they have that we need? Is it a matter of necessity? No, we're doing it because we want to punish a country that was designed around a slave rebellion, a successful slave revolt. Same with Cuba. We don't want to have a stable communist government so close to the United States of America. That's terrifying. So there are sometimes ideological ambitions that supersede the grand capitalist design. And especially as liberal capitalism is failing, a lot of people lean into that fascism and the ideological purposes. And that's kind of what you're seeing with American foreign policy as Israel takes control over the MENA region and the grand design that America has in the region. Yes, I saw the fucking cruise missiles flying over Iraq. Is one of the most incredible sights. Look at this. Imagine being some poor Iraqi farmer watching $40 million worth of cruise missiles on their way to Iran, then going back to work. Look at that. What's interesting about this video also is that, and this first line of attack from Israel, is that last time in the 12-day war, their opening salvo was actually planes. They did much more precise targeting with their Air Force. This time, their opening salvo was cruise missiles. It's very interesting. They did not have a sophisticated infiltration mechanism that they could open up like they did last time that dismantled their, aerial defenses and things of that nature. It calls into question how much more they have at their disposal in terms of destabilizing Iran. I don't know. I'm simply speculating. I saw a picture of a bloody backpack on Reddit. Did we really strike an elementary school? We struck 2 elementary schools. We killed 80 little girls. Not one, but two. Yeah. Could this be the end of America? It's entirely dependent on what level of retaliation Iran has the capability to commit to. It's again, it's entirely dependent on what happens next. Because if Iran fucking unleashes a barrage of its more sophisticated munitions on Tel Aviv, on American naval assets in the region, and they are capable of continuing this war, continuing the retaliatory strikes, and they start killing, like actual American soldiers, service members, if they start blowing up American assets, if they are capable of holding a blockade on the Strait of Hormuz, if they're capable of unleashing full war on the oil fields and collapsing the global petroleum markets, at that point, it's up to us here in the United States of America, in the imperial core, it's up to us living in the Western world to make a big enough fuss about the instability to make it virtually impossible to continue this war. At that point, who knows what might happen? The Iranian government has worked overtime to arrest, disappear most of every principled reformist leader, and when Israel bombs, they target them. There's no decent follow-up to a collapse. Even more cool-headed IRGC leaders are gone. Regime change in Iran just means security elements most responsible for the worst repressions will rule. Maybe they play ball like Delcy in Venezuela, but it won't be better for the people. Yeah, of course it won't be better for the people. There's never been a moment where American intervention has yielded a prosperity for the fucking population that is on the receiving end of American attacks, Israeli attacks. That doesn't happen. That's never happened, and it will never happen. That's just a fucking lie. And it's not even a lie that they are committed to at this point. It's not like they're fucking saying, we're doing this for you, people. They're not even committed to it. That's Qatar. They refused to tell them for months that they were going to deploy. How long has it been planned? I mean, you can't conduct a military operation like this overnight, okay? It's months in advance planning.
Fragment falling to the ground and exploding in Doha, the capital of Qatar.
Why are they laughing? Wait, where did the video go? Oh, this is one of the buildings that was struck in Bahrain that's on fire. For those of you who are asking why residential buildings are being struck with Iranian Shahed drone strikes in places like Bahrain, I suspect that it's not to punish the countries, the Gulf nations that are allowing Americans to reside in them or allowing American bases to reside in them, but it's more so because a lot of the service members are moved out of the bases. And they're probably staying in hotels and shit. Something that I've seen personally as well. If they strike, because remember, they have the enemies of America have limited tools at their disposal, right? The foreign adversaries, our foreign adversaries have limited tools at their disposal, which is why I always stress to people that go, oh, why did the Hamas militancy, like, you know, throw missiles at whichever direction they possibly could? Well, that's because their capabilities are incredibly limited. Number one, they don't have the precise striking capabilities more often than not. And two, if they're striking a target, they most likely have some intelligence about why they're striking said target. Because if you have more limited tools, more limited munitions capabilities, you're going to try to make the most use out of them. You're not going to like try to fucking blow up a random house or whatever. Israel gets away with doing whatever the fuck it wants to because it has virtually unlimited munitions. And its grand strategy is just, you know, ethnic cleansing. Having said that, of course, there are other civilians that are casualties in the process, other civilians that are also living there that get struck. And it's, you know, it's not. This is just a byproduct of, once again, America's imperial endeavors in the region. It's also a byproduct of Israel and America totally destroying the rules of warfare. The pre-established rules are completely gone at this point.
It's part of the retaliation from Iran after the U.S. and Israel launched a massive and ongoing military campaign across Iran. U.S. embassies across the region are now telling Americans to shelter in place, and just in, the State Department is now urging all U.S. citizens in Lebanon to get out while commercial options are still available. Let's go live right now to CNN's Paula Hancock, who's joining us from Abu Dhabi. Paula, you and your teams are hearing new explosions where you are all the time, right?
Yes, Wolf, there was another wave of incoming missiles, or at least we heard the blasts of what we assume to be the interceptions.
Guys, I just want to ask you a question. If you feel like the highest priority here is like, you know, liberal interventionism or something like that, do you ever question why they do this after market close or in the weekend? Does that ever strike you as odd? Like, because it is strange, right? It's objectively strange that they would literally forego the element of surprise and also the capabilities that they might have by striking at night. Why is it that Israel struck Iran in broad fucking daylight, you think? Isn't that strange? Because if they really wanted to, if this threat was imminent, okay, if the threat was imminent, they would probably strike Iran in the middle of the American business day, right? They struck Iran not in the middle of the American business day, but after market close. Just something to consider.
By the defense here in the UAE. This has been happening for hours now, so we're certainly seeing no let-up in the retaliation from Iran. We've heard from the Ministry of Defense here in Abu Dhabi saying that they have been intercepting missiles. They also say that one person has been killed by falling debris after...
Why do they strike after market close? What do you mean? They do it on a Friday, so there isn't as much of a fucking media blitz because people pay the maximum amount of attention to the news on a Monday morning, okay? They pay the least amount of attention to the news on a Friday afternoon. And if you do it after market close, you soften the impact that it's going to have on the markets in general. Because there's going to be a retaliation. That retaliation might even lead to, you know, closing the Strait of Hormuz, for example. Like, what that's going to do to the stock market is devastating. So they try to soften its impact to the best of their ability and let the situation work itself out and have the market stabilized by the time it opens again on Monday morning. I'm so glad the evil IRGC is on its knees. Cope. just maximum cope. Once again, even if that was the case, which there's not a lot of evidence for that right now, but even if that was the case, the notion that that is going to somehow impact their life in a positive way is so fucking stupid. The Israeli Mind chief political analyst. So now after Khamenei has been eliminated, can we say that Tucker Carlson is the most prominent anti-Semitic leader of our generation? Oh my God. Oh my God. Yes, Khamenei is slated to give a speech about how he's not dead, and the Israelis already have said that that will be a pre-recorded speech. Once again, though, it doesn't even fucking matter. Even if Khamenei is dead, does that solve any problem whatsoever? No, fuck no, of course not. Of course not. It's ridiculous. It's utterly ridiculous.
An interception. We've seen images of smoke near the Al Dhafra base here in Abu Dhabi as well. So potentially not all of those missiles were intercepted, but we're certainly seeing no let-up in this retaliation. We've seen it as well in Doha, in Qatar. They just recently had another wave of incoming missiles. Officials there saying that they are intercepting them as they come in. There are shelter-in-place orders across the Gulf nations. Airspace has been closed. We know in Bahrain, where the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet is based, that they have been targeted as well. And the same in Kuwait. We have heard reports in Jordan as well. There is anger as well as concern amongst these Gulf nations that they have become targets themselves. Many of them had said to the United States they were unable to use their bases if they were going to strike Iran. They had said that their airspace must not be used, as well as they wanted to put some distance between themselves and what the US president was ultimately going to decide to do. We've heard statements, for example, from Saudi Arabia saying that they give the strongest condemnation of this blatant and cowardly Iranian attacks, also pointing out that there have been incoming into Riyadh and the eastern province.
Fucking awesome, dude. It's really fucked up. Why are they defending themselves? Why won't they just like sit there and eat it? By the way, that was literally a question from NBC News to the foreign minister of Iran. If you think that we are not living on a separate fucking planet with the way that these guys approach every issue, look no further than this interview.
So for clarity, you said that your missiles cannot reach the United States by design, that you do not want to reach the United States, but you also said it would be necessary as a defensive vehicle, that you could if necessary. So to be clear, are you committing that Iran is not and will not build missiles that would have the capability to reach the United States?
I can confirm, yes.
Sir, if that's a red line for you, why is attacking U.S. military bases abroad justified?
But because they are attacking us. They are U.S. military, installations, facilities, bases. They are attacking us. We are under attack. Why don't you, recognize this fact? We are under the attack by U.S. forces in the region. So we have every right to defend ourselves. And how to defend ourselves? We attacked, the U.S. bases. This is obvious. This is a very simple fact. And I hope that, and I'm sure that people would understand that. We are not the one who attacked Americans. We are only defending ourselves.
New worldwide, following the launch of U.S. combat operations in Iran, Americas worldwide, and especially the Middle East, should follow the guidance of the latest security alerts issued by the nearest U.S. embassy or consulate. They may experience travel disruptions due to periodic airspace closures. The Department of State advises Americans worldwide to exercise increased caution. Enroll at step.state.gov to receive the latest security alerts. It's fucking nutty, dude. It is so goddamn nutty. Sina Tusi, 200 missiles fired thus far today from Iran to Israel alone in just under 12 hours. The entire 12-day war, around 550 were launched. The fact that the U.S.-Israeli direct and cyber assaults haven't significantly reduced Iran's ability to retaliate at the get-go, as they did for over 10 hours in June, is important. Despite full-spectrum U.S.-Israeli assault, Iran appears to have entered this war firing at scale. Yeah, that's why I'm saying this is not like the 12-day war at all. This is not like the 12-day war at all. They have a much higher level of threat. They're at a much higher level of threat. They are increasing the frequency of their attacks. Gloves are off, it seems. And this might not be the full scale, the full spectrum of their capabilities either. Al-Mayadeen, a source within the leadership of Iraq's Islamic resistance, told Al-Mayadeen that their fighters have begun several operations against U.S. bases since noon. Earlier today, Iraq's Popular Mobilization Forces announced several casualties as a result of the ongoing U.S.-Israeli aggression on Iran and its allies. The area of Jurf al-Nasr, north of the Babel province, was subjected to several airstrikes at 11:50 a.m. today, the PMF statement read, resulting in the martyrdom of 2 individuals and the injury of 3 others within varying degrees of wounds. You also have Hezbollah, but in Lebanon, but they are, I think they're just like totally diminished at this point. IDF spokesperson, the crossings to Gaza have been closed, including the Rafah crossing. Of course, Israel is punishing the Gazans once again, punishing the Palestinians once again. They only have one speed. You know that. Israel gets hit. They hit back at some of the most vulnerable populations that are directly under colonial occupation. Breaking, U.S. military officials now estimate Iran strikes may extend for weeks. Yeah, it was going to be a day-long operation, right? It was going to be in and out, quick, fast. Turns out it's not.
Qatar has called it a flagrant violation of its national sovereignty. The UAE condemning and denouncing this as well in the strongest terms, the blatant Iranian missile.
Just so you know, while the opening salvo of Israel and Iran was pretty fucking disgusting, as is the case, shooting schools and whatnot, just understand that it's going to get worse. Their opening salvo was always going to be the least impactful to the citizens, the least impactful to the civilians, because they still think in their minds, in their machinations, that there's an opportunity here where they can get the popular base of support to mobilize against the IRGC, against the Iranian government. If they start recognizing that that's not happening, whether because the IRGC has been successful at destroying any kind of dissent in the country through repressive forces, or even if people realize that, okay, well, my new enemy now is America and Israel, when that calculation changes, because if you notice, like, Israel is currently doing cyber warfare, they're hacking apps, they hacked a prayer app to get get whoever they can to defect and fight against the Iranian government, all this stuff. But once they realize that the Iranian population might not respond positively to what America and Israel have done so far, or if they run out of military targets, which they probably won't, they are going to start punishing the civilian population even more so than they have. This isn't to say that they haven't already. They have. We know that they have. They've killed children, school children, little girls. I'm telling you right now, they are going to kick up the mass casualties on the civilian side in an effort to just say, fuck it. We are throwing away caution. There is no alternative here. We just want to turn this country into Libya. Trump spoke to Axios and floated off-ramps. New Barak Ravid, of course, Israel's #1 journalist, Barak Ravid, IDF Ravid, has gotten an exclusive with Donald Trump. How shocking.
This is it.
Netanyahu to Iranians have basically said the same thing as well. You will be demanded to take to the streets to finish the job.
Chance and an opportunity that will not come again, because you will have your moment, a moment where you will be demanded to take to the street in order to finish the work and to topple this regime. Yeah. They're gonna.
It's going to go from Iranians, we see you, we hear you, we're on your side. These are liberatory bombing campaigns to, if you don't fucking kill your leadership right now and destabilize the country at our behest, we will fucking murder your families. It will turn up. Just wait. Another annoying liberal talking point is pointing out the fact that a lot of the Iranian diaspora are celebrating these strikes and are responding positively to the literal destruction in their homes because of their dissatisfaction with the government. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about what the Iranian diaspora is saying. I've seen it far too many times. I've heard it a million times over, man. I heard it in Iraq. It doesn't matter. Who gives a fuck what the diaspora says? Even if the local population was like, oh, thank God. Even if the people in Iran right now are like, actually, thank God that they're killing a bunch of people here. Okay? That still doesn't make America and Israel's actions right. It still doesn't yield prosperity for the Iranians. If they can't see it because they're too focused on their own government's repression, I'm not going to fucking lean into standpoint epistemology to justify this kind of destabilizing incident when I've seen it play out a million times over. I'm 34 fucking years old. I've seen this play out in Iraq. I've seen this play out Operation Sycamore in fucking Syria. I've seen this play out in Libya over and over again. I've seen this play out in Afghanistan. It does not matter. It does not matter what the local population even says in this circumstance. What will end up happening is what has happened over and over again. Mass destabilization, death and destruction, balkanization potentially, and millions, tens of millions of people displaced. It has never worked. I don't know why we even entertain this fucking failed notion. Any Iranian who wishes this kind of foreign violence on their own country, who cheers for this as a possible path towards democracy, is not ready for democracy. That's the hard truth of it. Yep. Oh, wrong video. Hold on. Let's get back to this.
Attacks. So there is concern in these Gulf nations who are unaccustomed to this level.
Mr. Piker, I'm very stupid and uneducated. What does balkanization mean, please? It's okay, chatter. I'm stupid too. Balkanization means cutting the country into different sects, into different ethnicities, into different ethnic identities, into like a bunch of small nations. Just splitting the country into different pieces. Comes from the Balkans, the glorious nation of Yugoslavia that no longer exists, unfortunately.
Of intense missile attack, but there is also anger that they have found themselves on the receiving end of this as well. Remember back in June when the US and Israel carried out those strikes on the nuclear facilities in Iran, it was Qatar only that was targeted, and that one was fairly restrained. That is not the case now.
You think this is dramatically in the next few days and maybe next few weeks going to dramatically escalate this war?
I think it has the potential of doing so, Wolf. And
get in there, Wolf. Wolf Blitzer used to work for AIPAC, by the way. He was a spokesperson for AIPAC, just so you know. I mean, that's my goat, but, just letting you know.
You're seeing is a very large Iranian response, and I think, it's going to be interesting to get the military assessment from places like CENTCOM to see if they had anticipated this kind of a reaction from the Iranians. They clearly anticipated some of that by evacuating some troops from some of these bases that you've mentioned in the Persian Gulf region, but I don't know if they've really anticipated the magnitude of this, because it looks like, we're...
I will have Ro Khanna on at 1 p.m. Pacific time to let his statements be known about going to war with Iran.
We're looking at several hundred, if not a series of 1,000 drones heading toward Israel and potentially other targets as well. And if you add that, couple that with missiles that the Iranians still have, it could be a fairly substantial response.
I also asked AOC, but she has not responded.
The question then would be, though, what kind of follow-up will the Iranians have?
How effective is that Iron Dome anti-missile system that Israel has over the whole country in dealing with a lot of drones coming in from Iran?
This is what the Iranians are trying to do, Wolf. The Iron Dome system was not built for drones. It does have some modifications that have been made to it to work on the drone problem, but the problem is that with a swarm of drones, it's going to overwhelm most radars that are associated with the Iron Dome, and that's why not only do they have the Iron Dome, but the other elements of the Israeli air and missile defense systems like the Arrow system and David Sling, but also the Aegis systems that the U.S. Navy brings in. And those are sitting off the coast of Israel right now, and they are supposed to help with this. Let's see how effective they are this time. They were highly effective in June. Let's see how effective they are now.
Joining me now is CNN national security analyst Alex Plitzis. Alex, let's start right where Wolf left off. Explosions over Bahrain. The Iranians hit the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet Service Center. Explosions over UAE, both Dubai and Abu Dhabi, over Jordan, Kuwait, other states there in the region. Just put into context the scope of the response from the Iranians and what you glean from how they've responded and how quickly.
So it's clear that they were prepared for counterstrikes to a certain extent, given that they reacted fairly quickly in the middle of the night to the strikes, because in the 12-day war, they took a little bit of time to respond as they regained command and control and determined what assets that they had left. And they took 5 days to respond after Qasem Soleimani was assassinated. So this is clear that there had been some pre-planning that was done. And as you mentioned, the countries that were attacked here specifically are where we have specific bases. So in Kuwait, we have Ali Al Salim Air Force Base. In the UAE, we have Al Dhafra Air Base, about 20 miles south of Abu Dhabi. In Bahrain, we have the 5th Fleet that's based out of there. In Doha, we happen to have nearby Al Udeid Air Force Base is not only the Air Force Base, but also the forward headquarters for U.S. Central Command. So all of those locations are strategic U.S. military bases in the region.
I'm joined now by Daniel Shapiro. He's the
A U.S. official says the U.S. has not previously faced such a wide range of simultaneous strikes targeting its overseas bases. Yeah, no shit. The opening salvo in retaliation from Iran was literally something that they've never faced before. Any chance of other Islamic nations joining the fight? Fuck no. Not even remotely happening. Not even close to happening. If anything, they join on the side of America and Israel by being like, oh, you hit our bases. The only country that will join, the only country that will take action is Yemen. That's it. And maybe some of the militancy in Iraq.
former U.S. ambassador to Israel, Ambassador Shapiro. Thanks so much for joining us. I understand you are now in a shelter in Tel Aviv.
CNN showed their expert from the Atlantic Council. It is now showing their expert from Tel Aviv. What difference would Ellison make? I don't know. I guess they would just straight up make Benjamin Netanyahu the only host on their show. Like, well, how do you level this up? Amit Segal, I guess. They were hiring Amit Segal to do commentary in Hebrew. You must learn Hebrew now. Like, is that, like, how do you level up from your pro-Israel sentiment right now, you know? Barack Ravid posting that Khamenei has been killed. Yeah, I know. They keep saying it over and over again. I know. Israeli ambassador to Washington, Yashael Leiter, told U.S. officials that Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei has been killed in the Israeli strike on his compound, a source with knowledge said. This has been the Israeli official statement so far. They keep saying that he's dead for sure. Again, that hasn't stopped the retaliation at all, if you have noticed. Iran keeps saying he's alive. Israel keeps saying he's dead. As I said earlier, Israel, when it comes to high-profile assassinations, is usually on the ball. We gotta be for real here, okay? When they talk about high-profile targets, they're oftentimes correct, okay? As I said earlier in the day. But ultimately, that doesn't matter, right? Like, or it's not going to yield the response that Israel and America thinks is going to create. Yeah, bro, the same thing happened with Nasrallah. Okay, I don't think you guys understand. I know I'm saying the same things that you're saying. Okay? When Israel said Hassan Nasrallah was killed in their strikes and Hezbollah said he wasn't killed, okay, it turned out that Israel was correct. So whether Ali Khamenei is dead or alive, that's up in the air at this point. It's likely that Israel is correct. The difference here is the IRGC and the Iranian nation state is very different than Hezbollah. Okay? Do you understand? So regardless of whether or not they were able to do a successful decapitation strike and assassinated Ali Khamenei and martyred him in the eyes of the popular base of Shia support all around the region, okay, this is ultimately not going to be as consequential as like Israel and America thinks it is. Do you see what I'm saying? Like focusing on whether or not he's dead or alive is utterly irrelevant right now, especially when the IRGC is currently pummeling Israel, okay? Clearly, that has not caused Iran to turn around and go, oh my God, we're putting our arms down. You killed the Ayatollah. What will we do? Do you understand? The Ayatollah is 87 years old, guys. Another Iranian drone hits the U.S. base in Bahrain, with Bahrainis seemingly celebrating the strike, chanting "Ya Ali." This is significant because it foreshadows what will likely happen if the war takes on a religious dimension, such as if Ayatollah Khamenei is assassinated. Like, all you do in that situation is piss off the existing Shia population in the entire fucking region, and you take out one of the more restrained leadership positions in the Iranian government. There's already a contingency plan. There's already a day after plan that the Iranian leadership has. There is no day after plan for America and Israel. Do you see what I mean? Their goals are destabilization.
So just to clarify, what you're seeing play out right now, you believe this is a war?
Well, when you call for regime change, it is not a military action. It is a war. Congress should be on record, every member, all 435 members of the House, all 100 members of the Senate, make a decision, put your name on there, yes or no, because this is not a limited military action, and that is on any capacity, Caitlin. This is something because the president has given you 6 explanations: nukes, ballistic missiles, Navy, proxy war, capacity to do that, and then regime change. It is all of the above and more. It's maximal. So therefore, because of
during the 12-day war, Israel did not want regime change. No, that's bullshit. They did. It was that America didn't have as many assets in the region as this time. They did. America was like, see what you can do. They overpromised. Okay, remember, what did Jeremy and I just talk about? Israel and Israeli intelligence overpromises and underdelivers. So in the 12-day war, Israel probably overpromised to the Americans that, like, oh, if we fucking, blow up the Iranian air defenses, develop air superiority over Iran, you'll have people rise up in arms and like kill the administration. You'll have we'll be able to do regime change that way. And America was like, bet, go ahead, do it. And Israel blew their fucking load. They had Mossad operatives inside of the country. They had a literal drone manufacturing facility in the heart of Tehran, right? So they did all of that, thinking that it would yield regime change. And America saw in the process of 12 days that their defense capabilities were diminishing, and that Iran was able to destroy the Iranian defenses. They showed their body. They're saying his body was found, and they showed the body to Netanyahu. Okay. It's now official. Documentation of Khamenei's body was shown to the prime minister. One of the modern world's longest serving dictators, is dead. Okay. Now, even with this confirmation, we move on to the next step because Iran hasn't stopped, right? Now, what next? What now? What now? Because if Israeli officials know that the Ayatollah is dead, which again, stop saying it's bullshit, chat. As I said earlier in the day, Israel is correct more often than incorrect when it comes to high-profile assassinations, okay? Even if it is correct, even if there is full confirmation, even if it's correct and there's full confirmation, what now is the question.
Steve,
all right, I
what
gotta
caused
pee.
you and your associates to go to this shelter? What happened?
Thanks for having me, Wilf. So early this morning, for the first time, a siren sounded, and where I was staying, we all rushed to a shelter. That's now happened about 7 or 8 times today here in central Israel. The last one, which just occurred a few moments ago, was followed by a series of booms. Sometimes which is an interception of an incoming missile. And earlier in the day, we heard 1 or 2 of such booms. But in the last round, we heard over 2 dozen. So it seems that the Iranians have changed their tactics as the day has gone on, from individual or small numbers of missile attacks to at least the last one being a larger salvo, which they've used in the past to try to saturate and penetrate Israeli air defenses.
Do you get a sense that the Iranians in their missile attacks, their drone attacks, are going after specific Israeli military targets, or just launching them to kill people and destroy as much as possible?
It's impossible for me to know from the places I've been able to be today exactly what they're targeting. In the past, they have put a lot of emphasis on military targets, intelligence targets, but some civilian targets. There are still buildings destroyed in central Tel Aviv from the war last June. So, and because Israel's a small country and a lot of civilian population lives alongside various other installations, and these missiles are not that accurate, it's entirely possible that they could shoot for a security target and hit an apartment building or a neighborhood. So they're probably going to cause as much damage as they can, given the pressure they're under from combined U.S. and Israeli strikes that the president announced this morning.
Yeah, clearly a lot of targets for the Iranians in the Tel Aviv area, and good luck over there. Just stay safe. What do you think regime change in Iran potentially could look like?
No way. Ayatollah got slimed. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't think we're going to make it. I don't think we're going to make it at all. I think the American government and the Israeli government take action for that guy, okay? And that guy is the average guy. They literally hear that and they go, oh, success. They don't think about like what happens next. They don't think about what's going on right now, right? Because like if the Israeli government knows that the Ayatollah is dead, then the Iranian government knows that the Ayatollah is dead. And they haven't changed. As a matter of fact, they're literally still currently blowing up American military bases, reducing the fucking rubble in the region, and also pummeling Israel. Okay? I don't think I don't think the average American or the average Westerner has like the capacity to comprehend what this means as far as like regional action, what this means as far as like destabilization. I think they just literally think, oh, bad guy killed. That's awesome. We did it. Victory parade now. You know? Like they think this is a video game. They don't think about it beyond that. Is that what it is? Like they refuse to comprehend what's still currently happening. Because it's not like Iran was like, oh no, you killed the Ayatollah. It's over. We are actually giving up on our ballistic missiles program right now. It's done. On God, you slimed the Ayatollah. I will now let go of my weapons. I will now stop bombing Israel in retaliation. Like, is that what you like? What? I don't know. I don't know what you think is happening at this point.
Do you see a clear path to who might actually take over if there is regime change?
I think this is one of the big question marks hanging over what the president announced.
I think also for a lot of people, they literally think that like the Ayatollah has like the power of hypnosis or something. Like that people don't independently arrive at the conclusion that like they want to fight back against Israel and America's bombing campaigns after like the first opening salvo killed like a bunch of schoolgirls and a bunch of civilians, like 200 plus civilians, right? Like they think, oh, well, the Ayatollah's dead. He had the Gias power to fucking hypnotize the entire Iranian population. Now that he's dead, these people are going to welcome us as liberators or something. Am I wrong for remembering that in the 12-day war, Iran hit the same civilian targets that Israel did a day or so later? Yes. They did, but if the Ayatollah is dead, then they probably have a different response package anyway. Because this time around, they have been much more aggressive in their retaliation.
Last night. First of all, I think many Americans probably woke up this morning surprised to discover that we're at war in the Middle East, something the president said he was going to try to avoid. And he really didn't do very much to prepare the public or discuss with the public what his strategy was, what the goal is, why it was imminent, and why it was necessary to take this action now. He mentioned...
I'm from Iran, the neighboring city of Tehran. People are dancing, cheering, and whistling in the streets. Nobody is with Iran. Stop supporting Islamic savage regime. Longtime fans is 2020. Oh. We're not going to make it. It's over. It's over, brother. Hog brain is complete. Okay? Hey, HasanAbi, I'm standing literally in the rubble right now, and it's fucking goated. Okay, you don't understand. I want more JDAMs. I want more JDAMs. Oh, wait, I'm dead now. I don't think he's joking. I think that there are, I mean, he's probably not in Iran, but there are people who are like, oh, no, this is going to be great. Just like there were people in Iraq that were like, I hate Saddam Hussein. Thank God he's been toppled. He's not from Iran. He's from South. Wait, what? We're dancing in the streets, bro. I hated my grandma. Okay. Let me tell you, she had bad fucking vibes. Feel me? What is this? Where is this from? Only 18% of Iranians in Iran see foreign intervention as a path to change. 18%. Where is that from? Study after study shows that while the majority of Iranians don't support the regime, even more don't support foreign intervention. We know our own history. Why would we support the ones who created the problem in the first place? Even Gaman, the most regime-critical survey out there, the one that Shah supporters themselves cite, show Iranians in Iran prefer civil protests, 31%, and strikes, 65%, over foreign intervention, 18%, as a path to change. Iran poll / Chicago Council asked 2007 Iranians what Iran should do if the U.S. attacks. The majority said respond militarily. 30% said go to the UN. No majority for welcoming it. 86% of Iranians view the U.S. negatively. Iran poll 2019. And NIAC / YouGov in 2025 show 53% of Iranian Americans don't even want foreign intervention. Like not even the majority of diaspora supports this. Except if you were to look at my chat, it's 99% of Iranians in Tehran and 125% of Iranians in the diaspora that support this unconditionally. They're literally aching for it. Their back walls are quaking. They want it so bad. They want to shove a Tomahawk missile up their fucking assholes and launch themselves in the direction of Tehran to kill their own fucking grandparents. If that was what it would take. If you ask the people in my chat tuning in from fucking Langley. Okay, that's all they want. That's all people are demanding. Unc, pace yourself. It's going to be a long day. It's already a fucking long
What
day.
we know very well about this
It's the longest
terrible
of
Iranian
days.
regime. It's a nuclear program, ballistic missile program. It's abuse of its own people and its sponsorship of terrorism. But why now? And it was surprising to me that he laid the predicate that the goal of this is regime change, because that is not something that can be done just by airstrikes. What he said, and he's probably right about this, is that only the Iranian people on the ground are going to be able to overthrow the regime and replace it with something else. But replace it with what? Most intelligence experts who you consult with suggest the most likely near-term replacement for the current regime is a military dictatorship under the Iran.
You're telling me that the IRGC had a plan for their 86-year-old leader to die one day? Yeah. It turns out they are aware of how the passage of time works. And yes, of course, they have a fucking contingency that they already implemented last time. Okay? The 6-way split screen of Al Jazeera showing half a dozen regional capitals on fire should quickly bring home the catastrophic implications of this illegal, stupid, and completely unnecessary war. Longtime fan from south of Tel Aviv here. People are dancing, rejoicing, seeing liberatory Iranian missiles strike us. They're doing the cum dance. Like people think, also it's so funny because like people think I'm going to be like, what? The Ayatollah's dead. Oh my God, I love the Ayatollah or something. Like they come in here to be like, bro, your boy's dead, bro, Ayatollah. It's like, first of all, I'm not even fucking Shia, dumbass. And secondly, even as a Sunni Muslim, like when have I been a pious man, you know? Like, what gives you that indication that I have any sort of like personal connection to the fucking Ayatollah? You absolute dumb monkey-brained loser. You fucking stupid Ameroids who think like, oh, well, obviously this guy fucking, his name is Hasan, he's Muslim. Obviously he fucking loves the Ayatollah personally. Like, I don't, you know, I only care about the consequences.
Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. Beyond that, it's a big question mark whether there is a sufficiently consolidated opposition, whether it could be done peacefully or democratically, whether different splinter groups, ethnic or regional.
Yeah, just wait. Now that the school that they struck, is getting a little bit of motion in Western news, they'll hit the same lines. Oh, this was an IRGC missile. This was a misfired IRGC missile. And then they'll say, okay, it wasn't a misfired IRGC missile. It was actually, there was actually a missiles munitions stockpile under the school, and we had to blow up the girls on top of it. You know how it is. That's how it always goes, okay? The U.S. Israel seem to be pinning a lot on Iranians protesting against the regime during, or as Trump requested, after major military operations have ended. Anecdotal, but I've seen more videos of Bahrainis celebrating strikes than Iranians. Basijis currently occupy the streets. Even Channel 14 in Israel could only scrounge up a single woman dancing on a street and a couple boys in a schoolyard. Maybe things will happen tonight, but I have skepticisms. But I have the skepticisms you have. Yeah, they are really, really leaning into the Iranian population taking matters into their own hands. And if that doesn't happen, if the response doesn't come, or even if it does come, let's be real, I think they're probably still going to keep up the strikes and escalate its intensity on Iran. But if that doesn't happen, they're just going to start directly killing more and more Iranian civilians, I think. What a spectacular strategy, for the record. What a spectacular fucking strategy. Twitch and YouTube combined 81,000 viewers. Are people waking up or are they botting again? No, brother. It's a fucking massive issue. It's a massively consequential story. Of course, people are just like tuning in to listen to what I have to say. Yes, the Piker Broadcasting Service is alive and well. For you, the viewers, by you, the viewers, subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service if you would like to support the broadcast. Twitter claims your dog died. What is this? Streamer Hasan Piker's dog Kai has died at age 3 after an apparent accident at home. The cause of death has not been publicly confirmed. Yeah, no, it's because all the fucking Zionist Hasbara dick riders that are too afraid to openly say they want to suck Israel's cock as hard as they possibly can until the cummies impregnate them with the future of the Israeli population. They have to go and be like, oh, it's memes. Hasan is so mad. He's like zapping Kaya or whatever. That's it. That's what this is. I saw another one of those guys on the timeline being like, oh God, Hasan is going to punish Kaya so hard. They have to create this fucking narrative that, like, one, I'm really fucking upset at my best friend, the Ayatollah, and his passing. And then two, I'm actually punishing my dog Kaya for it. It's just a way to, it's basically just a way to not say that you want to eat Israel's dick to the best of your ability. Did your dog really die? No. What are you, fucking stupid? Of course not. The fuck is wrong with you? You do seem upset, to be honest. Yeah, I wonder why I would be upset about multiple billions of dollars in assets being used to destroy a foreign nation at the behest of Israel, another foreign nation, rather than, I don't know, use it on American soil for American hospitals and American education. I wonder why, as an anti-imperialist, I would have, some opinions on this that are negative. You should ask yourself why you think this is good. You shouldn't wait until the gas prices go through the fucking roof for you to go, why did this happen? Dumbass. Pathetic. Selfish. Idiotic. Ignorant.
साइड पे हो जाओ साइड पे भागो Oh my God. Guys, look at other. Look at other. Look at other. Look at other. Anything here? Oh my God.
That guy's speaking Urdu. It's Qatar, bro. They have a massive Indian population, Indian residents. They have a massive immigrant population, much larger than the nationals, the Qatari national population.
Room ke samne. Ya Allah khair.
Just as the strikes began, President Trump posted this message on social media.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel.
Yeah. I wonder why they say death to America over there. I just can't seemingly wrap my head around it. It's just like so strange. We're so nice.
2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died.
Senior Trump administration officials say the U.S. had indicators that Iran intended to strike preemptively, and Trump decided not to let U.S. forces absorb missile attacks. Okay, dude. Yeah, right. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. They didn't even fucking say it ahead of time, too. Sure, bud.
Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxy.
I can't deal with the stupidity of the average fucking hog, too. Like, I can't. I can't deal with the stupidity of the average American that looks at this and goes, hell yeah, brother. Like, we fucking did that shit. Like, oh, chest thumping, like, jingoistic sentiment. Just like thinking that this is beneficial for their lives in any way, shape, or form. Like, yeah, he did it for me, brother. I'm so fucking tired, dude.
Have continued to launch countless attacks against.
Wait, you can't send links unless you're subbed? Can you check logs if you want? I got timed out. Yes. If you would like to send me links, you have to be a subscriber to the HasanAbi broadcast. There's a lot less of that than we'd seen previously, though. Yeah, even in my chat, which normally a lot of bad faith actors and malicious actors would come into in a moment like this, we've rarely seen people be like, oh, I bet you're fucking mad right now, libtard. Your favorite liberal beacon of leftist values, the Ayatollah's dead. Like, it's not. There is definitely a very limited amount of people saying dumb fucking bullshit like that. I think most people understand that we're doing this for Israel and they don't really fuck with Israel and they don't really like it. And before people say, Hasan, don't you believe saying this is Israel's war is anti-Semitic? I'm going to stop you right there, okay? This is 100% Israel's design. If you think that it's not the case, you're a fucking idiot, okay? I don't give a shit how it sounds. This is outside of America's scope. America would love to destabilize Iran as well, make no mistake. America would love to take over Iran if given the opportunity. This violent military action is 1,000,000% Israel's design for the longest fucking time. Lemafayal Hasan seething. That's awesome. Hasan, you're seething. Me, on the other hand, I love putting American assets in the region, and I love spending billions, if not trillions of dollars defending Israel and blowing up Israel's enemies, baby. I love it. I love it. You seething. Me, Chad. Me, Zionist Chad, doesn't deserve healthcare at all. Me, cattle. You, stupid fucking Islamist. I love being cattle. I love being a slave to capital. It is my favorite thing. Look at how low cortisol I am in this very moment. Okay? You, on the other hand, fucking stupid, seething, angry that the United States of America is constantly telling Americans we don't have enough money for healthcare, we don't have enough money for education, we don't have enough money for job prospects, we don't have enough money for housing. We only have money for Israel. Me, I say, am Israel high? I'm a Chad. What do you got to say to that, dude 91? You're fucking my age, duder 91. If you're not angry at this point, you literally are a slave, okay? If you're not angry at this point, you have serf mindset, brother. You're a goddamn peasant. How the fuck are you not angry? Like, how do you wear it on your fucking sleeve like that, where you're like, nah, this shit, dude, injected directly into my veins. I love more of this, please. more of whatever the fuck's going on here. I'm a peasant. I fucking all the grand design of the world, all the violence, all the bloodshed, and, me never getting my surplus labor value back in return for all the work I put in so my boss can be a fucking wealthy demon. That's awesome. I love being led by the Epstein pedophilic cabal. It's my favorite. Is that your take? Is that how you arrive at American sovereignty, American prosperity? Is that how you get to be America first? That what it is? We're Epstein maxing in this bitch? That's what you got? Somewhere out there, someone's getting dominated with American force projection, and that makes me feel good.
American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels in international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again, they can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue.
It's pretty crazy that he openly fucking says, American soldiers are going to die and the Iranian public is going to be hurt by this too. It's fucking crazy. Like saying the quiet part out loud. But again, with the full knowledge that we are cattle, we won't do anything about it. You know what I mean? Here's CNN. Let's tune in live to CNN reporting on Khamenei's demise.
Speculation as to just how far, one, the U.S. was willing to go, but Israel as well, if they were striking together. And now we know they were willing to go as far as taking out Iran's most senior leader. Now, we had reported earlier that he was not the only target of these strikes, that other senior military and other leaders in Iran were targeted. We don't know their status at this point, but as we reported earlier in the day, Israeli officials were becoming more confident over time today that they had hit at least some of their targets. Listen, in Iran, does that mean that suddenly there will be a new government, a new leader, one friendlier to the U.S.? No, an enormous network and structure of leadership and power remains in that country, military, economic, political, and otherwise. But to take out the supreme leader is a significant change. And of course, the question is, how far does that change go? Does it weaken the government to the degree that the government collapses? Does it weaken it to a degree that the protesters that we saw take on this government quite bravely in recent weeks are inspired to go out into the streets again, right? I mean, that's what President Trump was encouraging them to do explicitly in his statement this morning. Now, that's quite a risky proposition, given that government retains enormous power, and they showed they were willing to use it to deadly extent in the many thousands of protesters that they killed in recent weeks. Those are still the open questions, but we have one question answered. Was Israel willing to go so far as to take out the supreme leader of Iran? And the answer is yes, and they had success doing so.
Right. And now the big question is what comes next? Jim
Yeah.
Sciutto, stand by. I want to bring in Barak Ravid, CNN political and global affairs analyst. He's also a global affairs correspondent at Axios. Barak, I know you spoke with President Trump earlier today. Again, if you are just joining us, our breaking news is that Iran's supreme leader has been killed in these strikes. That is coming from Israeli sources. Barak, we're still waiting to hear from the president, from the U.S. government, but the Israeli sources confirming that. What more are you learning? What did the president tell you?
So first, just about Khamenei, I think around 30, 40 minutes ago, the Israeli ambassador to Washington, Yechiel Leiter, updated several U.S. officials and members of Congress that Israeli intelligence shows that Khamenei has been killed and his body was taken out of the rubble in the compound in Tehran that was attacked. I spoke to President Trump a little bit before 1 p.m. While he was in Mar-a-Lago. We spoke for around 5 minutes. The president sounded to me at least
hi in chat, but you and your community ignored me, not a single hi back.
Calm and confident.
I don't know, chatter.
Are going according to plan.
World-changing incidents are taking place, don't you think?
The situation with Khamenei was one of the main things he was tracking at that moment. And what was interesting in what he told me is that I asked him, how long is this going to continue? And he said, I have several off-ramps. I can go long and take the whole thing, meaning take over Iran, something that, I don't think that's something that is seriously being considered.
That's quite a statement, yeah.
Yeah. Or I can go on for another 2-3 days and then tell the Iranians, we'll see you again in a few years if you try and rebuild your nuclear program, your missile program, meaning that Donald Trump, at least my impression from the conversation with him, is that he's looking to end this thing within a few days. And basically put an ultimatum to the Iranians. We can get a deal, or you can try and rebuild your program, and then we'll just bomb you again if you try to do this. And I think that was one of the messages that U.S. officials that just briefed reporters, I think 10 minutes ago, said that when the 12-day war ended after Operation Midnight Hammer, the U.S. told Iran, if you try to rebuild, we will come again. And those U.S. officials said that the Iranians, according to U.S. intelligence, did try and rebuild the program. So we know from satellite imagery that the Iranians started infrastructure work in several of the nuclear sites that were attacked in June. We do not know whether they really tried to resume a nuclear program, meaning enrichment and other activities. One of the interesting things I heard from President Trump is that he told me that he thinks that Operation Midnight Hammer allowed Operation Epic Fury to go forward. Because President Trump claimed that if he did not go on that operation last June, if he did not order a strike on those 3 nuclear facilities, Iran would have been much, much closer to a nuclear weapon, maybe even have a nuclear weapon by now, according to what President Trump said. And that would make the current operation much harder, maybe even impossible. We just have to say the Iranians were very close.
By the way, for YouTube, like the YouTube stream, for the YouTube chat, like the YouTube stream and interact with it, please. In order to boost its visibility, because I feel like putting Israel and strike on Iran in the name of the YouTube stream is probably not helping with the visibility in general. So hit that like button, hit the subscription, subscribe to the YouTube page. Don't forget to do that. More soundboard. What would I be doing if I was in Iran? I don't know, fucking dying, I guess.
Iranians were willing to go did not really meet the minimum the U.S. was willing to go.
Barak, I also
Here.
want to ask you about these strikes and the strikes this morning that ultimately killed Iran's supreme leader. What more do we know about them? You have to think, and there has to have been incredible intelligence that went into knowing where he was. The fact that these strikes happened in the daylight when normally, when the U.S. has struck, it has been at nighttime. Do you know any more about the context around the actual strikes themselves?
So I think one of the reasons that the strike was in daylight is because it was part of the, on the one hand, was part of the deception. The Iranians, I guess, thought the strike would be during the night, as it's been last June, but also because the Israeli officials say that they had intelligence that at that time of day, morning time in Iran, there has been 3 different gatherings of senior Iranian officials in 3 different places. And that was a window of opportunity, an operational window that the Israelis could try and conduct strikes on those 3 gatherings and try and eliminate many top political and military officials in Iran. One of them, the supreme leader. By the way, the Israelis assess that they managed to take out the commander of the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps, that they managed to take out the commander of the Iranian Armed Forces, that they managed to take out the Iranian Minister of Defense, that they managed to take out the head of Iranian intelligence, and numerous other officials. And what is amazing to me is that this is exactly how the 12-day war started. In an opening strike that decapitated so many Iranian officials. And 8 months later, it seems that the Iranians literally learned nothing and, conducted themselves in a way that A, allowed the Israelis to know where they are, and B, allowed the Israelis to hit them, meaning that they were not deep enough underground.
All right. Great reporting from Barak Ravid. Please stand by. I do want to go to the White House now, where our senior White House correspondent, Kristen Holmes, is standing by. Kristen, again, for people who are following along, just joining us, we are hearing from Israeli sources. They are confirming that Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah, has been killed in these strikes this morning, joint strikes by the U.S. and Israel together. We are still waiting to hear from President Trump from the U.S. on this. What more are you hearing from people you're talking to in the administration, in the White House?
Yeah, I was asking about this just moments ago. They said they weren't ready to comment on it just yet. That could also mean that President Trump himself may be gearing up to.
Trump is confirming to the NBC that reports of Khamenei's death, we feel that is a correct story. Once again, there is, as I said early on in the day when Israel first said Khamenei was dead, that Israel usually, when it comes to high-profile assassinations like this, are correct more often than they're wrong, okay? Even if Trump is not fully on board with the confirmation, it still doesn't matter, okay? You only believe that this will collapse the system if you believe the bullshit that the American government was pumping up from the get-go, that like once the Ayatollah is dead, all of a sudden everything falls apart, as though like the Ayatollah himself has placed a hypnosis beam on the entire Shia population all around the region, and certainly on the entire Iranian population. Like, these guys are not getting the W that they want to get right now, but they're trying to fucking farm it to the best of their ability to be like, well, we told you that if the Ayatollah dies, then the Iranians are going to take over, and the regime is going to collapse in and of itself. This, as we have said over and over again, is a failure. Is a failure to understand what the Iranian governance structure actually looks like. Okay? The idea that they don't have a contingency plan, the idea that there is no like day after plan that they have for a decapitation strike against the Ayatollah, who is 87 years old. 87. If you think that the fucking Iranian government didn't think that an 87-year-old guy was gonna die any fucking moment from a goddamn light breeze, you're a fucking moron. Like, what are we talking about? He was 87. At that point, he might die going up the fucking stairs. Like, you know what I mean? What are you saying? Yeah, he was 87. Didn't look a day over 86, too. It's so ridiculous. It comes from this Orientalist perspective that these guys are actually fucking barbarians, right? This is a barbaric nation that is in the mercy, at the mercy of one singular individual. There is no contingency plan. There's no governance structure. There's no horizontal administrative apparatus that is capable of running the show in the very likely scenario that the fucking Ayatollah dies, even if not in the hands of Israeli and American airstrikes, but simply because he sneezed too fucking hard. What are we doing? Yes, the IDF spokesperson and Emmanuel Fabian also confirms they killed several members of Iran's security leadership, including top defense official Ali Shamkhani and the commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Once again, they're still pummeling Israel. Like, what do you think? Like, does this not directly defy the expectations that these guys set for what happens? I don't understand it. Like, people literally were like, oh, they're just going to do a fucking decapitation strike. It's over from that point on. All the Iranians are going to be like, oh, we love being gay. And you know, we're throwing our veils on the streets and, you know, we're waving the flag. It's over. We're Persian now. We're not even Iranian. Like, is that what... If that was what was supposed to happen, it's not happening. It's not happening at all. What happens to the popular, the actual popular base that the Ayatollah has? Like, what happens to the 20% of the population that actually like the guy? You know, there's, let's say 80% of the population doesn't like the guy, 20% likes the guy. That's still a lot of fucking people. You know what I mean? Yeah, if you want to see who's actually celebrating, here you go. We couldn't hold control over Iraq or Afghanistan. Iran is nearly 4 times as large. We don't have the troops for this. No 9/11 to boost the ranks. I know. That's why a lot of people got offended when I said if there's ever like a you know, I said if there was any kind of like terror attack on U.S. soil, it will be very difficult to convince myself and many Americans, millions of Americans, that it had nothing to do with America and Israel's design. Okay? And people got real mad about that. They got real mad. I said earlier, Jamel Bowie of New York Times got real fucking mad about that. I said, if there's any terrorism, in air quotes, if there's any terrorism in air quotes that happens on U.S. soil now, you will never be able to convince me, nor millions of other Americans, that it wasn't Israel and America conducting it together to rally the masses to support an insanely unpopular war. Your take is a filter? In some ways, yes. Kaya from Morale Boost, she's literally living La Vida Loca right now. She's literally living La Vida Loca at the park, having the time of her life, not a care in the world, has no idea what's going on. He deleted that repost, by the way. Everyone blow up on him, lol. Like, this isn't even awesome. 9/11 was an Israeli op shit either, for the record. Like, I'm not even saying that here. I think, like, people want to make it seem like I'm saying that, okay? But I have long maintained the position that America does not have the popular support for another global war on terror, especially in the aftermath of the global war on terror. What kickstarted the increase in the ranks and the reason as to why so many people joined the military, joined the armed forces, was because of 9/11. A lot of people were like, oh, there it is, like fucking 9/11. We got to go punish people. We got to go punish people overseas. We got to do something. It was a vengeance quest, right? A lot of people joined. Ever since then, obviously, the draft has been relying heavily on the poverty draft. So in the absence of another 9/11 style attack or like some major fucking incident, I don't think Americans are going to join the ranks of the armed forces to go and defend Israel, okay? I just don't think that's happening. The war itself is unpopular. Israel itself is unpopular. Most people see this as Israel's war. America's waging Israel's war at their behest, as always. It doesn't fucking matter. You can't just be like, oh, they killed the Ayatollah. Like, this is going to get all the support in the world. No one gives a shit. You know?
Than the ones that they replaced.
But good luck. Pay extra mind to those who offered unlimited support to the Epstein class and Donald Trump and his defenses of his defense of his butt buddies that were all over the fucking Epstein files. Pay close attention to how they try to package this incredibly and unimaginably unpopular war. And by that, I mean the likes of Asmongold, who will try to fucking massage the narrative to be like, well, yeah, I mean, we're fucking dominating Iran. Yeah, it's based. Just make sure you understand. Anyone that comes at you with this and doesn't openly state that this is very clearly Israel's design, it's very clearly uniparty for the Democratic Party's leadership. They wanted this to happen, and that's the reason why they're not presenting a strong enough response to it, knowing full well that it was going to happen. Pay close attention to the ways in which people try to package this, okay? Pay close attention to the ways in which people try to defend it.
Administration is, as we are getting this news that the Supreme leader has been killed.
Well, clearly, Jessica, the president has chosen his most aggressive action here, which is seeking regime change, and he made that pretty clear during his brief 8-minute video that he released on Truth Social. What he didn't explain was the mechanism of getting from the military action that Cedric has just walked us through to the political reality of what a regime change would look like. Because as Cedric just suggested, you can get all kinds of regime change, and some of it can be worse than what it is that you just departed from. So if in fact the supreme leader has been killed, if in fact a good number of the leadership of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, their most elite military, have been killed, the first question is, who are the successors there? And the second is, what is the mechanism for the people of Iran to pick up on this chaos, rise up, as the president suggested, and install a new government? And they're without arms. They're without organization. The government still has that. The military still has that. And we haven't heard a plan yet from the U.S. for how they would get over that particular hurdle.
And that is so key right now as we move to the next phase of this, which is what comes next after the Ayatollah has been confirmed dead. Okay, so now who is going to fill that void? And to your point, David, in talking with a number of people, how might the Iranian people who, just in the last few months have suffered to be in the streets to demand their freedom, to who have been protesting and being killed for it, but how might those people who, as you note, aren't armed, aren't trained, aren't necessarily organized in that way, take their government? And is there any thinking from the Trump administration about how to support that piece of it besides the military part?
Well, one hopes that there has been thinking about this. Secretary Rubio was asked about this in a Senate hearing back in January, and he said, well, if there was regime change, that's an issue we'd have to think about for a long time. Well, fact of the matter is, people in the United States government have been thinking about this for 40 years in various forms. So clearly the Iranians have a succession plan. The supreme leader is 86 years old. And so they needed a succession plan anyway, and he was not in good health. The question is what that plan looks like and whether the U.S. and the Iranian people can knock them off that plan. And that's really the hard and difficult part here. I think it's also worth remembering that this was, despite the administration's efforts to sound like there was very urgent reason to go do this, the timing of this was a war of choice for the administration. That is to say, there was no urgency of an attack from Iran. As Barack Ravid mentioned to you, they're further from a nuclear weapon than they had been in June after those strikes. So the question is, did the president pick the right moment? And he might say, there's never a wrong moment to change the government in Iran.
Right, because Kristen Holmes, as you noted, had reported that the White House is saying that they were concerned about these preemptive strikes, in their words, that Iran might be taking, and yet there is reporting, that is counter to that, but they are going to be asked, the administration, why now? That is a question that continues to come up again and again and again, right. Especially as they were in talks.
It did come up in a background briefing. It did come up in a background briefing that some administration officials gave, but they didn't provide any evidence of an imminent strike.
Yeah, right. But yes, yeah, exactly. But that is their explanation at the time. But of course, as you note, time will tell. The evidence, we will need to see as well. All right, David Sanger, thank you so much. It is great to have you as always. I want to bring in New Jersey Democratic Congressman Josh Gottheimer. He's also a member of the House
he's nutting.
Committee.
Oh, I fucking hate
Congressman,
this.
thanks for being here.
Oh, I hate this fucking piece of shit.
Just want to get your.
Oh, I hate this fucking. Dude, how is CNN supposed to be more pro-Israel than this? How is CNN supposed to be more pro-Israel than this? They have fucking Josh Gottheimer on. Are you fucking kidding me? Josh Gottheimer is literally one of the only fucking congresspersons on the Democratic Party side that straight up was like, alongside the other dipshit in fucking Florida, saying, of course we gotta go to war with Iran. How is CNN supposed to be more pro-Israel than this? This is basically Fox News.
The attack on Iran, but the fact that Iran has turned around and attacked so many of our allies in the region, right, which is also not to be something that we should take lightly as we look at this,
just
in terms of their attacks.
Put Randy Fine on CNN. Just cut to the fucking chase. Cut through the noise. Put Randy Fine on to literally suck Benjamin Netanyahu's cock on television. Just do the pornography. Do us the dignity. We know. We get it. Fuck.
Is and has been the government around an existential threat to the United States.
We've seen
both in terms
Barack Ravid. The panel is comprised initially of AIPAC's very own Wolf Blitzer. Then they bring on Barack Ravid. Then they bring on fucking Josh Gottheimer. Where is Alan Dershowitz, I say? Where is Benjamin Netanyahu? Just have Benjamin Netanyahu on. Who strikes on live stream in Tel Aviv? Did they udrub or what? Where is it? Oh, shit. No, those are interceptors. Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Ooh. Wait, is this new? Is this happening already? Like this? Oh shit! Oh, they cut across.
All right, and you're starting to see some activity there again toward the right of your screen now.
Ooh.
Okay, so 10:39 there in Tel Aviv. Just a few minutes after we reported Israeli sources saying that the strikes this morning by the U.S. and Iran did in fact kill the supreme leader of Iran. And there were questions about what we might see after this news and throughout the night in Israel. I do want to bring in Cedric Layton, who's standing by. And Cedric, obviously, Israel has the Iron Dome. They work to intercept these missiles that are coming toward Tel Aviv right now, but help people understand what we're looking at on our screen.
Yeah, so Jessica, what you're seeing is a panoply of different aspects here. So the Israeli air defense system, the missile defense system, is composed of basically 3 layers. One of them is the famous Iron Dome. That is basically takes care of short-range missile threats, also drones, threats of that type, in some cases even artillery shells. You go up then to the David Sling system. That David Sling system is a system that takes care of medium-level threats, medium-range threats. So that could include some of the missiles that come into Israeli airspace from places like Iran, also places like Lebanon, where Hezbollah was very important as an Iranian proxy. And then you have the Arrow system, and the Arrow system is the one that we're probably seeing most of, because that takes care of the longest range missiles. So every time you see a flash in the sky, what you're looking at is the point where the Arrow missile or one of the other air defense missiles is actually intercepting an incoming missile. Some of these missiles go in and they do what's called a proximity hit. So in other words, they don't actually directly hit the actual incoming missile, but others go in and directly hit that missile. It depends on which system you're using. But the basic idea is, if the target is perceived to be a populated area or an important building, then the Israeli air defense system is brought into play, and it actually takes out that missile. And if the trajectory of the missile shows that it's going into an unpopulated area, there you see a flash right there. That was probably a big hit where the missile was intercepted. You see pieces are falling.
You are weird for liking this. Did you not see me go like this? Very bad. Did you not see me do that? Very, very bad. I'm shaking my head. I'm SMH. I'm SMH. I'm finger wagging. When I hear massive explosions sounding in central Tel Aviv, I go, not good. You know? Bro, the fucking fact that they have an Isfahan missile site camera is crazy. How is that? We just saw a missile. What the fuck is this intel cam, man? Is that real? Medics and security forces are responding to reports of a ballistic missile impact in central Israel. What? But this doesn't make sense. They have the Arrow systems. I thought Israel would know that things are safe and sound because we don't have health care. Israel go and find out today why we don't have health care. You know, that type of shit.
That what is happening, because I think you hear it immediately and you think, oh, did it hit something? But oftentimes it's the missile itself being stopped.
Israel has
That's
healthcare.
right. It's the missile itself. So there's a missile that is going fast to intercept the incoming missile or the incoming drone. You can hear a sonic boom potentially from that. Or you can hear potentially the impact if the missile system is one which is designed, like David Sling, for example, to actually hit the incoming missile. Then, in that particular case, you may also hear the boom of the impact. Generally speaking, there's a possibility also of an explosion happening because there are proximity fuses on these weapon systems, and when they explode on impact, that then is designed to destroy the incoming missiles.
All right, Colonel Layton, I want you to please stand by. I do want to bring in Jim Sciutto, who is watching this live with us as well as we see these strikes in Tel Aviv, the sirens sounding. Jim, what more are you learning? And as you're watching this, what's going through your mind?
Well, listen, I've been on the roof of the hotel there in Tel Aviv in the midst of Iranian ballistic missile strikes. Oh, you see that boom in the lower right-hand corner there. That this was last year in response to Israeli attacks on Iran. Iran has the capability to strike Israel. Israel has very formidable air defenses at multiple levels, and I believe that's what you're seeing right now, those flashes off in the distance. Most likely intercepts, but aware of that, Iran often launches their missiles and drones in waves intended to overwhelm Israel's air defense systems. Now, I should note that part of the enormous U.S., and there's an air raid siren there, part of the enormous U.S. military presence in the region, mobilized to the region, was expressly to provide air defense, additional air defense, not just for Israel, but for other allies in the region. And what I think we're seeing coming from the top of the screen
Israel,
there,
mostly, I don't know. American bases are basically American bases on foreign soil outside of Israel have basically cratered at this point. So I don't think it's actually for all of our allies. Let's be fucking real. I think it's more so just for Israel, don't you think?
To be clear, an impact is good. That means you've taken out the missile on the way in, but that debris still has to come to the ground, right? And when it comes to the ground, it can still be deadly. And there have been a number of instances of that last year in the midst of Iranian strikes on Israel. And I believe there were reports earlier today of someone in Israel being struck by falling debris. So the danger does not disappear after a successful intercept. But of course, far better to intercept the missile in the air than allow it to strike its target on the ground.
Wait.
Again,
Wait.
Israel has enormous...
Guys, I feel lied to. I thought, but the Ayatollah's dead. And therefore, Iran was going to wave the white flag and that, like, they would never retaliate. It was over, right? The regime collapsed shortly thereafter. I'm still seeing videos of impact.
I think that's what the calculation now is. Regime.
Wait a minute.
I think that's what the calculation.
How is that possible?
Regime preservation. Could you get a more pragmatic figure?
Shock. This is mission accomplished, I thought. What's happening? I feel duped. Every time you see an impact, that's actually the Iron Dome working. It's just confusing to me is all. I've been told by all of the intelligent, smart, well-educated individuals that are on the Israeli payroll, mind you, on virtually every media outlet that this should not be happening at all.
Siding over this regime? Sure.
Aaron, I just want to break in for a moment because we're looking at live pictures in the air over Tel Aviv, and obviously, as many people know or maybe don't know, there is an Iron Dome that Israel uses as its missile defense system, and we're seeing it working
Ahmed Segal,
now, in some
I'm
places,
hearing reports that Ahmed Segal is no longer dancing. It gives me no pleasure to report that Ahmed Segal is no longer dancing. It seems that the death of the Ayatollah has not actually led to the collapse of the regime as previously planned. Let's take a look. Another impact.
Listen.
That's once again. This is I just, let's get a better look. I couldn't tell what happened there.
Listen.
I feel duped. I don't know if you guys feel duped, but I personally, am Israel high, am Israel high, am Israel high. I want to repeat that over and over again. I thank Israel every morning that I wake up for being the most prosperous, joyful nation that has ever existed, the only democracy in the world. Iran's second wave, it seems, is coming in extra strong. In addition to Israel, explosions and interceptors have been reported in the last few minutes over U.S. bases in Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, and the UAE. I just I don't know. I don't know how to make of. I don't know what I'm seeing. I feel like I'm my eyes should not be seeing this. I feel like my eyes are behaving in an anti-Semitic manner for seeing this. I am going to continue with my reporting from the glorious nation of Israel at the heart of Tel Aviv, tuning in live, telling you, of course, that everything is fine and that the Iranian missiles are actually anti-Semitically targeting Israel, and that Iran is anti-Semitically defending itself, which once again is anti-Semitic. I want to stress that as many times as I possibly can. This is anti-Semitism. The Associated Press is live showcasing, once again, the ballistic missiles coming from the Iranian direction, striking at the heart of Tel Aviv in the most anti-Semitic manner. It's unacceptable and anti-Semitic. Iran does not have a right to defend itself. Israel has a right to defend itself. And what that defense means is offense. That's the best defense, is a strong offense. Let's be real. Barry Weiss is going nutty. What the fuck is this? Mr. Ramdani, you are more than welcome to come to one of my safe houses. Masih Ali Nejad, who was targeted for the assassination by the Iranian regime at her Brooklyn home, responded to a statement released by New York. Oh, okay. I don't really care about this lady. Can you add Udrub Udrub Tel Aviv to the soundboard? I'm not trying to get fucking literally drone striked. So no, I will not be doing that. Yeah, we saw the one live on NBC, but here, let's watch it one more time. Again, this is... I just... Trump is asked by NBC who will replace Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and says, I don't know, but at some point they'll be calling me to ask who I'd like. He added, I'm only being a little sarcastic when I say that. Interesting. This missile is very anti-Semitic. Oh yeah, we saw this earlier. This is at Al Udeid in Qatar. In 10 minutes, I will have Rokana on to talk about the Democratic Party's response and lack of response.
You have the Israeli air defense system, which is basically designed to protect against these kinds of missiles, but it can't do it all alone, and especially when it gets overwhelmed by these kinds of things. The Aegis systems, the Aegis radar systems that are based on the ships that are part of the carrier strike group.
What's the point then if they don't think it'll actually topple the regime? What do you mean? The point is to try to destabilize Iran so that they can't do this. What they're doing right now, they don't want Iran to do. That's the whole point. And they're going to keep pummeling Iran. Once this barrage is done, they will literally continue pummeling Iran. And then if Iran ups the ante, if Iran starts striking American carriers in the region, for example, then they'll respond by upping the ante on their own. I don't know. I mean, look, man, who knows where this goes? I will say Israel is a nuclear armed nation and is utterly psychotic. But for us here in the United States of America, we get to watch our tax dollars light on fucking fire. So even from a selfish perspective, even from the perspective of a selfish American who doesn't give a shit about like the lives that are being destroyed in the process, MDA images from the scene of an Iranian ballistic missile impact in Israel, in central Israel a short while ago. Goddamn. Amit Segal is mad at Palestinians for celebrating. In Iran, they celebrate the death of the dictator. In the Palestinian city of Nablus, they celebrate the firing of rockets at Israel. Oh, God, you're a fucking bitch, dude. I wonder why they're celebrating. Shut the fuck up. Isn't America supposed to be defending Israel? What was the point of bringing in those carriers? Brother, I don't know how to explain this to you. We are doing that right now. We are defending them. It's just that the Iranian missile technology is overcoming the unlimited billions of defense that we have dumped into Israel. So if you think that like every impact, I need you to understand something. Every impact that Iran has right now inside of the Israeli boundaries means that all of the American defense and all of the Israeli missile technology, the anti-missile defense systems, is failing. They are not allowing these missiles to penetrate the Arrow systems or the Iron Dome or any number of different like THAAD missile launchers that we have that we placed inside of Tel Aviv. It's happening, but it's not supposed to be happening. It means that all of the additional carrier strike groups that we sent to the region, all of the extra anti-defense systems that we have in the region with our naval assets are failing. They're failing to stop Iranian ballistic missiles. What is this? Your op Kira was finally revealed? That's not real. There's no shot that's real. Popular user Kira Won't Miss home security. Because you want to know why I don't think this is real? Because I think Kira Won't Miss is actually a white man. It's fake. Kira is not a black man. He is a white man. That would be more believable if he was if the fake image was a white man that looked exactly like that. Dude, this hit is really clear and nuts. Yeah, I already watched it. You're sending me the same one over and over again. Oh, don't worry. Don't worry. I have this in the tank. The fucking official Israel War Room account is throwing up Zohran Mamdani fucking memes at me. Ugh. Jose, new video on watching Tucker Carlson, not relevant right now. Does it exist if levity is needed? What levity? We're getting some of that. Don't worry.
Big facility to do this with the amount of enriched uranium, the 60% enriched uranium, and they have is about 600 pounds worth of that uranium, 420 kilograms of that uranium. That's enough material for 10 nuclear devices, and it would only take a few hundred centrifuges. They have thousands of centrifuges originally. We don't know where the centrifuges are. We don't know where the enriched uranium is. Still a risk, still a danger.
All right. So certainly more to come. Joe, thank you so much for your analysis there. We really appreciate it.
New Trump quotes on ABC. New President Trump just told me he believes the Supreme Leader is dead. When I asked the Supreme Leader is dead, the president said, we believe so. I asked if he knew definitively. I don't want to say anything definitively until I see things, but we believe he is. And much of their leaders are gone. Not only from the one site, but two other sites that we attacked also. We had great intelligence, and so we think much of the leadership is gone. There is going to come a moment where Donald Trump also realizes, but he's an idiot, so it's going to take a while, but he's going to realize that the Israeli intelligence was lying, not on the Ayatollah's demise, okay, but certainly lying about like the day after plan. Okay? That's what's so remarkable about the situation. Because although he is basically a fucking servant of Miriam Adelson, there is going to come a point where he realizes, oh shit, the Israeli intelligence is just constantly serving me up this fucking bullshit. He kind of came to that recognition in the 12-day war, because that's why they stopped it, because he was like, you guys told me that you were taking care of the missile silos, and now everyone's yelling at me. Okay? Like, you told me that this was going to be a Maduro-style situation potentially. My own intelligence is telling me that's not the case. I believe you because, you know, Am Israel Chai, but I'm looking at a bunch of fucking craters in Tel Aviv, and it hasn't really stopped. I'm looking at a bunch of craters in fucking Bahrain, in Qatar, in the UAE, and it hasn't let up at all. They just keep pummeling all of these other American bases in the region. I now have instability in Iraq. Where are we going? Where the fuck are we going? What's happening here? You think Saudi is questioning its alliance right now? No, they're not. Post-war hand-wringing has always been liberal ornamentation. It was with Iraq, another war, apple bomb started, and it is here. The point is to destroy military's independent U.S.-Israeli hegemony. What follows is irrelevant. Fragmented, chaotic, and sectarian, all the better. Yes. The goal is collapse. The goal is complete destabilization. The goal is anarchy. The goal is to defang all of the instruments of defense that sovereign nations have. It is the sovereignty of nations that is the problem here. And they want to destroy that sovereignty. And if they can't destroy that sovereignty, they at least want to diminish their capabilities. Okay? That's it. That's it. Where's Russia and China and all this? Don't even get me fucking started on Russia and China and all of this, okay? They're probably kicking back, feet in the air, giggling like schoolgirls, okay? That's what they're doing. They're like, oh, it's awesome. China is helping with surveillance. They are doing that. And Russia has helped with defense as well. And China has helped a little bit with defense as well. There's certainly a lot more that they could be doing, though, in my opinion. China hasn't traded in 12 hours. They are going to die. Okay, yeah. No one is thinking about China's need for trade maxing here. And I think it's kind of fucked up, I'll be honest. Ro Khanna is about to be on the broadcast, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, Congressman Ro Khanna is about to be on the broadcast. I will be asking him some questions about, what's going on. What's going on is what I'll say to him. What's going on? Here was his 35-second video from 8 hours ago.
Donald Trump has launched a war on Iran. The Congress must reconvene on Monday to vote on Thomas Massie and my war powers resolution to stop this war. Trump says his goal is to topple the Iranian regime. But the American people are tired of regime change wars that cost us billions of dollars and risk our lives. We don't want to be at war with a country of 90 million people in the Middle East. Every member of Congress must go on record today on how they will vote on Thomas Massie and my war powers resolution.
Yeah. All right. I'm calling. The Islamist regime in Tehran has been helping Russia massacre Ukrainian civilians. There's no major justification for you to help to defend Iran. It would be a completely story if Iran did not have regime. What are you saying, bro? Shut up. Yeah, that's why we had to kill schoolgirls in Iran. You're right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Congressman Ro Khanna is here. Welcome to the broadcast. This time, I don't know where you're at right now. There's a lot of snow behind you, and I know you're not in San Francisco. Where are you at, Ro Khanna?
I was at Dartmouth doing a town hall. I was at Stanford last week on AI, and so Dartmouth also was key in developing AI. So we were doing a town hall with students, packed house on the Epstein class and AI. Of course, Iran came up a lot.
Yeah, I actually saw in one of your town halls, there were a bunch of constituents that you were addressing that tried to tell you, like, no, we have to do regime change in Iran, as a matter of fact, because the Iranian government has been incredibly repressive. Now, that is true. The Iranian government has been incredibly repressive in dealing with their own domestic affairs and in putting down any sort of like resistance movements. Having said that, however, your answer was pretty decent, where you talked about how American intervention is not going to help the Iranian population. And unfortunately, only a couple short days after, we are now seeing that the American and Israeli response is not helpful at all. America has now, since that incident, America and Israel have been bombing Iran. Iran has been retaliating. Where are you at now on this issue?
Well, Thomas Massie and I are introducing the War Powers Resolution to stop this war. I mean, the reality is it's not just unconstitutional. It hasn't worked. It didn't work when we went after Gaddafi. It led to 6 years of civil war in Libya. And people say, oh, Ro, is it a partisan thing against Donald Trump? No, I just told you something that President Obama did, who I admire in many ways, that I disagreed with. This didn't work when we took out Saddam Hussein. The taking out the leader is the easier part. I mean, the hard part is what comes next. And a lot of times the people within the regime look at what the United States did, and they use that to whip up a angry nationalism. And it leads to more killing and a worse outcome. So you have now a president, again, who promised to end these wars, to not get us into a regime change war, breaking his promise, spending billions of our dollars on aircraft carriers there, on strikes there, putting our troops at risk, and we don't know what's going to come next.
Yeah, and there is no day after plan, and that much is obviously clear. So I want to ask you very directly: do you believe that getting Congress to vote for the War Powers Act will actually stop this administration, or do you feel as though this administration is going to continue doing whatever it wants to do regardless?
Well, it's a high bar because we've got to not only pass it, but the president's got to sign it, or we've got to have the votes to overturn his veto. Now, when Bernie Sanders and I passed the War Powers Act to help stop the war in Yemen, President Trump in his first term vetoed it, but he voluntarily suspended the refueling of Saudi planes. And by the way, Thomas Massie was involved in that as well. But that was the only time that the War Powers Resolution has ever passed the House or the Senate, when Bernie and I did it. And we did manage to get the war of Yemen to stop, not by force, but by the public pressure. So I believe in this case, the public pressure can matter, especially if we can get more than Massie. If we can get Walt Davidson and a few other Republicans to come vote with us, it matters. And at the very least, we need a unified Democratic Party. And it can't just be this procedural gibberish. Yes, we need to come to Congress, and there is a constitutional right. But we also need to say we are against dumb wars. We're against endless wars in the Middle East. On the substance, we are not for taking unilateral action and engaged in these wars. Of course, the Iranian regime is brutal, and they killed their own citizens, and there was repression, and there's no denying that. But this is not the way to solve the humanitarian matter. We should have had an international coalition with targeted sanctions against the regime. We should have negotiated with China, which currently is providing cover for the regime. Why wasn't this part of the bilateral negotiations with China to be tougher on the sanctions with Iran? We should have taken it to the UN Security Council. We did none of the hard work of diplomacy.
So A question I have for you is also the weight of this responsibility that falls on the opposition party, the Democratic Party. When you announced that you and Thomas Massie were going to work to put together the War Powers resolution, we were already at the heat of the escalation of the Armada moving in the direction of Iran, and it's now been 12 days after Trump openly postured about attacking Iran. Do you feel as though there were some setbacks internally within the Democratic Party as well, that this War Powers resolution could have been implemented faster, or at least taken on faster?
It could have, but it wasn't leadership. It was the cracks in our own coalition when Josh Gottheimer and Markovitz came out with a statement saying that the Massey-Khanna bill was the Protect Ayatollah Khomeini Act. That created division where we felt, okay, are we going to lose 20 to 30 Democrats in the vote, which would have been an incredible signal of weakness. And so we regrouped, and it was a short work week. Johnson cut some of the days, and then we now got 3 days ago or mid last week the consensus. So now I think the defections would be minimal, but we still need a very strong Democratic vote next week.
Where do you think these defections are coming from, especially considering that the recent Gallup poll data showed for the first time ever that the plurality of Americans are actually sympathetic to Palestinians over the Israelis? And this is not even just about Israel-Palestine, of course, even though it's obvious that this is Israel's design, Israel's ambition in the region for quite a long time now. Where do you think these defections are actually coming from? Because there's clearly not a lot of Democratic appetite in the base of the party, let alone the base of every party at this point. Independents are majority not in favor of going to war with Iran. By large majorities, Americans are not in favor of going to war with Iran at all. I believe right before the strikes happened, 27% only across the board, with, you know, even the Republicans barely meeting 60% support for striking Iran. So where are our politicians, some in your party as well, and plenty in the Republican Party, with the exception of Thomas Massie and maybe a couple others, where are they getting their notes from?
Well, they're the normal neocon pro-war groups. I mean, some of the think tanks, they've wanted a war with Iran, of regime change for decades. People like Lindsey Graham and others affiliated with them. Of course, it's no secret. I mean, AIPAC has been public saying that they support the strikes, and they've been making the case to members. There are other groups like that that are will paint members as weak on national security or protecting the terrorists if they don't vote. And then, like you mentioned, I was protested. I had 200 or so people shout at me in my own town hall, and that was the pro Iranian American community that was very pro war and pro us getting involved in the Middle East.
Yeah, the YouGov poll from 228 asked if the Americans approve of the U.S. attacks on Iran on Saturday, and 44% said they disapprove, and only 34% said they approve, and 22% said that they were not sure. With the Democratic Party, 70% disapproved and only 10% approved. With the Republican Party, even with the Republican Party, it was 69% approval, 12% disapproval. And amongst the independents, it was, again, a majority disapproval at 52%. So there is no popular appetite for this, even after Donald Trump has conducted these strikes, even down to the Republican Party, where it's only a 69% approval rating, which is fairly low for actions taken by the Trump administration as adjusted to past performance for, you know, whatever domestic or foreign policy affair Trump engages in. So what will it take for our representatives to actually represent the democratic interests of the majority, overwhelming majorities, in your opinion? What can we do as American citizens?
We need the most strong mobilization right now on the Khanna Massie War Powers resolution. You know, just flooding every Democratic leader, every Democratic member of Congress, every Democratic senator saying, well, how do we get a unanimous vote? We got to flip Gottheimer. We got to flip Markowitz on this. We got to say this is a time you stand with the Democratic Party in unison. And you stand against a president who's gone to an illegal war that is as that could have repercussions like the Iraq War. It's as consequential a vote. And so all of your listeners, you've got a huge base. If they can just help get an enormous social media movement that we should become the anti-war party. Look, Donald Trump took that and lied about it, that slogan from us. He said, I'm going to be the pro-peace candidate. I'm going to be the anti-war candidate in 2024. We have got to be the anti-war party. We've got to say that what Trump did in Venezuela was illegal and wrong. What he's doing in Iran is illegal and wrong, and not mince words. You know, some of these Democratic statements, I'm not going to say which ones because I don't want to pick a fight with my own party, but some of these statements, you read it and I don't know what they're saying. It's a bunch of, I have to get to paragraph 6 to understand, well, are they against it? Are they for it? I mean, it's such a long prelude. I'm thinking, okay, are they going to come out with a Fetterman? I'm for the strikes. And then they're like, no, it's illegal. So just say we're against endless wars. We're against intervention in these cases. We're against spending people's money on these wars where we know from experience from Libya, from Iraq, from what happened in 20 years in Afghanistan, that they don't work.
Do you feel like, so that's another thing I was going to ask. Do you feel like offering justifications to why there is a necessity for regime change while simultaneously talking about the process in which this regime change is taking place is actually a failure in the response within the Democratic Party for those who choose to speak on this issue on such terms?
I think it should start with the war in Iran is wrong, that we should not be getting involved in another Middle East war, that we should not be spending billions of dollars on this and our aircraft carriers there, that it can foment an ugly Iranian nationalism that could make the situation worse, that it could foment civil war and sectarian violence that could lead to more people being killed. And in that, one can then say that we understand that the Iranian regime is a brutal regime that is killing its own people, and that we call for human rights and we call for the Iranian regime to be sanctioned for what they're doing, to build an international coalition for what against what they're doing, and that we call for the recognition of human rights in these places and standing for that as an international community. But I don't think that what we should be doing is openly calling for regime change with the assumption that the United States' military is going to help facilitate that.
Okay, so you're saying as long as the wording is flipped on and the weight is adjusted in the direction of no war with Iran, but then talking about the Iranian administration's repressive nature is probably a better alternative. Another question. Another question I have is the reason why I'm asking this question is because clearly when these kinds of statements come out, right in the aftermath of the Israeli-American joint strikes on Iran, taking the lives of 200 people, and according to on-the-ground reports so far, there have been not one but 2 schools that have been potentially targeted and hit with our missiles, very likely. Where there are a lot of young schoolgirls that were slain, up to 51 in the last reports that I saw, and the numbers actually may rise with the total casualty numbers being 80 to 90. I think that the reality of the matter is American bombs are not going to be are not going to cause liberation for the Iranian population. As a matter of fact, especially considering there's no day after plan. Even if there was a day after plan, it still wouldn't cause true sovereignty for the Iranian population. How do you feel about the ways in which Donald Trump is trying to create a mission accomplished banner here by talking about the Ayatollah being potentially killed? Do you feel like this is going to be a battle to fight on the communication side?
Well, we need to see what the reporting is. I've seen the same social media reports that you have, that the Ayatollah may have been killed, and obviously he's a a terrible actor. But the question is, what comes next? I mean, is the regime just going to replace him? I mean, it's not clear that just because he's killed, that suddenly that means that there's going to be democratic governance with human rights. I mean, you could still have the IRGC just replace him with someone else. He was aging and frail and likely to pass anyway over the next year. So I think what is important is to see what the facts are and understand that just killing people is the easier part, but the much harder part is building a government that respects human rights and democracy, and that making sure that the country doesn't descend into civil war. It's also about not setting a precedent for Putin or Xi Jinping or other great powers that if they want, they can just go in and assassinate other country leaders if they disagree with the regime.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think. Well, with Putin, he has done similar things in the past as well, but I don't necessarily think that the hypocrisy argument is our strongest one. But that's my own personal perspective here. The thing that I wanted to before I let you go, and I thank you so much for coming on. One of the questions I have here is about where we go from here. Like where we go from here. What's your assessment on what the retaliation is looking like so far? What the retaliation is going to bring about? Because it does seem like this is going to be an extended conflict.
Well, first of all, I'm hopeful that it is not extended. I'm hopeful that we can extricate ourselves. I'm hopeful that our service members aren't going to get killed. I'm hopeful that we're not going to have killings of young girls in Iran. Again, I haven't been able to confirm that, but I've seen the same reports on social media as you have of this horrific sense of young girls being killed in schools, and I will find out. But we need it to stop, and we need to have some sense of statesmanship and diplomacy now take over. And that's why I'm hoping, that's why I rearranged my schedule to come on, because you reach a lot of people. And this vote is going to be one of the most critical historic votes in their country's history. I mean, people are talking about the Epstein vote, and that was important, very important for survivors and justice and elite impunity. But this vote may even have deeper consequences, which Massey and I are bringing, which is that a clear no to getting into another war in the Middle East. I mean, that's really what's at stake. And so my hope is that we will see anti-war mobilization around the country, that we can get a decisive vote on this, and that we can stop us from putting in ground troops, stop us from having forces there that are going to be in a drawn-out fight with the regime.
Or at least create a legal structure to later down the line have punishments if necessary, if the Democrats actually do win the majority come midterm elections and drop articles of impeachment potentially. One thing I will ask is, you were able to create a successful popular mobilization around the release of the Epstein files, and clearly this was something that Donald Trump ran on personally. You were able to take advantage of the base of support, the Republican side of the conversation, also wanting transparency around who was actually financially involved with Jeffrey Epstein, who was actually potentially a co-conspirator. And this is the reason why that public pressure caused even Donald Trump to sign into law, something that he's currently not following through on. Having said that, what are some of the more malleable? Who are some of the more malleable colleagues that you have in Congress on the other side of the political spectrum across the aisle that could actually receive a little bit of pressure to help people like ourselves potentially whip votes? Because it's very clear that Mike Johnson is going to be a hurdle in that endeavor.
Well, I think Representative Davidson is a key vote. Representative Bacon is a key vote. Representative Brian Fitzpatrick is a key vote here. Someone like Andy Briggs is a persuadable person. Representative Gosar has opposed military interventions. And then on our side, of course, you've got to get Moskowitz, you've got to get Gottheimer, you've got to get Lauren Gillen, and we need a strong statement from all of the party leaders that we are not going to be for another Middle East war. And so to the extent that people are mobilizing online for strong statements in support of Massey and my bill, that will help. I mean, we've seen it from some people. AOC issued a very strong statement saying no war, will support Conor Massey's bill. She's going to do it. We need other clear, decisive statements. Of course, Pramila Jayapal and Mark Pocan, and, there have been a number of people in the Progressive Caucus, Greg Kazar, who have, but we need as many of those as possible.
Yeah. Last question I have for you is, you talked about potentially pressuring the Iranian government in order to bring about democracy in Iran. There was an alternative means that previous administrations utilized, one that you actually brought up yourself. Barack Obama's administration was able to successfully facilitate the JCPOA if the nuclearization was a major problem, which I don't think it is. Isn't there an alternative as far as the utilization of sanctions and the ease of sanctions in order to get assurances? And do you believe sincerely that this conversation, these negotiations were actually about these conversations that were taking place between the Trump administration and Iran, with a lot of Israeli intervention and influence as well, were truly about denuclearizing Iran, ensuring that they only have, civilian grade enriched uranium? Or do you believe that that was just a casus belli to create an opportunity to strike Iran, to destabilize Iran?
I believe that there were people who were negotiating, thinking they really were going to solve the nuclear issue, but the Omanis who were mediating said that they were close to a deal, that they were making progress. And yet Donald Trump, someone got in his ear about a regime change, and he's gone at it from a regime change, as is evidence, if you believe the reporting about the Ayatollah, that there's allegations and evidence that he made the first strike may have been on one of the first strikes would have been on the Ayatollah. So obviously their mission was a regime change and not just the nuclear deal. I supported the JCPOA. The Omanis were saying that the United States could have gotten a better deal than even the JCPOA. We could have gotten a deal on on dismantling the ballistics, on dismantling any and giving up any enriched uranium in storage. But we chose not to do it. And I, at this point, believe Donald Trump is engaged in a regime change war.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you so much, Ro Khanna, for coming on. And I hope to hear from you.
Thank you.
Good luck on hopefully being able to win the votes, and we'll try to do our very best out here as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Hasan.
All right. That was Representative Ro Khanna for a short interview. Moscow is a genocide supporter. He needs to be voted out in these midterms. No, I know. I think it's good to have people's like actual perspective on the record, and whichever way they vote, like to have that in the congressional record. Dubai airport has reportedly been hit in the latest Iranian attacks against the UAE. Press reporting on the ground, missile damage in Tel Aviv.
Saturday night around 11.
The fact that this is the Israeli government allowing this reporting to go through means that there's a reason for it, okay? There's a reason for it. If they're showing these strikes, that means that their retaliation is going to be incredibly severe, okay? That means that their retaliation is going to be far more severe, and they're trying to create a reason for it, to showcase themselves as like the victims here. Because under different circumstances, Israel has not allowed there to be any reporting on impact sites because it greatly diminishes confidence in the Iron Dome. So the very fact that they have this in English too means that they're going to go fucking nutty mode next time around.
PM, we're here on scene in the central district of Israel. You can see behind me there is...
They literally made it illegal to show this stuff last time around in the 12-day war. I just want to let you know, okay? This was illegal. They never allowed... If you remember, there were American reporters on scene. Trey Yinks was pushed away by the Israeli occupational forces and stopped from filming one of the impact sites. This is probably because it's a residential area. That's part of the reason why they're showing it. They don't show the military. They don't show strike zones, impact zones if it's actually a military target, even if it's in a residential neighborhood. This is in English. It's very suspicious. I'm just letting you know. There's a reason for why you're seeing this.
Severe missile strike that hit a building complex.
Iran is produced iron, not iron. Okay, good one.
We're still currently working now with the other forces on the field to make sure that we can take out the fire. And we're still extracting at this moment patients from both buildings you can see behind me. We're still working on the buildings that are surrounded and are still ablaze.
Have you found any trusted sources denying or confirming Khamenei? The Iranian government is not the most reliable when it comes to stuff like this. They're saying that that's not the case, that Khamenei is still alive. The Israeli sources, especially when it comes to high-profile targets, high-profile assassinations, are fairly reliable. They're fairly consistent. I would... if I were to weigh the responses, I would say that the Israeli response is probably accurate. I don't know. Donald Trump is coping, doing the media blitz right now, saying it's pretty much over. At this stage, maybe we can get a fucking interview with Donald Trump. This motherfucker's calling every goddamn news outlet he possibly can to be like, no, it's great. It's great. We're great. We're doing great. I promise you. Things are great. Believe it. Okay. But judging by the Trump response, it's probably the exact opposite. If he says it's good, that means it's not good. I talked to the president over the phone a short while ago and asked him how long U.S. military operations against Iran would go on. How long do you think this will last? As long as we want it to, actually, but it's done such damage already. It's like they are incapacitated, essentially. I asked them what happens next if the regime fails. What do you think the next leadership looks like? Have you identified anybody? Trump, yes, we have a very good idea. Who, how? He did not elaborate beyond that. New attacks, fresh attacks on Tel Aviv. We're going live to the Tel Aviv right now. There's some interceptions that took place, it seems. God damn it. The fucking AP cameras are so ass, though. They, like, literally avoid showing the impact. Would you throw on a MAGA hat? The question every journalist should ask Donald Trump is, you said if the Ayatollah is dead, that the Iranian regime is cratered, or the Iranian regime is incapacitated. Why are they still attacking American bases in the region and also Israel? Why are the Iranians not up in arms as you suggested previously? How much weight do you place on Israeli intelligence? These are some good questions to ask the Trump administration. How much weight do you place on Israeli intelligence as opposed to your own internal communique? Your generals have informed you that, and the CIA reporting, according to Reuters, informed you that there is no day after plan, and that killing the Ayatollah will not actually yield the response, or will not actually yield the results that you thought it would. As the president stated, our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime. The president ordered bold action. CENTCOM forces are delivering an overwhelming and unrelenting blow. There's also reports of a U.S. ship being struck, but I don't know how reliable that is. Iran's IRGC announces fifth wave of TP4 U.S. targets were a U.S. MSP supply ship near Jebel Ali. Reportedly, the ship's been disabled with 4 Iranian drones suffering heavy damage. The ship supplies U.S. military ships. The U.S. base in Kuwait hit with 4 ballistic missiles and 12 drones with confirmed casualties. A U.S. MSD-class combat support vessel serving as a fuel tanker in the Indian Ocean struck with Qatar 380 missiles. Iran says the strikes caused heavy damage and losses. This is from 6 minutes ago from the IRGC. The number of injuries in Tel Aviv have reached to 20 people. Some 20 people were wounded by the Iranian ballistic missile impact in Tel Aviv, according to first responders. Among them is one person in critical condition, one in serious condition, and two in moderate condition. The fact that the Ayatollah posted, this doesn't mean anything. In the name of the exalted Haider, peace be upon him. That doesn't really mean anything. Anyone could fucking post on his profile. I will say, our only frame of reference right now is to compare this to the 12-day war. And in comparison to the 12-day war, they are much faster at striking targets in Tel Aviv. In the 12-day war, it took a couple days for them to be able to successfully penetrate the Iron Dome, especially with the missiles they were using. They used a lot of fucking older equipment. They used a lot of drones. The drones are super slow, easy to fucking intercept. This time around, they came in hot, and they haven't really ceased in their barrage of missiles. The Arya dude is a huge propagandist for the Iranian state. Don't trust them. You're not wrong, for the record. You are absolutely correct on that. But it's, of course, important to get the other side's perspective in this matter. What are you talking about? Of course, I'm literally only watching American media. Every now and then, in the overwhelming sea of Amer-Israeli media that I'm watching, I'm going to fucking listen to what the Iranian side is saying as well. Okay? It's fucking crazy. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. But yes, I am aware. Thank you for informing me.
You're going to see behind us, we got to move. There's a lot of incoming fire right now toward Tel Aviv. And so just stay with us. We got to go. Our security. So we're going to stay live with you, but we got to move toward hard cover here. The city's getting hit very hard. Come with me. And you're going to see behind us, we got to move. There's a lot of incoming fire right now.
Can you pray for me? I live in Qatar. If you lived in Qatar, what would you do as Qatar's in the middle of everything going on? I would fucking demand that you have no fucking real democratic power here, but I would demand that the kingdom remove the U.S. bases. No more CENTCOM. Good luck. Yeah, Trump is calling it. There's also an emergency UN session happening right now. What are they going to do? Fucking condemnations?
Regional destabilization.
Yeah, this shit doesn't matter to me at all, brother. I might as well be watching. I might as well tune into like the Hutchinson broadcast to see what his take is on fucking America and Israel striking Iran, you know? Oh no. The United Nations. What's next, dude? Are you going to send me another stern letter that China wrote about how this impedes trade maxing somehow? Every single dumbass Euroid leader came out and said, oh, how joyous of a day this is that America is striking another sovereign nation. Literally. Who takes over if the Ayatollah is dead? Another Ayatollah. Ayatollah is a position. There were three in the line of succession that were picked in secret before the 12-day war because the current Ayatollah, or the former potentially Ayatollah, who is 86 years old, recognized that Israel was probably going to do a decapitation strike. It didn't happen in the last 12-day war. But it happened this time, potentially, allegedly. Donald Trump came out and said, Khamenei, one of the most evil people in history, is dead. This is not only justice for the people of Iran, but for all great Americans and those people from many countries throughout the world that have been killed or mutilated by Khamenei and his gang of bloodthirsty thugs. He was unable to avoid our intelligence and highly sophisticated tracking systems, and working closely with Israel, there was not a thing he or the other leaders that have been killed along him could do. This is the single greatest chance for the Iranian people to take back their country. This is the remainder of their strike package, by the way. Oh, we killed the Ayatollah. It's time to take the streets, right? That's why they're heavily leaning into this. Like, we killed your leader. Come on, go ahead. Now is the time to rise up, Iran. Okay. The head of Iran's Unified Combatant Command, Major Ali General Abdullahi, has released an audio statement saying that Trump should know that this time it is not up to him to end the war, and that the U.S. Israel must receive a teeth-breaking response. We are awaiting another salvo of missiles that are incoming. But in any case, let's continue with this. This is the single greatest chance for the Iranian people to take back their country. We're hearing that many of their IRGC military and other security and police forces no longer want to fight and are looking for immunity from us. As I said last night, now they can have immunity. Later on, they only get death. Hopefully, the IRGC and police will peacefully merge with the Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring back the country to the greatness it deserves. There's 0% chance he believes this, right? Like it's just like, does he think that the IRGC is not even more aggressive hardliners than even the fucking Ayatollah? Recent reporting by the New York Times and Reuters indicates Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei entrusted Larijani with wartime contingency planning and safeguarding the Islamic Republic's political structure in the event of major escalations of leadership assassinations. What did Ali Larijani say? The guy who the Ayatollah put in charge if he was to be killed? Let's hear from Ali Larijani. We will make the Zionist criminals and the shameless Americans regret their actions. The brave soldiers and the great nation of Iran will deliver an unforgettable lesson to the hellish international oppressors. I don't know. I don't know how much smoke this is. I don't know if this is smoke and mirrors. Wait, what is this? Is this another one? Two interceptors swing and miss. Oh, no. Ooh. Good attempt, though. That's good. I mean, tax dollars at play. Tax dollars at play. Tax dollars at play, folks. Let's watch that again.
נפילה של החיים. יו, 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 יו. יו, 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 יו.
Where are they running? I don't know what they're going to do if... I don't know. I don't know where they're going to go. Are the interceptors... Yeah, a lot of you guys are joking, but this is no joking matter. Interceptors only miss their target if they're feeling anxious. Okay, like this only famously happens if interceptors are feeling very anxious, very nervous. And I don't think it's funny. I don't think it's funny that you guys are laughing at American tax dollars at play, being lit on fire. This is performance anxiety, especially after the 12-day war performance. Like, they're very nervous. The interceptors are. How would you do in their stead? Really, how would you do? I bet you wouldn't also perform as well as the interceptors are. Have you thought about maybe the fact that these interceptors are Hamas? Have you thought about that? Not laughing now, are you? Yeah. Your empathy is insane. I'm a very empathetic person. Exactly. I can even demonstrate empathy for faceless, lifeless interceptor missiles that my tax dollars paid for. Yeah. There's more to the Trump statement. He confirms he will do heavy bombing until peace, peace, peace through bombs. Oh, I forgot to finish the Trump statement because we were looking at the guy in charge, if Ali Khamenei is actually dead. Why are you making jokes right now, bro? This all leading to a large regional war. What do you want me to fucking say, man? What do you want me to do? Cry all day? The fuck do you want? If I'm angry, everyone goes, oh, you're bent. You're bent. You're fucking mad. You're mad. If I make a joke every now and then over the course of the last 6 fucking hours, you're like, why are you making jokes? What am I supposed to do? Die? Jesus Christ. I paid for it. I'm watching it happen. Yeah, I'll cry my I bawl, okay? I'll cry my fucking eyes out every time the poor nation state of Israel, which literally demanded this happen, faces a fraction of the consequences of its actions that it's like dishing out to the entire fucking planet with my tax dollars. Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is what I say.
Legalize comedy.
I'm stoic. That's what it is. That's what I'm doing. Anyway, hopefully the RGC police, all this stuff. The process should soon be starting in that not only the death of Khamenei, but the country has been in only one day very much destroyed and even obliterated. The heavy and pinpoint bombing, however, will continue uninterrupted throughout the week or as long as necessary to achieve our objective of peace through the Middle East and indeed the world. Thank you for, so he's going to continue bombing Iran. He's like, oh, if you guys don't, it's literally exactly as I said. Remember earlier when I said they're going to tune up the dial of death and destruction if the Iranians don't respond? It's basically the same process as the sanctions where it's like, we'll starve you until you kill your leaders. Okay, now that we've killed your leaders, we'll bomb you until you've killed the rest of the leaders. And if you don't actually kill your leaders, we'll just bomb you harder. The bombing will continue. Some of you are going to die, but that's a risk I'm willing to take. I mean, he literally said American soldiers are going to die in the process, and that's a risk he's willing to take. So, of course, he doesn't give a fuck about brown people. Let's be real now. If Iran had nukes, why not use them with their supreme leader dead? But it looks like they will start bombing the oil fields. Wait, what? Who said Iran has nukes? No one thinks Iran has nukes. If America thought Iran had nukes, they wouldn't be bombing Iran. That's kind of the whole point.
At the senior level right up to the supreme leader. But there are other levels that remain, and there are others who could then slide into those positions. Do they have the same power? Does the regime together have the same strength and wherewithal to remain in power, to exercise power inside its country, around the region? Those are open questions. And also, what would the U.S. be willing to accept, right, if this does not topple the regime, if the people don't rise up and do it themselves? Would the U.S., for instance, be willing to accept someone from inside the regime, a la what we saw in Venezuela, right? You remove Nicolas Maduro and Delcy Rodriguez moves in. There's no Delcy Rodriguez equivalent in Iran, but what would the
You want to know why that won't happen? Because Israel, that's why. No, that won't happen. Unless it's literally like Mike Huckabee that they plant in charge of Iran, which the Iranian population will obviously revolt against, which you need military intervention at that point, unless there is literally like Reza Pahlavi or something, which again will require boots on the ground to defend. It's not happening because Israel doesn't trust any Iranian to run the country. Israel doesn't want sovereignty in Iran.
And held enormous power inside Lebanon. It backed up the awful Assad regime in Syria before it fell, which carried out just years and years of crimes against its own people, bloody crackdown. Of course, it backed Hamas, which has attacked Israel repeatedly, most notably on October 7th. It backs the Houthi rebels in Yemen, which has been disrupting shipping in the Red Sea. But specifically from a U.S. perspective, during his reign, it was Iran that was supplying those.
Dude, we are the bad guys. We're watching the bad guys news story. Okay, we are literally watching the bad guy news channel. Okay, like think about their perspective. It's like, oh well, you know, the devastating attacks that Iran contributed to with October 7th. It's like no mention of Israel's apartheid, no mention of Israel's genocide. Like that's an afterthought.
I would just say against his own people, multiple bloody crackdowns against the Iranian people. That's what his leadership was for the country and for the region.
Jem Sciutto, as always, it is good to have you to put that in context.
The stories that matter. This whole area.
Is he dead or not? Why so much contradicting news? There's a very high likelihood that he's dead. But again, that doesn't change. That really doesn't change the dynamic from the perspective of like the Iranian government continue to retaliate against Israel, right? There's a very low likelihood, but there's still a likelihood that he might not be dead. But like, if he's not dead, like, okay, Iran is still retaliating. If he is dead, okay, Iran is still retaliating. Do you see what I'm saying? America would at least need a fighting force to support, like in Afghanistan. That shit won't happen like this. Yeah, there's no amount of bombing. You don't have popular mobilized forces on the ground. You can't use the Kurdish militias to fucking control the Iranian government, right? Like that would be fucking insane. And the only like robust popular mobilization you can engage with on the ground is the Kurdish militias that would like come in from Iraq, which I believe they did. They were pushing in, or they had that sort of ambition, which is why a lot of the IRGC troop positioning moved in the direction of the Kurdish areas because they were worried about a potential invasion. But there's no world that you have a stable government in Iran that's a puppet state. Iranian people do not fuck with that. Okay, love the crash out, dude. The Epstein cabal is lighting your tax money on fire. You will never actually have a moment of respite. And your only analysis here is that a guy that you don't like on the internet, because he thinks that money should be spent on you instead, by the way, that's the reason why I'm angry. Your only fucking assessment here is, oh, guy on Twitch is mad. You're a fucking idiot, dude. Literally. You are a slave, chatter. Explain to me, to the best of your fucking ability, how striking Iran is going to lead to any positive outcome in your life. Go ahead. I'm waiting for your response. Explain to me how your pathetic life is going to get better. Bombing and murdering little schoolgirls in Iran to own the libs, I guess. America is led by a pedophilic cabal. And you're over here being like, nah, this time is good, actually. The pedophilic cabal's grand desire in murdering school children is actually going to be so good. Plot twist, he lives in Israel, so the tax money actually goes to him. Well, it's not. I just love the crash out low. I actually agree with you. Okay. Shia Iraqis are celebrating in Dearborn where Saddam was executed. Not even 10 years later, ISIS was taking slaves and killing Shia. It took 3 to 4 solid years before it was crystal clear that Iraq was a complete clusterfuck and a mistake. Just very odd that this stuff is repeatedly memory hold. I remember Tariq Ali being shouted on question time for not supporting the invasion by an Iraqi. Yeah. The fact that people still point to post-war Japan and Germany as examples of regime turnarounds 80 years later shows how unusual it is in the modern era. That was after the use of nukes and tens of millions dead. From U.S. admin official background briefing, recording, listening to seriously question if U.S. negotiators understood what Iranians were proposing. One official kept saying the acronym IAEA wrong. The International Atomic Energy Agency, by the way. They seem astonished Iran would not agree to the U.S. supplying them nuclear fuel. They took as suspicious proposals that Iran saw as concessionary. Explains why Oman foreign minister tried to come to D.C. to explain what U.S. negotiators may not have fully understood. I'm not saying what Iran proposed would have been enough. I don't know, but it seems U.S. negotiators did not have the expert guidance to understand it correctly. Lack of experienced experts in the U.S. team means they were seemingly relying on outside sources to interpret it for them. I will tell you from my own suspicions with my conversation with Ro Khanna, by the way, earlier, that they are very worried about having this come across as like Israel's war. America's fighting Israel's war. Why are they worried about this? Because back in the day, that's what Pat Buchanan used to say. Okay? It is seen by especially the old guard in both the media and also in the political class as an anti-Semitic canard. Unfortunately for them, it's objective reality, right? And I do I am very careful with the language that I use. And also on top of that, will routinely explain how this has become Israel's war rather than just simply say like, oh, we invaded Iraq because of Israel or whatever the fuck, right? Like, was that good for Israel? Yes. Was America still at the, behind the wheel in that endeavor? Absolutely. The reason why I say this is Israel's war is because America demonstrated an alternative perspective with Iran and it was cast aside, right? Not only is this the populist attitude, but it's also the correct one. It's kind of like how neoliberals would regularly say, oh, you fool, you simpleton, saying we invaded Iraq for oil is stupid. It doesn't actually explain the full scope. Except we did invade Iraq for oil. That was a major component, okay? So anyone that tries to disparage that is a fucking idiot. And the same goes for saying this is Israel's war. This doesn't mean I'm not abdicating the responsibility from the hands of the American administration. I certainly am not doing that. They are fucking monsters, okay? This administration and the duopoly on the issue of how to deal with Iran, the military intervention in Iran for regime change, is conducted by monsters, okay? It's still a collaborative effort. The reality on the matter, the reality on the other hand, is that the monsters that are holding on to the fucking steering wheel here are the Israeli ones. Okay? That's it. There was no ambition to actually negotiate with Iran. That was never in play. That was never real. We 100% were going along with whatever the fuck Israel wanted to do. And anyone that doesn't recognize that picture is going to give you the wrong analysis. Okay? I will say this much, though. Shockingly, I am receiving, in spite of the fact that we have 60,000 people on the Twitch stream and another 26,000 watching on the YouTube stream. Shouts out to YouTube, by the way. Please like the YouTube stream. I would like it very much if you were to hit that like button and also subscribe to the YouTube stream. But despite the fact that there are so many people watching right now, the number of people that are in here being like, oh, get fucked, libtard, we're owning the Ayatollah or whatever the fuck, is very marginal. This is anecdotal, of course, but it leads me to believe that the propaganda apparatus is not working as intended. A lot of people are so angry at Israel in general that it kind of feels as though people are not buying what the American government is selling here. It's quite a difficult thing to sell to the American masses that keep hearing over and over again that you don't have enough money to fix the potholes. You don't have enough money to fix the fucking healthcare system. You don't have enough money to fix the education. You don't have enough money to get better broadband, better infrastructure, better services from the government. But when it comes down to defending Israel, we will fucking move mountains. Okay? We will move mountains. Netanyahu's plane, Wings of Zion, landed in Berlin. He is no shot. Nah, no way. He did not run away to Germany. I mean, Greece, I understand, even though it's in striking distance of Iran, but Germany? The ICC warrant. They said he did that last time, but I don't think he did. I don't think this is real, man. That's crazy. Especially considering that the European Union, I mean, it's over at that point. You might as well go to Davos, you know what I mean? Like, what is the ICC warrant worth? Nothing. Nothing at all. The ICC warrant is not worth the paper it was written on. You can't even wipe your ass with that shit. Maybe it's a pump fake. Here's the comparison of polling with support for the Iraq war versus this. 72% of Americans were in support of military action in Iraq in 2003 versus at the beginning of the attacks against Iran, it's only 34%. And that's after. That's like 1 day after. That number will grow for the record. But it's crazy that a 45% opposition and plurality opposition still exists. If Big Yahoo stepped foot in Greece, he would be turned into a campfire story. Okay, dude. Are you live on YouTube? I can't find your stream. I am live on YouTube, yes.
Today's military strikes by the United States and Israel mark a catastrophic escalation in an illegal act of war, of aggression. Bombing cities, killing civilians, opening up a new theater of war. Americans do not want this. Americans do not want another war in pursuit of regime change. We want an answer to the affordability crisis. We want peace. Now, I may be a young mayor, but I am old enough to remember the devastating consequences of our country's pursuit of regime change in this same region not that many years ago. Now, my focus is on keeping New Yorkers safe. I've been in close contact with our police commissioner and emergency management officials. We are increasing agency coordination as well as patrols of sensitive locations out of an abundance of caution. And additionally, I want to speak directly to Iranian New Yorkers. You are a part of the fabric of this city. You are our students, our artists, our small business owners, our neighbors, our community leaders. You will be safe here.
Okay. You kind of.
How cooked are we with Pakistan and Afghanistan fighting too? I don't fucking know, man. Here's a wider shot of the Tel Aviv skyline. Bro, I don't want to see it. Okay? I'm seeing no movement, no motion. Yes, yes, yes. The Burj Al Arab Hotel has been struck by an Iranian drone. It's on fire. I know. What Trumpers are feeling? Bro, what the fuck? If you still support Trump after starting a new war, you are an ignorant shit for brains sycophant who loves being lied to. You'd believe anything you're told and are enabling the most corrupt president to do whatever Israel demands. What the fuck? No one wants this shit? Yeah. I agree. I agree with that. I just don't know if it's. I haven't seen enough as far as like Trump supporters speaking out against this yet. So I don't know. Settlers angry in Tel Aviv screaming something about auto bus on fire. Senior Trump administration officials telling me that credible intelligence indicated Iran planned preemptive. Oh, come on. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Have any of these wars ever benefited the U.S.? Fuck you, Bradley. I mean, Bradley pulled out the ripcord on Trump far before many did. Let's be real, but it's true. A lot of people, including Cenk, even at some point, hit that line about how Trump is going to be like a peaceful dove and shit. I mean, I can't even fuck. It's unbelievable, dude. She still made the war about Charlie Kirk. I admire it.
Yeah, you're going to have to earn our trust on this one.
We will never forget how they murdered Charlie Kirk for this war, and he knew they were going to do it. He spent his final days mentally anguished, texting the very people who would ultimately betray him. In honor of Charlie, I stand against Israel. What? What the hell? The fuck does this... What? New strikes in Tel Aviv? Is that new? Are you being botted or is it a big news day? What do you think, man? Is World War Epstein? I don't know about this one. I think what we really need to think about is the the talking points out on background. A senior administration official briefed the reporters today that Iran's negotiators rejected a U.S. offer. They're just lying about everything. It's so funny. Iran's negotiators rejected a U.S. offer to provide free civilian-use nuclear fuel forever and refused to discuss their ballistic missile program at all. U.S. negotiators felt like the talks couldn't get to a real deal. New strikes happening right now. Man. What is this? Iranian liberal women. Oh, this was after the first 12-day war. Iranian liberal women showing her hair hold protest demanding Iran acquire atomic bomb to use against Israel and close the Strait of Hormuz. This was from the last 12-day war. This was the last time Iran was struck. These bastards have been driving us crazy for 400 years. Yeah, this is a real video, but it was from last time Israel struck Iran. Why are you talking about Iran? Don't you know the Dow hit 50,000? 7 Strato tankers headed towards the Middle East. A lot of reactionaries follow Chris Menahan, so not good. No. Chris Menahan has always been like super anti-Israel, though. Israeli TV is not bragging about all the money they're going to make selling weapon systems after the U.S. takes out Iran. The Israeli defense systems in the coming years will be very, very busy selling weapon systems, a panelist says, according to their own translation. Great. CBS News, celebrations breaking out across Iran. Some thank Trump. What the fuck is wrong with people? I just hate, like, I hate that these fucking losers win anything. You know what I mean? Note this is being sent to U.S. bases as well as CENTCOM. Anticipating casualties, Pentagon orders U.S. troops to report their status per memo provided to me by Army source. All units are required to report 100% accountability. The script is the same. That's what's insulting. Seems we hit that complex with a cam after it launched a missile and it was able to be targeted after. Bleak, unk on unk, genocide. Jenk, I don't know how I can be more clear. Trump will end and prevent war in the Middle East. He wants peace. Harris and our neocon cabinet want war, war, and more war. Oh, I can't believe Stephen Miller lied. Matt Kennard confirms wings of Zion landed in Berlin. The wing of Zion, Netanyahu's prime ministerial... Wait, maybe Cenk wasn't saying Trump was going to be fucking anti-interventionist, actually. I might be confusing Cenk with not Unk, but Glenn Greenwald. He was consistently saying, my mistake. My mistake to Unk. The wing of Zion, Netanyahu's prime ministerial plane, took off from Nevatim Air Base today at 12:10 p.m. It flew off the coast of Israel for 4 hours before flying on to Berlin. It landed in German capital this evening at 8:30 p.m. The Rome Statute is nothing. Yes, I know the Trump War Room is using the FITUX account. He's looking at the same shit we're looking at, brother. I know. Khamenei tweeted, I know. This is not, it doesn't mean anything.
ما شروع کننده نیستیم. اما در مقابل اون کسی که طمع داشته باشه حمله بخواد بکنه اذیت بکنه ملت ایران مشت محکمی به او خواهد زد.
Always fake smoke from them? No, the smoke this time around is clearly not fucking fake. It just doesn't mean that it's real. I mean, it doesn't mean that he's like actually alive. Yes, it is. Yeah. Oh, you think he edited it, bro? You think the 87-year-old edited the video and posted it with his tongue sticking out like, Like, you think that's what happened here? What are you, fucking crazy? Phase Khamenei footage. Yeah, I already said he suggested. I already read this. I didn't even get to finish the Trump statement.
Developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement
Crazy that he got that dumbass hat on while he's doing this speech, by the way.
lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties.
That's crazy.
That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for.
He said some of our soldiers are gonna die for Israel. It's not a big deal, you know. It is what it is.
The future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help.
Just take over your government, forehead. Come on. Like, this is the big... It's unbelievable that this is the grand strategy they have in motion. Come on, just take over the government, dude. What do you mean? It's incredible. Wouldn't that be great if you guys just, just took over your government? It's like, bitch, you tried to take over this government and it fucking failed. And you were the president. Like, this motherfucker was the president when he did January 6th and it still fucking failed. What are we talking about? You couldn't even liberate the American masses.
But you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all.
And that was posted at about 2:30 a.m. Eastern time by the president. And since then, we saw, of course, the strike across Many cities in Iran and the retaliatory strikes across several states and countries there in the region. The UAE reporting that one person was killed by debris falling from one of the intercepts of a ballistic missile from Iran. Let's talk now about the political implications of this operation with Errol Lewis, political anchor for Spectrum News and the host of The Big Deal with Errol Lewis. Errol, good morning to you. And before we get into those specific elements, let's back up just a bit. I mean, the world is awake and watching this, but put this into a domestic political context. Just the moment that we're watching in President Trump's time in office and the gravity of the address we just played in full.
Good morning, Victor. It's interesting that this should be happening right now. There was a poll taken just a couple of days ago, the Associated Press has reported, saying that people have, by and large, Americans have very little confidence in this president to handle a situation of exactly this sort. People are worried, a majority of voters are worried about a nuclear-armed Iran, but an overwhelming majority say they are not entirely comfortable with Donald Trump as the person to try and solve the situation. And so I think when you see that there is this arms buildup, there's this troop buildup, the world's largest aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald R. Ford, steaming into the region, we know that there's a lot of force being directed at Iran, but it's really telling that there's no troop presence. And the president's address really confirmed that. It's not a full-scale invasion. He wants to try and get out of this or get through this, maybe provoke regime change without a lot of American casualties, because I think the White House knows very well that the people are not necessarily behind this, and that what starts out as uncertainty can turn into direct political opposition if this goes on for too long.
My brothers and sisters, citizens of Israel, before the holidays, Israel and the United States launched a joint operation, Operation Roaring Lion. The goal of the operation, to put an end to the threat from the Ayatollah regime in Iran. At this moment, the IDF is striking targets of the repressive regime, facilities of the Revolutionary Guards and the besieged, and together with the United States, sites of ballistic missiles that threaten both Israel and U.S. forces. This operation will continue for as long as necessary. For 47 years, the evil regime in Iran has called death to Israel, death to America. It has crushed the citizens of its own country, it has cast fear upon the peoples of the region, and it has spread a sprawling network of terror throughout the entire world. It has invested vast resources to develop atomic bombs and tens of thousands of...
It'll never not be funny to me that everything that the West says about Iran, Israel has done tenfold. Like, they'll talk about Iran wanted to develop nuclear weapons. Israel has nuclear weapons. They talk about, like, Iran being a cancerous force in the region. Israel is the cancer. Okay, 100%. It's nutty.
Missiles intended, as it defined it, to erase Israel from the map of the world. It also armed the terror proxies around us, in Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Yemen, and Judea and Samaria, and it shed our blood. But if anyone needed further proof of the murderous nature of the Ayatollah regime, they received it last month. Because we all saw how this regime of terror in Tehran carried out an unprecedented mass massacre of the citizens of Iran itself. It murdered in cold blood thousands of children, adults, and elderly. Tens of thousands were imprisoned, tortured, humiliated. And why? Only because they asked for a life of freedom and dignity for themselves. In the War of Revival and in Operation Dogs of War, our heroic soldiers struck a crushing blow to the Ayatollah regime and its proxies, but the wounded predator did not cease its attempts to rehabilitate itself for that same goal to destroy us. In recent months, the tyrants in Iran have been plotting to rebuild their nuclear and missile capabilities and hide them underground, where we cannot harm them. If we do not stop them now, they will be immune. And for this purpose, their representatives in negotiations are trying to buy time in futile and deceitful negotiations with our American friends. But the tyrants in Iran made a fatal mistake, because the United States does not buy their lies. And we will not sit idly by while the shadow of annihilation hangs over us, and therefore we have now launched Operation Roaring Lion, an action that is far more powerful than Operation Dogs of War, which was very powerful. We are doing this in full cooperation with our friends in the United States, under the brave leadership of President Trump. Together with the United States, we will strike the terror regime hard. We will create conditions that will allow the brave Iranian people to throw off the yoke of this murderous regime. During Operation Dogs of War, I was asked many times if toppling the regime was the goal of the operation in addition to removing the nuclear and missile threat. And I answered that this was not the goal, but it could certainly be the result, and indeed that is exactly what happened when millions of Iranians took to the streets. And now they are given the opportunity to take their fate into their own hands. Citizens of Israel, like in Dogs of War, also in Roaring Lion, we will all need patience and fortitude, because there will be costs, and perhaps heavy costs. But I know what wonderful powers are hidden within our people, what wonderful powers are hidden within you, citizens of Israel. Since the War of Revival began, we have stood together, and today too we will stand together with heroism, in brotherly love, with mutual responsibility. I ask all of you, strictly follow the home front command instructions, because you already know, these instructions save lives. Challenging days are ahead of us. Every military action involves risk, but the risk of not acting is infinitely greater. Because if we do not act, we will get a nuclear Iran, an Iran with tens of thousands of ballistic missiles, an Iran that will act to destroy us and be immune to our counteractions. As a people desiring life, we have no choice but to go into battle. Except that this time we are doing it with the tremendous combined power of the State of Israel and the United States of America. From here, I wish to address the citizens of Iran.
And while you guys are having fun inside of your bomb shelters, I will be in Berlin at Berghain, partying my dick off.
You, citizens of Iran and the Iranian army, listen. You are not our enemies, and we are not your enemies. We have a common enemy. The murderous cult of the mullahs that has taken over you through the repressive forces of the Revolutionary Guards and the besieged. They are the ones who brought your wonderful country down, brought it down to the depths of despair. They are the ones who have failed you and your children. Therefore, in full coordination with my friend, the President of the United States, I say to you, anyone who lays down their weapons, including among the regime forces, will ensure their safety and secure their future. The Iranian people, in all its parts, the Persians, the Kurds, the Azeris, the Baloch, the Abkhazians, and all other citizens of this wonderful nation, this is your opportunity to establish a new and free Iran. Take your fate into your own hands. Raise your heads, lift them to the sky, our forces are there. The free world is all coming to your aid. Help has arrived. And I believe the day will...
Hasan, protests have started in Iran per multiple sources. Where? It depends. Also, yeah, you know what I'm going to say. You know what I'm going to say. So why are we, like, I'll spare you. You know what I mean? Did they actually kill him? I think so. As an Iranian, people are just desperate. Yeah, I know. As an Iraqi, people are just desperate is exactly what I heard back then, you know? You can be desperate and still be wrong. That's it. And if you're judging, if you're looking at past performance, it's obvious that anyone who thinks that this is going to yield prosperity is oblivious to a couple things. One, first of all, the best possible thing that the Iranian population could do right now is just sit at home for a little bit, you know, wait it out. That's number one. Number two, let's say that regime change comes. If that regime change comes and the popular support is still on the side of anti-Zionism, well, that's not going to be enough for Israel, is it? Hideous, disgusting, fat old fuck. Of course he funded Hamas. What? Who the fuck are you talking about? 10-month subscriber? I'm so confused. The United Slaves of Israel? What is this? Israel in full panic mode from dancing, celebrating, and shut up full blown panic as Iranian missiles fly overhead. Karma? I don't know if this is new. I was talking to my Iranian cousin who was like, the 100 plus kids who died were just collateral. Also, I don't believe the source from Iran. Their brains are 100% broken. No, I've already explained it. There are going to be, guys, the Ayatollah has like a 50+% disapproval rating. Okay. Like by most of the polling done in Iran, he's not a very popular guy. Now, of course, Trump is even less popular than the Ayatollah. Do with that information what you will. Literally, Trump is less popular in the United States of America than the Ayatollah is in Iran. Now, having said that, what's really interesting is the popularity that the Ayatollah has, the popular base that he has, is also kind of similar to Donald Trump. Because, like, when I talk about MAGA, I would say, like, 20 to 30% of the American public is like pro-Trump. The rest is anti-Trump. Ayatollah has a similar predicament. 20 to 30% of the population is like in the sect, in the pocket, and in favor of the Ayatollah. And then the rest of the country is not so fond of him, right? Now, the reason why I'm bringing that up is because this makes a popular mobilization or popular resistance all the less likely because he has a fairly strong base of support. The way that people present it by looking at a lot of the people who hate the Ayatollah, and there are plenty, right? What they fail to factor in this equation is like the popular mobilization that will happen at the behest of the Ayatollah or the regime.
I don't know that that's true. And also, soon they would be able to...
This will cause tremendous destabilization.
The United States. I guess it depends on what you mean by soon. Soon could mean in 2 years, but it certainly wasn't imminent.
What really led to this? The protests in late December and January. President Trump drew a line. He said help is on the way. The supreme leader gave an order to crack down and kill thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of people. That led to this military deployment. And then as this unfolded, everything came together. The missile issue, the nuclear issue, you had these nuclear talks, so everything kind of came together. But this immediate crisis trigger, and why did we deploy this force, you can trace it back to those protests and that massacre, which again, the supreme leader ordered. And I think President Trump was hoping, that...
This is Biden's key guy on Israel, by the way, Brett McGurk.
If Iran was prepared to give up its nuclear enrichment program. But as you and I have been discussing over the last month, that was highly unlikely. Iran is not going to give up that program. It sees it's critical to its own survival, but now its survival is at stake. It has a ways to go, Jake. There's a lot of unknowns.
All right. I'm sure we're going to keep having lots of conversations about this. Brett McGurk, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And we are hearing growing calls from Democrats and a handful of Republicans for a vote on the president's power to use unilateral military force against Iran without any congressional authorization. We're going to have a member of the Senate Armed Services Committee who calls the strikes illegal on the show next.
Spring.
Will not be far when Israel...
I'm going to interrupt you very briefly while you've been introducing Julie Sirkin. They're telling...
هم میهنان عزیزم لحظاتی سرنوشت ساز پیش روی ماست.
Sorry, but I don't agree with you on this one, Chief. Is there any precedent for the radicalization and empowerment of hardline zealots post-American bombing? True. My mistake. Or even, what country hasn't benefited from a power vacuum that America created in the country? There are so many famous examples of incredible prosperity that American decapitation strikes have actually created. I am, of course, an ISIS supporter. And this is my support.
کمکی که رئیس جمهور ایالات متحده به مردم شجاع ایران وعده داده بود اکنون رسیده است. این یک مداخله بشردوستانه است و هدف آن جمهوری اسلامی دستگاه سرکوب و ماشین کشتار آن است، نه کشور و ملت بزرگ ایران. اما با وجود رسیدن این کمک، پیروزی نهایی همچنان به دست ما رقم خواهد خورد. این ما ملت ایران هستیم که در این آخرین نبرد کار را تمام خواهیم کرد. زمان بازگشت به خیابانها نزدیک است. اکنون که جمهوری اسلامی در حال فروپاشی است، پیام من به نیروهای نظامی، انتظامی و امنیتی کشور روشن است. شما سوگند خورده اید حافظ ایران و ملت ایران باشید، نه حافظ جمهوری اسلامی و سرکردگانش.
Boring.
Thank God our Prime Minister has declared that we're not having anything to do with it. We are not participating in it. It's an illegal war. We are not going to allow them to use our bases or any of our sites around the world. I doubt, Paul, one single country will rise up and join the Israel-US attacks on Iran.
Australia's backed it.
Yes, but will they join in? This is the Epstein wars. It's so that Trump has got a reason to stop the midterms, and Israel has got a reason to stop the October elections as well. This has got nothing to do with defending the Iranians. And remember, we cannot stop Iran from getting the nuclear bomb. They've already increased their uranium capacity to by about 50% since May, and they've hidden their capacity in the Isfahan mountains. Yeah. We can't stop Iran from getting the nuclear bomb, but this war is insane. If we're attacked, we'll have to defend.
Oh my God. What the fuck? Why is she so well read? Like, she's better at analysis than like 98% of people that we've heard from CNN, Israel's favorite news channel. In the course of 2 days, the rationale for this war is cycled through the enrichment program, the freedom for Iranians, and now the ballistic missiles. If this latest one is true, then it clashes with Trump's statements that he can exit quickly and cleanly. No, I'm telling you, I think they just want to instigate some kind of popular movement leaning into the unpopularity of the Ayatollah, and they're waiting it out currently. They're weighing their responses. If we go super hard, will the Iranian population even choose to attack the IRGC?
Secretary of State Marco Rubio was able to notify 7 of the 8 Gang of 8 members before the strikes. Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna,
Shout out anonymous gifter. Thank you for the 100
House Armed Services Committee, described the operation to CNN this way. It's a slap in the face of the United States Congress. The president has launched an illegal war when there is no imminent threat. He did not consult with Congress or allow for a debate in Congress, which even George W. Bush did, unquote. It is not just Democrats who are expressing anger. Republican Congressman Warren Davidson, a former Army Ranger who sits on the House Foreign Affairs Committee, posted on X or Twitter, "No, war requires congressional authorization." Let's bring in Senator Tammy Duckworth, Democrat of Illinois. She sits on the Senate Armed Services Committee and on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and is also an Iraq War veteran and was among the first handful of Army women to fly combat operations during Operation Iraqi Freedom. Senator, what is your reaction to President Trump announcing the death of Iran's supreme leader?
Well, listen, I'm glad that Khamenei is dead. He ordered the massacre and murder of thousands of people, protesters who are protesting for democracy. My problem with this whole thing is how President Trump has gone about doing this. He promised Americans that he would get us out of forever wars, and yet here he is on his own launching an attack on Iran without congressional oversight when there appears to be no imminent.
Like, what do you mean? I'm glad Khamenei is dead. Like, you can't. You don't even. I'm not saying you have to like Ayatollah Khamenei, but you can't be fucking flexing, even from a partisan perspective, a totally and utterly illegal act of killing the head of a sovereign foreign nation state. What are these people doing?
Potentially launch preemptive missile strikes. Now, there is another source that CNN spoke with who's familiar with the intelligence who contradicts those claims and says there were actually no indications that the Iranians planned to strike any U.S. forces or assets first. Did your committees have any intelligence that would back up any claim of an imminent threat or a preemptive strike by the Iranians?
No, there's no evidence of any imminent threat presented by the Iranians. And in fact, they don't have the capabilities to launch a ballistic missile at the United States. They have short and medium range missiles. They don't have anything that can reach the United States of America. And frankly, it was President Trump himself who said that Operation Midnight Hammer annihilated the Iran nuclear program. So which is it? Did they annihilate their nuclear program, or are they imminently about to launch a nuclear attack on the United States? Their arguments doesn't hold water. And frankly, I'm deeply concerned that the American taxpayers, and in particular, our men and women in uniform, are going to be paying the price for Donald Trump's recklessness here.
You posted on X today, quote, "By illegally striking Iran, Trump made a choice, one he did not have to make. that puts American lives and national security at risk while threatening to draw us into yet another expensive taxpayer-funded forever war without congressional approval. He owes it to the American people. He promised he would always put first to immediate.
Like, you guys understand when you say, I'm glad Khamenei's dead, he's a fucking ruthless autocrat, but I just don't like the way Trump killed him. You're not actually making an argument on your side. You know? Like, people that hear that go, wait, what do you mean? We took out a fucking tyrant. That's awesome. Oh, so you're just mad that Trump is the one who did it? That you didn't do it yourself? Because you were too pussy to do so? Is that what it is? It's so fucking dumb. You're literally saying what he did was awesome. I like what he did. I just don't like how he did it. And for other people, they're going to listen to that. They're going to hear that and go, okay, I don't give a fuck. I'm glad he's dead. You said it yourself.
Years, and Americans became the target of terrorist organizations all around the world. I am deeply concerned that that is where we are. We're in the precipice of that. Alternatively, is he going to do what he did in Venezuela, where he decapitated a terrible regime, but then turn around and started working with the vice president of that same terrible regime? Is he now going to turn around?
Like, oh God, what if he actually fucking works with the IRGC now to stabilize the country? Like, that's
Iran?
an outflanking.
What is next? He needs to come to Congress, present to us his evidence for that imminent danger. We will take the vote. We will have those discussions the way that American people voted for us, empowered us with the responsibility of having that vote. But the administration needs to come forward and tell us what exactly is their next steps.
Army veteran and Illinois Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth, thank you so much for your time tonight. We appreciate it. President
Mods, I'm demanding a manual ban review for Empress Gardens, or I'm reporting for anti-Semitic content. I am even going to submit a government report and open a Twitch ticket. What? A Twitch ticket? You're posting that on YouTube, dog. What the fuck are you saying? Operation Twitch ticket. It's so... YouTube chat is out of control. He said, I'm going to literally call the internet police on... I'm going to tell the government. I'm going to tell the government. You're going to jail for banning my friend. You're not even on Twitch. You're on YouTube. What was it? Empress Gardens. Tell your friend they're a bitch too. Empress Gardens got banned. This is what the chatter is going to tell the U.S. government. Stop this video incites anti-Semitism. Put BB on CNN. Jessica, what you're seeing is this is pure justice. Oh no, you're a fucking idiot. It's not for oil. USA produces the most oil in the world. I don't even know why this person got banned, but it is very funny, and you should literally inform the International Criminal Court. Why stop at the American federal government? Take this up to the highest fucking court, dude. Israeli court. Mod comment. One is a genocidal dictator, the other was elected president. Is so simplistic. In contemporary history, we avoided making these comparisons for being poor. Like comparing Hitler, Mussolini to Trump and Bolsonaro is a disservice. I am a tanky and agree with you, chatters, bro. Beg you, please read something about fascism. What? That's from 2024. I'm going to unban this person. They're just fucking annoying. It's fine. I actually want to keep him banned, though, because I want to see what the other friend does. You know what I mean? I want to keep him banned because I want to see what the other, like, his friend, like, where will they take this? Don't you feel ashamed for profiting off of war? Oh, I didn't even see that part. I think they're just a shitter. Look, 300,000 people left. This is white replacement. Like, they're just a shitter. I don't want a ticket to be submitted to the federal government. So I unbanned the person. Trust your fucking mods. I just want to see what he says. You know what I mean? I mean, they're clearly fucking annoying if they're on the YouTube stream complaining. You know what I mean? I just want to see what their fucking deal is. Like, I want to pick apart their brain a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I'm tired. Okay. Anyway. Trust the fucking mods, Piker. I'll write a ticket to unban me. Okay, shut the fuck up,
Now on
YouTube
CNN,
chat.
the U.S. State Department just announced that Secretary of State Marco Rubio will no longer be traveling to Israel on Monday. This following President Trump's announcement of the death of Iran's supreme leader in that massive wave of airstrikes by U.S. and Israeli forces. The Iranians retaliating with drone and missile attacks on sites across the region in what could be the most significant conflict in the Middle East since the U.S. invasion of Iraq in 2003. I'm joined now by retired Army General David Petraeus, who led U.S. Central Command and later served as CIA director. General, good to see you. In Sunday, in an interview on WABC, you predicted that U.S. strikes in Iran, quote, will not bring about regime change, sadly, unquote. Regime change is something that numerous presidents have weighed and that the CIA surely has gamed out. And obviously, the death of Khamenei doesn't necessarily suggest regime change. It might just suggest a new head of the regime. Are there more moderate forces within the rank of ayatollahs, the mullahs, or within the Iranian government who not only could run the country, but who could lead it to a more less aggressive stance when it comes to the world?
Yeah, I think there are probably. In fact, Karim Sajapur, one of the sagest Iranian experts, was remarking that the regime used to be 80% hardliners and 20% charlatans, he termed it. These are the pragmatists, really, if they're just along for the ride to get what they can get. And now it's 80% charlatans and 20% hardliners. So surely in there are some who recognize that a country with the second largest natural gas reserves in the world and the third largest oil reserves, an educated population, quite a secular population too, compared to others in the region, that surely there is someone there who might see that death to Israel and death to America has not produced particularly good results. In fact, their proxies are all degraded very heavily. Hezbollah is a shadow of its former self, hasn't even really done much so far. And Syria is no longer an ally. Others are degraded also. So there surely is someone. The question is, can that be the person who actually grabs the reins of power? I must say that when I offered that assessment a week or so ago, that I certainly didn't assume that we would have this stunning achievement today, which is to take out the supreme leader, apparently the defense minister and the head of the Revolutionary Guards Corps, and maybe the president as well, and some others, which also is just a reflection of stunning arrogance on the part of the Iranian leadership. I think they really were, they thought they were in the clear for another period of daylight because we didn't go during the normal time. Almost all of our operations begin in the early hours of the morning. And in this case, they apparently came out and they were even gathering and meeting, discussing various topics. And that's how the Israeli precise intelligence enabled their superb military strikes, along with our military actions, to achieve this really extraordinary and truly historical achievement. But again, who will follow? That's the question. And then also, is there a large number defecting And could someone then take leadership of that? The challenge here is there is no Ahmed al-Shara figure, as in Syria, who had a military force who was able to take down the hollow regime forces of the murderous Bashar al-Assad in Syria when the Hezbollah and the Iranians and Russians couldn't come to the rescue.
Yeah, I read an analysis today or yesterday in which...
Yeah, if only we had an ISIS affiliate inside of Iran that we could activate.
Their oppressive regime, but also how worried they are about U.S. intervention because they have seen the chaos that presided after Iraq, Libya, Syria, and on and on. So you could understand that President Trump does not seem to be suggesting that the U.S., and now he wouldn't, even if we did have CIA forces on the ground, I have no idea, but he doesn't seem to be suggesting that the U.S. or the West is playing any sort of role in trying to help organize the next leader.
Well, we don't know. What we do know is that Mossad, for decades, has had extraordinary intelligence and penetration inside Iran. The first time I ever met with an Israeli Defense Force chief of staff, it was in the Pentagon because they weren't part of Central Command at that time. They are now, and we really couldn't go there officially. And he laid out photos of the inside of the most sensitive facilities in Iran. They went on, of course, later to steal the nuclear records right out of Tehran. They, of course, had intelligence that led to the ability to take out over a dozen nuclear scientists and many of the senior leaders with precise drone activity from a base they established inside Iran. So I think there's a big question about, do they have something in the mix? Can they find some leaders and then enough guys with guns? Because the problem is that the people that usually prevail in situations like this are not the Democrats on a white horse here, the George Washington figures. These are the guys with the most guns and the most ruthless willingness to use those weapons.
Yep. General David Petraeus, always good to have you on. Thank you so much, sir. The breaking news tonight, Iran Supreme Leader dead, killed by U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran. President Trump now calling on the Iranian people to rise up and take their country back. We'll take you live to the Middle East next.
Bet you can't run as fast as T-Mobile. Bet you I can.
Bro, this kicked off because, I mean, it's kind of crazy, the sheer arrogance from Petraeus there, where he's like, wow, these guys are so stupid. In the midst of another round of negotiations, they were dumb enough to get together and have like a regular meeting in their own country. And I guess to a certain degree, it's true. It is kind of dumb, right? It is kind of dumb because, like, it's obvious that they were going to do this. But even then, like, you shouldn't say it if you're America. You know what I mean? You should just not be out there saying, like, yeah, of course we're going to kill sovereign leaders on their own soil in their nation's capital amidst negotiations. You know? The very same people celebrating the assassination of the Ayatollah, who was very unpopular in Iran, but not as unpopular as Trump here, would be appalled if Trump got extrajudicially taken out like this tomorrow by a foreign entity. Is a white supremacist exceptionalism? Yes. Remember to spot the implicit assumption, says Nathan J. Robinson. Israel, and only Israel, has the right to defend itself. Israel has the right to exist as an apartheid state. Iran must never have nukes, but the U.S. and Israel can. Iran's missiles are a threat to us, but not ours to them. The U.S. empire will not be looked at in history kindly. New proverb unlocked. Beware of Americans negotiating. Yeah. It's so fucking busted, dude. It's so busted.
First of all, what is your reaction to this attack on your country?
Thank you. This is an act of aggression. This is an unprovoked, unwarranted act of aggression that is targeting innocent people, civilian infrastructure, This morning, one of the first missiles that targeted Iran, in fact, targeted a primary school in Minab, Hormozgan province, southern Iran, and it killed more than 70 innocent little girls. Still, there are tens of people.
Okay, but have you considered that, like, you know, we were liberating them? We were liberating the 70 little girls is unironically the argument that, like, Israel and America is making today. Okay.
Tens of little girls under the rubble. So this was not the first case. Many other buildings, medical centers were also hit by American and Israeli act of aggression during the course of today.
There are also reports that many senior leaders in Iran have been killed. Does that include the supreme leader? Is the supreme leader still alive? And is the president still alive?
Thanks to God, they are all safe and sound. Yes, we have had some martyrs, some commanders who have been martyred as the result of this terrorist act of aggression. But what matters is that the Iranian nation, our armed forces, our brave armed forces, are taking necessary measures to defend Iran in the most strongest way possible.
Isn't the truth that you could have avoided this by simply doing a deal with the United States and saying you would never have a nuclear weapon?
That's crazy. Bro, they did say that. Like, what? Oh my God. I hate this. I hate this so much because it's just so fake. Just say if media was honest, they would just be like, you're offensive to Israel. Your existence is offensive to Israel. That's it. Like all this stuff about like how they're trying to liberate Iran, bullshit. The stuff about the nuclear program, bullshit. Okay? It's all fucking bullshit. They're like, why won't you bend the knee to Israel and America? That's it. Why do you have weapons that can protect your nation state? Why do you have weapons that present a threat to the existence of Israel?
President Trump was never going to allow you to have a nuclear weapon, and there was a chance to do a deal.
How many times has Iran said that we would not seek nuclear weapon? Come on. We made a deal in 2015, but right 3 years later, in 2018, the United States withdrew from the deal unilaterally. Again, during the past 9 months, we entered into negotiations with the United States. You remember in June, we were in the middle of the negotiations, and we have always said that Iran is not seeking nuclear weapons. Just show me one single report by the IAEA that can certify Iran's deviating from peaceful purposes. That's a big lie that has been propagated by the United States, by Israeli lobby inside the United States for the past 4 decades that Iran is going to have nuclear weapon. There is no nuclear weapon. Iran has never sought to have nuclear weapons, period.
But President Trump is arguing that you are not taking the talks seriously. America considers you a threat. Israel clearly considers you a threat. And you are also, it is now obvious, are a threat to your own people, having killed so many people simply trying to protest and express their freedom of speech.
That's not...
Dude, at what point is this argument rendered silly? Like if America kills more people than the number of people that the Iranian government killed, is that when? In terms of sanctions, it's already a much higher magnitude of death to begin with. But like what, through direct bombing campaigns? Is that when they drop this? Except I know they don't drop this because they did this with Israel. They said the same thing about Hamas. They literally said the same thing about Hamas. Israel was like, we are liberating the Palestinians from Hamas. How are we liberating them? By fucking murdering them directly. When asked why they were doing it, they were like, well, Hamas is killing Palestinians. Okay, well, so are you. You're killing way more Palestinians. Hamas is Palestinian.
true?
Which part of that?
Come on, both of them. You Europeans, the European Union, European countries always regard themselves as the custodian of the...
I mean, let's not pretend the Iranian government is the government for the people. Doesn't justify what we're doing, but like, let's keep that part real. Brother, what the fuck are you talking about? This is completely beyond the scope of the conversation. Okay? Hello? What are you saying? How is this even in any way, shape, or form relevant to America's first strike against Iran that took place today? That only means something if you truly believe that America has a special type of bomb that they deployed on Iran, and those schoolgirls that they killed with that special type of bomb were actually high command IRGC military leaders that were responsible for murdering protesters in the fucking streets. Hasan needs to explain this point better. What are you talking about? There is no point. You only bring this up if you want to justify America's actions. It is utterly irrelevant in the conversation of America and Israel's first strike against Iran. What more explanation do you want to fucking hear? What can I say? There is no additional point that I can make here that would like help people understand if they're just like refusing to comprehend this. It's not. I'm simply responding to the reporter's question. One doesn't need to be wrong for one to be right. Both actions to be wrong. America's current actions are how Iraq kills their people. Yes, obviously, no nation state should be killing their fucking people for protesting. America kills its own people for protesting. We know this, okay? But it's utterly irrelevant. The reason why the fucking journalist is asking that question is because he wants to justify America and Israel's actions. That's the exact same reason why the journalist asked the stupid question before that, where he was like, why won't you concede to America's demands to not have nuclear arms? Do you think that this reporter is actually doing honest reporting here? Or do you think he is trying to do regime propaganda? He is doing regime propaganda. It's that simple. It's the same principle behind asking Hamas to condemn Hamas in the aftermath of a fucking genocide. You bring up a Hamas Politburo chief moments after his children were slaughtered in Israel's hands, in fucking Doha too, of all places, and then you go, do you condemn Hamas? The fuck are you talking about?
Rule of law. Show me just one single...
It's an utterly irrelevant point in America's bombing campaign here, unless you actually are lending credence to America's military initiatives. You actually think America's bombing campaign has something to do with bringing about democratic change in Iran. And if you truly believe that, you're a fucking idiot. Do you understand? Thank you, Open Presence, for the 100 gifted subs.
Law or logic that if one country regards another country as a threat, they are allowed under international law simply to launch an attack.
But
what kind of threat? Come on, what kind of threat do you think Iran was posing to the United States? Did we go to the Gulf of Mexico to attack the United States? They have come from 6,500 miles away to our shore.
All right.
They have created so
all right,
many...
you're making too much sense. All right, now, enough with that.
Military bases around Iran. And right now, they are attacking Iran. And you are saying that Iran is a threat to Israel and to the United States?
Well, you're clearly a threat to Israel. You want to destroy Israel. Now, President Trump wants regime change.
Why do you say that? Why do you say that?
Because
no, come on. Please do not change the facts. It was the Israel and the United States that attacked Iran, not vice versa. In June, they attacked Iran. Right now, they are telling everyone clearly that we launch an attack against Iran. It was not Iran that launched an attack against the United States or Israel.
But the position now is that President Trump is clearly after regime change. He wants the people of Iran to rise up and overthrow the government. Do you think that could happen?
That's an illusion. That's, again, an unlawful act of aggression. That's against the right of self-determination of the people. The Iranian nation decided 47 years ago to overthrow the dictatorship that was supported by the United States. The Iranian nation knows how to take care of their destiny. It is not for any outsiders to claim that they are trying to help Iranian nation. Our people saw it by their own eyes when the United States tried to help us by killing innocent girls in Minab and other cities.
Right.
The junior schoolers were massacred in many cities in Iran.
It's not a black and white situation. It's a gray area in some parts. The attack isn't justified. Trump is doing what he wants to and so on. The Iran government is still hurting its own people pretty hard. Or working with Iran refugees is pretty horrible what was happening there. No, it is a black and white situation. Because if your job is to say, oh, I want to stop, dead Iranians, okay? If you're saying like it's really gross and fucked up that Iranians are dying, and the Americans traveled 6,000 miles to go and fucking kill Iranians, and they're going to continue killing more Iranians, as a matter of fact, then yeah, it's actually America's fault. It is pretty black and white. It's actually incredibly black and white. What are you talking about?
That was the kind of help that the United States...
Bro, the Western progressive movement will not survive. I mean, it's just not even real, I don't think. I think there is genuinely no salvation for many people who will always turn around and go, oh man, well, it's too complicated. It's too complicated. Like, if you're still saying that right now, if you're still saying that at this moment, when the two countries that have conducted this operation are responsible for more death and destruction around the globe by a much wider margin, regardless of how brutal Iran might be to his own citizens, you're lost in the sauce. Like, you will never understand this. Okay? If your goal is the avoidance of death and destruction and murder, you can't under any circumstances be like, well, these guys are pretty bad too. I'm glad that they're I'm not glad that they're bombing, but something had to happen. Like, what are we talking about? What the fuck is this? And especially considering that America and Israel have been doing this over and over and over again to so many countries, from Iraq to Syria to Afghanistan to Libya. What the fuck are we doing? Make no mistake, the U.S.-Israel war against Iran is a colonial war like the genocide in Palestine, the invasion of Iraq and Libya, the incineration of Vietnam and Laos. It is war to subjugate the people of the global south and annihilate their resistance. Colonialism has no place in humanity and it must be defeated, 100%. There's no other way to read this. I'm not a defender of the Ayatollah, but there's no other fucking way to read what you're saying here. And it's especially crazy to me that you guys are doing this. Listen to me, okay? One of the things that I always demand of you when you change your mind on, Israel's genocide, for example, maybe initially after October 7, you were shocked by the trauma and the violence that you saw unfold on your screens, and you were like, how can anybody do this? Maybe these guys are barbaric or whatever. And then slowly but surely, you learned about the history of Israel. You learned about what Israel was doing post-October 7, and then that caused you to dive deeper into understanding how the Palestinian resistance formed, right? And you changed your mind through that process, and I'm here for you, okay? It's fantastic that you changed your mind in that process. But what do I always tell you? remember your initial thoughts. Remember your initial hangups that didn't cause you to dive deep into the fucking source material to develop a broader understanding of why people do certain things. Because that hangup, if you don't eradicate that in your mind, will come back over and over again. Same with like people who were anti-Jeremy Corbyn, who fell victim to the propaganda campaign that Jeremy Corbyn was actually an anti-Semite. Like, what do I always say? It's great that you love Jeremy Corbyn now, but think about what led you to believe so easily that so readily that Jeremy Corbyn was an anti-Semite, and try to eradicate that inside of your mind. Okay? And the same goes for this. For a lot of people, post-October 7, they were not ready for the conversation that, Israel was responsible for October 7 due to 75 years of brutal apartheid. And although many people changed their minds with new information, they still, I guess, did not change the way that they receive Western propaganda and information about Western imperialist endeavors. Because Israel was also making that same argument post-October 7. They were saying, we are liberating the Palestinians from Hamas. It turns out they were just liberating Palestinians from their own fucking mortal coil, right? And the same goes for this incident. This is an imperialist war of aggression against a sovereign state in the region for one reason and one reason only. It's sovereignty. Because as long as Iran remains sovereign, doesn't matter if it's a despotic regime that is tyrannical or ruthless to his own citizens, doesn't matter if it's the most prosperous, peaceful, liberal country on the planet. As long as it maintains sovereignty and has an anti-Israel position, which is righteous, by the way, it will always be a threat to the nation state of Israel, and therefore it will be eradicated. Okay? The same exact arguments are currently being deployed right now to justify, to help you come to terms with what America did, to make you say, it's really fucked up that those children died. It's really fucked up that America killed those children. But don't you think the Iranian government is also cruel and also ruthless? And that's precisely what you need to fucking shed yourself of. This understanding that, like, America sometimes gets a lot of stuff right. Like, America sometimes is very violent, but that violence is done at the behest of a greater good, right? And in this circumstance, the greater good is obviously overthrowing this despotic regime. That's what you're doing. That's what you're fucking doing in this moment. Okay? It's not a moment for centrism. You're not making a profound statement. You are refusing. You are refusing to look at the much larger, much more consequential decisions that are being implemented. Okay? America did not blow up that school and numerous other targets and to kill the Ayatollah because the Ayatollah is ruthless to his own citizens. The Ayatollah's ruthlessness, or the IRGC's ruthlessness to its own citizens, unironically presents a national security problem for Iran all on its own. Okay? No, bro. Uncommon L. We can't ignore the people being oppressed by the Iranian regime. They're part of this as well. No, go ahead, man. Go ahead. Dialectics, you say. You can understand both. Dialectics. No. That's ridiculous. That is fucking ridiculous. It shows me that there are so many people, even in this community, that think that they're like anti-war, they're pro-peace, they're fucking anti-imperialist, but they refuse to comprehend when imperialism is happening. There are many different, unique ways of selling you this imperialism. And you fall in line. At the end of the day, you fall in line. You justify it to yourself. That's it. Iran as a sovereign state presents a reactive force against America's imperialist endeavors in the region. And that is the reason why America and Israel have wanted to destabilize the nation state for the longest fucking time. And that is precisely the reason why they're engaging in this destabilization. That is precisely the reason why America has implemented sanctions. It's not sovereign, though. It's occupied by the mullahs. Man, shut the fuck up. It's occupied by the mullahs. Oh. Everything else is pure whataboutism. Okay? It's ridiculous. We do not get to dictate the terms of other people's living standards. Unfortunately, for many, especially many living in the Western world, we are so comfortable with that we find any and every reason to continue said oppression, and we justify it to ourselves in little ways. How is this any different than when Israel says, oh, well, Hamas is very anti-gay. We have to ruthlessly slaughter them. That's it. That's exactly what this is. That's exactly what this is. Hamas is throwing gays off the roofs. We have to fucking blow them up with our homophobia-destroying weapons. Meanwhile, the people that are engaging in this violent act are far more ruthless. This doesn't mean that the IRGC or the Ayatollah is a good guy. This doesn't mean that they're not ruthless in their domestic affairs and the way that they stamp out protests, the way that they react violently. But if we're talking about overall death and destruction around the world, it's not even a fucking question who has been responsible for infinitely more casualties. If you get mad at the at the IRGC slaughtering its own population, you should be infinitely more mad that a foreign alien force has traveled 6,000 miles with tens of billions of dollars worth of weapons and have blown up a fucking school in said sovereign country. What is this conversation? Every single argument that the American side has presented is bullshit. They say, oh, Iran won't correspond to our demands. Iran has conceded to the demands being made on the denuclearization side of things. Iran has even said, oh, we'll talk in the future about a ballistic missile program change as well. They'll say, oh, Iran is actually really ruthless to its own citizens. That's why we have to do this. The citizens demand, they yearn for freedom. And that freedom comes in the form of Hellfire missiles. It's ridiculous. It's totally fucking ridiculous. I cannot believe that people still in this community try to come up with any excuse whatsoever that they can lean into. Oh, two bad things can be two bad things can be real at the same time. You're not making a brilliant point here. Okay? One thing is worse. Unlimited airstrikes as a foreign nation state on a sovereign peoples is far worse. Especially when those unlimited airstrikes on a sovereign people have nothing to do with the liberation of said people. And then, of course, the propaganda kicks in. The people of Iran begged for American intervention after 20 to 30K were killed in protest. This was the only way the regime change was going to happen. Exactly. Do you see what you did, chatter? Two bad things can be correct at the same time, chatter? Look, These are your fucking allies. You understand? People love taking advantage of the information vacuum. People love taking advantage of the morality vacuum. We have to be uncompromising in moments like this. You can't cast aside the true escalation of violence in the hands of American empire by leaning into these counter narratives. That's what I was trying to stress to Ro Khanna as well. That's what I was criticizing when the Democrats come out and they're like, well, you know, I'm glad the Ayatollah is dead. I'm glad that the Ayatollah was murdered. I just don't like the process in which this murder took place. Yes, why do you think I'm defending the U.S.? I hate the fact that it's happening. I'm completely against this. We don't have to blindly support the regime. Support the actual people of Iran. Yo, I'm not in favor of this, bro. Trying to make a complex problem simple is exactly the issue. It's a privileged take. You're right, dude. You know who is making that exact same argument? People devoid of privilege like Lindsey Graham. People devoid of privilege like Marco Rubio. People devoid of privilege like Tammy fucking Duckworth. People devoid of privilege like Donald Trump. There is no both sides. There is no both sides here. It's ridiculous. You just don't want to fucking say it. If you understand the nuances and the complexity here, you would understand that I'm not a supporter of the IRGC, okay? And its domestic affairs, of course. I'm a supporter of Iranian sovereignty. Let's say this helps Iran. People of Iran become free and get to live in democracy. Everyone's happy. Would you change your views on U.S. intervention then? Sure. Probably not, because I'm aware of American history. If they got one right for once, that would be a shocking change of pace. It still wouldn't change my perspective broadly on U.S. intervention, because I'm not fucking delusional, and I've seen this exact same song and dance over and over again. Okay? Libya, Iraq, Syria, Afghanistan. Everywhere that we have our footprint has crumbled, cratered, been destroyed. Yeah, it's like a gunshot to the fucking head. And every time the argument is, what if this time it's different? What leads you to believe that? The favorite quote of fake Einstein quote that people love using all the time is the definition of insanity is trying to same thing 1,000 times and then expecting different results, right? Well, this applies perfectly here. What leads you to believe that this time will be different when every single time they've done this, they've said the exact same thing? And this time, they're not even trying that hard. You're just making that up in your own mind. They're not even saying that this will yield a prosperity for Iran. They're not even making that argument all that much. It doesn't take much for you to believe it, it seems. It's like the people that kept telling me, like, well, Hasan, why didn't you just, like, lie about what Kamala Harris's positions were to your audience rather than reflect on them accurately? You know? Doesn't matter. The fuck do you mean? Oh, yeah, you want me to just sit here and be like, well, you know, America has tried to attempt to liberalize countries over and over again, and it seems like the entire point of that was always imperialism and the bounties for American capital and international capital, but this time it might be different. Like, why would I fucking say that? Why would I say that? It's ridiculous. What is it? Tariq Ali News. I have heard from an Iranian friend that her partner in Tehran has sent her a message. She's a leftist and is telling her that U.S. Israelis are targeting a number of known leftist homes in Tehran and elsewhere in an attempt to make sure there's no opposition to their favored candidate once they destroy the regime. What this reveals is the degree of penetration by Mossad in Iran. What it also means is that this is not going to be an easy occupation for the U.S. and its Israeli buddies. I mean, I don't know how valid this is, but I will say they have literally targeted the home of a fucking left figure in Iran who was under house arrest. So it's not, I don't know how valid this statement is. It's like giving, my uncle works at Nintendo a little bit. But we have seen one clear-cut example of the American and Israeli bombing campaigns literally trying to kill an opposition figure to the administration that is currently living under house arrest. It's all propaganda. I'm losing my mind. Like, I went to college and did international relations courses with men and women my age from Iran, and they always said every single secular element of the country that isn't CIA or Mossad backed is more aggressive towards the West than the Ayatollah is. That's the other side of the story. That's like, Iran is never going to have actual sovereignty with this initiative. And they're not even hiding it. And there's still dumb cocksuckers in this fucking audience being like, but what if it's different, dude? What if they bring about democracy with bombs this time?
Whatever the George Bush is not fighting this like Vietnam. We don't need to refight the whole history of Vietnam.
Maybe that's the danger.
But it's not going to happen.
Let me take
it's
a
not
call
going to happen. This is going to be a 2-month war, not a
Park Hill.
year war.
There it is. Oh, Willie Crystal, head of the Bulwark. Yeah, real neoliberalism hasn't been tried. Real bombing for democracy hasn't been tried. We've been trying. We've been trying since World War II. Iranian ambassador, I would advise the U.S. representative to be polite. It would be better for yourself and the country you represent.
To make a further statement.
Thank you. I have one word only. I advise to the representative of the United States to be polite. It will be better for yourself and the country you represent. Thank you.
The representative of the United States has asked for the floor to make a further statement.
Frankly, I'm not going to dignify this with another response, especially as this representative sits here in this body representing a regime that has killed tens of thousands of its own people. And
This happened after Saddam was toppled. It didn't stop many Iraqi insurgents from shooting RPGs at me years later. Wait, what the fuck? Oh my God. That is shocking. He's not wrong. He's not saying, dude, what the fuck? That is the most like anti-interventionist statement I've seen from an American Democrat, while also still simultaneously, admitting to his service as a war criminal. But still, are you kidding me? He's directly fucking attacking people who are demanding intervention and the regime toppling. He might delete this tweet, I think. What the fuck? Ruben Gallego? So what's next? All these Iran war boosters are fine with an air war. What happens when it doesn't end neatly? Is Trump willing to commit ground troops? The president owes the American public. That's not great. Bullshit, that guy's on it when it comes to U.S. intervention. I guess the reason why I'm thinking of him being lackluster, or my assessment is that, well, one, he's a Democrat, and two, he literally was pro-Israel until he got yelled at. Why aren't you downtown LA with your press visit with the diaspora? Yeah, let me go to the fucking Let's Bomb Iran festival.
Republican president does this, right? Every Republican president comes to office, cuts benefits for the poor, cuts taxes for the rich, raises prices, and then bombs a Middle East country. Ronald Reagan did it, George Bush Sr. did it, George Bush Jr. did it, and Donald Trump has done it. Now, this is where it gets interesting, Donald Trump is not just alone in that pack in the sense, as Swin so put it, mentally desiccated game show star. It's not just that it wasn't George Bush and Dick Cheney that attacked Iran. It was the guy from Home Alone 2. It's also the fact that he ran as the anti-war president, the anti-war candidate, the no more forever wars, the no regime change wars. Again, sorry to plug our excellent Zateo content today, but we just put out a piece at Zateo, listing out all the times Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. and Stephen Miller and David Sachs, all of these Trump people said, vote Trump. He's the guy who won't take us into any more Middle East wars. Kamala Harris will send your boys to fight and die, Stephen Miller said. Not us. Donald Trump said, there'll be no new war on my watch. He bombed 7 countries in 2024. He started 2025. He started 2026 attacking Venezuela. And now here we are with this major conflict in Iran. We don't know where it's going to go. And it was all a lie. And I'm sorry, I've got to say this. Swin said, we all knew. Well, many of us knew. But we also had a bunch of people on the right and sadly on the left too, who bought into this bullshit line that Donald Trump would be an anti-war candidate. He would be a candidate of restraint, of isolationism, Donald the Dove. It was bullshit. The people who fell for it should apologize today or hang their heads in shame, because what Trump has done, as I say, in many ways is worse than even what Bush did. Bush at least turned up to Congress. Saddam Hussein at least had once had a weapons program that people were worried about. With Iran, it's completely illegal and unprovoked.
Sagar, a declared regime change war of choice for freedom of the Iranian people, a regional war in a matter of hours, American lives at risk, a massive depletion of military stockpiles on behalf of Israel, most importantly, the most profound campaign betrayal in modern U.S. history. It's just really unfortunate how this Trump guy had never been president before the 2024 election, and there was no way of knowing if he was a neoconservative until now. Switch over to CBS and you'll see. But yes, I take your broader point. It's bad right now. Did Randy Fine reply to Mehdi Hasan and myself? Bro, you never showed us this Dana Fash.
And we have here somebody who actually did just go vote for Ron Paul, a first-time caucus voter, Corporal Jesse Thorson, who is 28 years old, and you are active duty U.S. Army. Why did you vote for Ron Paul?
Well, I'm really excited about a lot of his ideas, especially when it comes to bringing the soldiers home. I've been serving for 10 years now, and all 10 years of those have been during wartime. I'd like to see a little peacetime Army, and I think he has the right idea.
Now, you have done 2 tours in Afghanistan. You told me you're going to go back for a 3rd tour. I mean, if you can see your neck right there, what you have on your tattoo, 9/11, remember, and a picture of the Twin Towers. Some Republicans out there have been saying that Ron Paul would be very dangerous for this country because he wants to bring troops like you back from your post from all over the world.
Well, I think it would be even more dangerous to start nitpicking wars with other countries. Someone like Iran, Israel is more than capable of.
All right, we just lost our connection, unfortunately.
Oh, God. Oh, damn. Damn, that sucks when the connection gets lost like that. That's crazy. I hate this cutoff, I can't believe it. Unbelievable how that happened. Let's hear what Jason Crow is talking about. Let's see what he's saying.
That could happen as a result of this?
Americans are piglets, man. We are literally a fucking nation of cattle, straight up. Like what do you say? What do you say to all the fucking people out there that are just like, well, this is actually probably for the greater good. I feel pretty solid about this stuff. I mean, Iran is pretty bad, actually. I hadn't really put a lot of thought into this beforehand, but, maybe the Ayatollah dying is a good thing overall. 93 million people. just launching unjustifiable first strikes over and over again, killing children. Probably a good thing.
Well, listen, I'm just damn furious. You know, the man's a 5-time draft dodger. He's an elite. And, you know, I went to war. I fought with working class kids. They're the ones that do the fighting and dying. And how amazing of Donald Trump to say, you know, that often happens in war. And that's a cost he's willing to take. Great for him. It's not his kids. It's not his family. It's not his billionaire donors who are having to go off and do it. It's kids in towns across the country that have to pick up the guns, jump into the planes and helicopters and get it done. And it's kids that are sitting there at military bases in Bahrain, like your video is showing now, who are sitting in bunkers right now because Donald Trump is willing to. That's
cap, by the way. They're not even sitting in bunkers. They're sitting in like nice ass hotels. I don't know if they moved to the bunkers because the Iranians started also bombing the hotels that they're staying in, but let's be real, okay?
To take a chance with their lives.
I saw that fucking nice ass apartment that one soldier was in when he was filming his base getting blown up.
This is everything that's wrong with our national security infrastructure and our policies, right? Elites make decisions. They talk tough. They pound their chests. And then everybody else is left holding the bag. Enough is enough. Right, let's actually have a conversation about what is in our interests, what we're willing to do with American lives, what we're willing to do with American taxpayer dollars, and it's Congress that is supposed to have that responsibility, right? I'm not interested in process arguments, but what I am interested in is accountability. And the Constitution put that accountability on Congress to take the votes, be held responsible for it, and to go home and sit in high school gymnasiums and Rotary clubs and forums around the country.
Once again, sirens are sounding. Red alerts populating across Israel's Iranian missile salvo inbound. It's crazy.
To be held accountable for those decisions.
So you want to see a congressional vote on this?
Heck yeah, I do. I think we should go back to D.C. right now. I'm willing to jump on a plane in an hour and go home and take up a vote on this because that is what the American people deserve, right? They deserve accountability. They deserve to know who is willing to take chances with their national security, their kids' lives, their taxpayer dollars. Let's take the vote. I want names.
Fifth threat, missiles and drones in Dubai, Bahrain heading towards Haifa. God damn. Bro, I don't even understand how many missiles they have. Like the first day so far, the first day is not even done. It's like half of the first day has been done. And in that process, they literally have deployed double the amount of missiles, I think, that they sent in the 12-day war. I guess it's like they've been waiting for this moment, you know, this is it. Any chance this will end once it crashes the economy further? Insurers cancel policies and raise prices for ships in the Gulf and Strait of Hormuz. The lesson U.S. sanctions campaigns is that you don't have to physically blockade shipping lines. You just have to raise risk enough that normal commercial trade stops working. That too. The Houthis will probably blockade the Red Sea again. And then what? What's America going to do? Go and fucking attack the Houthis too? The Al Udeid air base in Qatar is under attack in the past hour again. Fuck yeah. Dude, the entire cost of this is going to be... Holy fuck, the cost of this is going to be immense. Like, look at our tax dollars, brother. God damn.
What the fuck?
BBC says they have 2,000 missiles and more drones than that. Israel News reports a few hours ago they've launched 200 missiles and drones so far. Oh, yeah. A Chinese tourist in Tel Aviv captured the footage of the U.S. Military support ship being hit by an Iranian missile. By the way, that was real. Look.
看到，起烟了没有？航母被炸了啊！看到啊！航母被炸！哇塞，航母被炸了啊！看到啊！看到没有？看见了吗？这航母被炸了啊！哎呦，我说话都不会说了，现在被吓！哇塞！哎呦哇塞，这航母被炸了啊！看到啊！看那个浓烟了没？在海里面炸到航母旁边啊！看到啊！美国是航母炸的地方。哎呦哇塞！
Tom, fuck you for talking about costs when lives are being stolen, and now literally is the modern age Franz Ferdinand. Brother, I've been live for 7 hours and 40 minutes. Do you think I haven't spent the last 7 hours and 39 of those minutes talking about the fucking death and destruction, lives being lost? You know? Are you fucking stupid?
哇！哎呦，航母被炸了啊！看看啊！
Yeah, here, look. Think about it like that. Ya Ali, Ya Ali. I'm glad the people of Bahrain are having a good time with it, though. It's nice that they're enjoying it. The Shias in Bahrain are having a grand old time. Al Jazeera confirmed 2 minutes ago Israel is starting another round of bombing right now. Whoop. That's a hit, isn't it? Yeah. Why won't they show the fucking strikes, man? That is old? No, this is live. Unlike the 12-day war in Iran, which Iran used a certain segment of its missile force to retaliate in distinguishable waves, this is complete chaos. Many missiles across many fronts, potentially with units acting without centralized authority. That might be a function of changes the IRGC made to its command structure post-12-day war to prevent the paralysis that seemed to grip them at the time. The Iranian attacks on all fronts, especially those attacks aimed at U.S. allies and partners in the region, is almost certainly a semi-planned campaign to attempt to impose enough costs on U.S. allies to isolate U.S. and Israel diplomatically. So far, that campaign seems to be having the precise opposite effect, but that may change if this really does last weeks. Let's see what CNN is covering. Just ads.
To provide to
Another war began this morning at about 6 o'clock UK time. We were getting reports that the Israelis had launched attacks on Iran, looking as if they were intended as decapitation attacks in downtown Tehran, looking as if they were going after individual people. And that was followed up pretty quickly by United States attacks that looked like SEAD, suppression of enemy air defenses. And that's what powers do when they then want to take down the air defenses of an adversary country and then move in to work through a target list of attacks. And since then, there's quite a big target list of attacks in Iran, and that list will probably grow in the next 24 hours. President Trump then made a very interesting 8-minute statement in which he made it very clear that he was going for broke. He was devoting himself to the destruction, the elimination of the Iranian government. And that's war. When you try and destroy a foreign government, that's a war. So by 8 o'clock this morning, UK time, we had a war in our hands. And it looks as if it will go on for a little time yet as the Americans and the Israelis work through their target set. Meanwhile, the Iranians have done exactly what they said they would do in these circumstances. They've gone after other targets. They've regarded every foreign base in the region as a legitimate target. And they've gone after any Western...
Rick Scott?
Of the Gang of 8 congressional leaders ahead of the strikes. But sources say those lawmakers were not given a full legal justification for the strikes. What do you think the full legal justification is? And should that...
Bro, CNN the entire day has been a peanuts gallery of some of the worst villains in American society. It's crazy.
I want to appreciate the president, and I want to appreciate our military. We cut the head off the snake. Iran has been killing American citizens for decades. So finally we have a president willing to do it. And the objective of this was to stop their
what is
missile,
he even talking about?
They're adding more short and long range missiles. They have missile launchers.
Iran has been killing American citizens for decades. What the fuck?
American troops. They've been negotiating with Iran, and Iran.
Come on, Jake. Is that true?
Said they have the right to rebuild their nuclear weapons and enrich. They wouldn't stop the missile production. So the president didn't have any option. If you want to defend this country, which this president wants to defend this country,
Rogues gallery.
He actually didn't have any option
Peanuts
because
gallery.
you know what they've said. Iran has said for decades is they want to destroy us and our ally Israel. So I'm very appreciative of what the president did, and he has every right to do it. Every president since Truman has said they have the right for military action without a formal declaration of war. So he's not doing anything different than other presidents.
What would you say to a member of the MAGA coalition who comes to you and says, Senator, this is not what I voted for. President Trump said he was going to end regime change wars. He was going to end military entanglements abroad. And this is the exact opposite of what he said he was going to do. What would you tell that person?
Well, what this president wants to do is he doesn't want forever wars. He's against forever wars. If you look at what he's trying to do, he's trying to make the world a safer place. What he did by destroying their nuclear weapons last year, what he's doing with this was destroying their ability to produce missiles. He's making the world a better place. What he did in Venezuela, he's making the world a better place. So if you look at this, Trump, he wants peace. But we've had presidents appease, coddle, and power Iran for decades, and that's got to stop.
We just talked to your Democratic colleague, Senator Tim Kaine. He wants the Senate to return to vote on his war powers resolution, which would block further use of U.S. forces without congressional approval. What do you think of that?
I oppose it. I mean, I want this president to have the power to defend this country. I was disappointed. I can't imagine how crazy it was that Democrats wouldn't stand up to say their primary purpose was to defend the freedom, defend American citizens. So I want a president that has the power, which he has, to defend the freedom of this country. I want him to defend us. And that's exactly what he's doing. So I will oppose it.
So the president said that there could be potential loss of American life in these operations because that's what happens in war. Don't you think that if there is the potential loss of American life, that Congress should at least exercise and have some skin in the game to authorize the president to do what he's doing?
Well, clearly we're going to get briefings, and we should get briefings, and we should know exactly what's going on. They gave us a great briefing after Operation Midnight Hammer. They gave us a great briefing after what happened with down in Venezuela. With Maduro. So they're going to give us a briefing, and we ought to get a briefing. But the president has the right, and I'm glad he took the right to use military action.
I mean a vote, though, just a up or down. Obviously, you would approve of it, but don't you think Congress should be on record either supporting continued military action or not?
The president, every president since Truman has said he's got the right to use military force without a formal declaration of war. So this president is using the same authority other presidents have used. I agree with him. I'm glad he did it. It's going to make this world a safer place. Iran has been a unbelievable, despicable, horrific regime for decades.
Senator Rick Scott of Florida, thank you, sir. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, Jake.
Ahead on CNN, a historic day reshaping the Middle East as President Trump announces that the supreme leader of Iran has been killed. The president of the United States calling on the Iranian people to overthrow what's left of their government. We're live on the ground in the region after this quick break.
More confirmation that it is Bibi in that plane. It appears to have avoided flying over countries in Balkans and Central Europe. If Benjamin Netanyahu actually escaped to Berlin, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. I mean, the entire Western world is just nothing, dude. Stop sending me the link of whether or not I'm going to slide to my own fucking speech at Northwestern University, chatter. Yes, I'm going to be at Northwestern University. You're literally sending me the link of you're sending me the link on Twitter of a photo of me announcing that I'll be speaking at Northwestern University. What do you think? Do you think I will slide to my own speech? The answer is yes. I will be sliding to my own speech at Northwestern University. I will be speaking after sliding. Haig's statement basically echoes Trump's overnight video address, but it confirms the U.S. military still aims to destroy Iran's missiles, its missile production capability, and its navy. Incredible. Yeah, maybe I wasn't aware, dude. Chill. What is this?
By saying this. War is an easy thing to talk about. There are not many people of the generation that remember it. The right honourable gentleman served with distinction in the last war. I never killed anyone, but I wore uniform. But I was in London in the Blitz in 1940, living in the Millbank Tower where I was born. Some different ideas have come in since. And every night I went down to the shelter in Thames House. Every morning I saw Dockland burning. 500 people were killed in Westminster one night by a landmine. It was terrifying. Aren't Arabs terrified? Aren't Iraqis terrified? Don't Arab and Iraqi women weep when their children die? Doesn't bombing strengthen their determination? What fools we are to live in a generation for which war is a computer game for our children and just an interesting little Channel 4 news item. Every member of Parliament tonight who votes for the government motion will be consciously and deliberately accepting the responsibility for the deaths of innocent people if the war begins, as I fear it will. Now, that's for their decision to take. But this is a quite unique debate in my parliamentary experience, where we're asked to share responsibility for a decision we won't really be taking, with consequences for people who have no part to play in the brutality of the regime which we are dealing with. And I finish with this. On October the 24th, 1945...
Down to Corbyn in the background. This is a perfect clip.
And the former Prime Minister from Bexley Notes will remember it. The United Nations Charter was passed. And the words of that charter are etched into my mind and move me even as I think of them. We, the peoples of the United Nations, determined to save future generations, succeeding generations, from the scourge of war, which twice in our lifetime has caused untold suffering to mankind. That was the pledge of that generation to this generation, and it would be the greatest betrayal of all if we voted to abandon the Charter and take unilateral action and pretend we were doing it in the name of the international community. And I shall vote against the motion.
Tony Benn's a fucking legend, a proper socialist, class trader of the best kind. Can even see a young Jesuit in the background. Him not becoming leader of the Labour Party arguably led to Blair, Mendelsohn, and Starmer now. Yeah. J.D. Vance enjoys a Mountain Dew alongside Tulsi Gabbard as a pair preside over the war in Iran, while Donald Trump at his beach club in Florida announces Americans may die from it. 2011 Trump contradicting current President Trump.
Our president will
this is a classic one.
Start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective. So the only way he figures that he's going to get reelected.
Like Donald Trump in comparison to Barack Obama, it makes Barack Obama look like a fucking lion, okay? It gives me no pleasure to report this, as I have been incredibly critical of Barack Obama's foreign policy agenda. Some of the examples that I use in terms of destabilization initiatives ruining countries is directly from the Obama administration's foreign policy. Libya obviously comes to mind. Having said that, with his dealings with Israel and specifically with Iran, Barack Obama is a fucking lion in terms of not being remotely as compromised as Donald Trump is by the cancerous entity that is also known as the nation state of Israel. It's just the truth. Okay? Straight up. And it is, and I repeat over and over again, it is a clear indication, if not outright 100% proof, that not a single Democrat has talked about going back to the JCPOA since Donald Trump became president and ripped it apart. Not a single one. This was the Obama administration's signature achievement of foreign policy, and Israel fucking hated it, and every single Democrat, every single top Democrat has never turned around and been like, why don't we go back to that? That was cool. That was good. Barack Obama's own vice president at the time became president of the United States of America and did not even remotely consider normalizing relations with Iran because he was a massive Zionist. That's why I say American foreign policy has always been deadly. It's always been devastating. And it's always also worked in line with Israel's interests in the region. But post Barack Obama, when Donald Trump became president, something changed. Israel got into the driver's seat and started driving the fucking car. And it never went back after Donald Trump. Joe Biden also continued that. Completely, entirely. The Democrats will nominate a presidential candidate in 2028 who vociferously condemns Trump's war with Iran by attacking Trump from the right for not finishing the job. Yeah. Did you speak about the possibility of China entering this conflict since they're so heavily connected to Iran through their oil sector? I haven't heard anything from China, and I don't think China gives a shit. I'm gonna be honest. I think China thinks no matter who's in charge, whether it's Venezuela under the Delcy Rodriguez leadership, whether it be Iran under whatever Trump command, whatever American puppet, they'll still get the oil. When Iraq was invaded, and America took over the oil refineries in Iraq, they didn't stop selling oil to China. They kept selling oil to China at the same fucking rates that they were selling oil to China prior to the American takeover. They'll come out, they'll condemn the attack, and then that's it. Nothing else. The U.S. is a war addict. Throughout its over 240-year history, this is probably not even recent. It has been at war for all about 16 years. The U.S. has 800 overseas military bases in over 80 countries and regions. The U.S. is the main cause of international disorder, global turbulence, and regional instability. What are you going to do about it? Nothing. Your GOAT is live right now. Is it fucking John Fetterman? I will Brian kill me. Oh, it's Dan Bongino. Fuck
this,
yeah.
But, the folks out there who are criticizing him, you have to understand, he gave them a long runway for diplomacy. He's been talking about since 2016 the fact that bombing and taking out and decapitating the regime is an option. He gave them a number of opportunities to take an off-ramp, and they just didn't take it. And now they're dead. And that's just the facts.
And Dan, all of us remember all too well the $1.4 billion in cash that was directly given to Iran during the Obama administration. These were funds that were unfrozen, and this was part of the Iranian negotiation at the time. After he failed to support the Green Revolution on the ground in 2009, which he conceded was a mistake. But there's been an attempt after attempt and flub after flub, and Trump said, I'm not going to kick this can down the road. I'm going to try to deal with this, and whatever anyone says, that is super bold.
Yeah. I mean, do you have any idea how many white papers in academia have been written about how to transform this cauldron into the Middle East into a more peaceful place? President Trump, I think he thinks in a basic kind of SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. The Iranians were just too stupid to take advantage of that. A basic game theory analyst will tell you when you're in a position of weakness like the Iranians were, they have no air defenses, they have a military design solely for regime preservation, and they couldn't even do that for a day. What you try to do is you try to mitigate threats and take advantage of small opportunities when you're in a position of weakness. What the Iranians did, and now they're dead, their leadership, is they exacerbated the threats and they kicked away all the opportunities every time they came in front of them. They were not negotiating from any position of strength whatsoever. Laura, even their proxies have abandoned them. And we don't know what's going to happen moving forward. I'm sure there's going to be something that emerges from this, and we all hope it doesn't. But their proxies have been basically castrated. They had no card to play with, and they were acting like they had a full house. It was just bizarre, and now you see what happens.
Secretary of War Pete Hegseth.
I guess this is why people are more pliant in general, because everybody just lies. Like the Democrats and liberal media lies, and they're like, well, this was a necessary evil, even if I don't like the process. And then the Republicans are just like, the Iranians hate negotiating famously. Like, they hate it. They kept spitting in Donald Trump's face every time Donald Trump was like, please, I want to do the art of the deal with you. The Iranians were like, no, fuck you. Suck my dick. You're not the real president. Joe Biden is the real president. Just fucking make shit up. You know what I mean?
Not going to tolerate missiles that target Americans. I imagine what Secretary of War Hegseth is saying is missiles that target American military bases in the Middle East, because they do not have, they did not have the power to hit the mainland United States, not even close.
Yeah, I mean, I know what surfaces in open source and what happens behind the scenes is typically different, but there's a relatively strong consensus, and it is all open source now, that the Iranians were just completely committed to enrichment. They were offered a path many times for a civilian nuclear program with proper guardrails, and they basically gave the double-barreled middle finger to anyone who suggested it and said, no, we're going to enrich and we're going to do it.
Every part of this is a lie. Like, everything he's saying is a lie.
We're not even going to entertain guardrails. Well, if you want to enrich to the point the Iranians wanted to enrich, you want to weaponize it. You're not looking at powering, a bunch of heated pools in Iran. You're looking at it to create a weapon. And even after President Trump decimated their nuclear program before, again, this is what I was talking about before with the point of weakness, you would think at that point they would have made some major concessions and tried to mitigate some of the threats and take advantage of small opportunities. They did the exact opposite. They basically made no concessions at all. And President Trump and his team had basically had enough. You can only offer them food so many times before they throw it in your face. And now
Dan,
you see what happens.
And Dan, your message to some of our friends on the right who are saying, look, President Trump ran on no regime change, and now President Trump is doing regime change. You see the Democrats are picking up on that for 2026 themes. Your message to them tonight.
Well, it's incredible how the doomers, Laura, it hasn't even been 24 hours. It's happened at 3 a.m. It's not 3 a.m. Eastern time. Can you give the man a chance to cook a little bit? I mean, he just deposed and decapitated the entire upper-level infrastructure of the Iranian death to America regime. Maybe give the guy 5 minutes before you're already crapping on everything he did? I mean, who else has been able to do this? If it doesn't work out over time, there'll be a bunch of papers and a bunch of talking heads, I'm sure, who will rip it apart. It's been 24 hours. Give the guy a chance. Where's he been proven wrong in the past? I thought World War III was going to break out after the Abraham Accords and after he moved the embassy and after he got Maduro. None of that happened. Give the guy a chance. He knows what he's doing. He's surrounded himself with more than competent people. Give it a chance. It's not even been 24 hours yet.
All right, Dan, thank you very much for joining us tonight. Busy news night, obviously. And Iran's leadership may be decapitated, but as Bongino just said, they're still capable of retaliatory strikes.
Just pan over here. We've got more interceptors coming off and more fire coming in here. So just stay with us here, John. You see these trails, and there's another one coming off. There's a bunch of them here, so just take a little wide shot. Yeah, we got more coming off.
Just get ready.
Just put me here so I can talk here. And you're going to see behind us, we got to move. There's a lot of incoming fire right now toward Tel Aviv. And so just stay with us. We got to go. Our security. So we're going to stay live with you, but we got to move toward hard cover here. The city's getting hit very hard.
Joining us is Michael Oren, former Israeli ambassador to the United States. He spent much of the day there in a safe room himself. Mr. Ambassador, we're going to get to what the death of Khamenei means for Israel in a moment. But first, tell us about these strikes today. Have they begun to slow down at all, or the frequency similar to what they were like 10 hours ago?
No, they're pretty stable, Laura. It's good to be with you in Tel Aviv. The last blast that killed an Israeli woman and wounded several dozen literally shook this building to its foundations. That's how powerful these missiles are. They are not firecrackers. They're carrying over 100 pounds over 1,000 pounds of TNT, which is enough to not just to blow up a building, but to devastate an entire neighborhood. If you can imagine this. And Iran has thousands of these missiles, which means for Israel, it means that this war was was a war of no choice. It's an existential fight. We cannot let Iran have that ballistic missile capacity.
Someone in the chat asked me, why are you watching Fox News? I got tired of watching the diluted talking points on CNN. It's the same talking points. One doesn't pussyfoot around it. So I went straight to the source.
There's very intensive fighting, or air defense fighting, over Tel Aviv. We've had one major impact in the city today.
The Iranian foreign minister is kind of reminding me of Baghdad Bob a little bit, saying, everything's fine here, don't worry.
Khamenei's great, yeah. He's a lot.
Americans and Israelis failed to, access to hit their targets. And now everything is under control. And we almost in less than 2 hours, we were able to start retaliation.
Now, Mr. Ambassador, they had, as Dan Bongino said, so many opportunities. President Trump wanted to settle this peacefully. He said so many times, and we have no reason not to believe him. And they wouldn't do it. They wouldn't give up that dream of enrichment of uranium. They wanted to keep it going. They said, oh, it's peaceful, it's just for energy, which nobody bought. Why do you think in the end they bet against President Trump here? That when he said he was going to do something, he put that red line down, he was going to do it.
Because the enrichment for the Iranian regime, like the ballistic missile system, like the support for terrorist groups in the Middle East and indeed throughout the world, it's in their DNA. Basically, the United States was asking this regime not to change itself, but to try to commit identity suicide. And Iran was going to be incapable of doing this. Regime was incapable of doing that. And so probably from the get-go, there was no chance of bridging those huge gaps between the American position and the Iranian position. Maybe the Iranians concluded, I think falsely, that last summer when they, during the 12-day war, when they fired some missiles at Qatar, the president immediately agreed to a ceasefire and actually tied Israel's hands. Maybe they drew false conclusions for that about this president's commitment to seeing through his promises to bring about a change in Iran, to come to the aid of the Iranian people who have been very courageous in going out and protesting against this regime at the cost of thousands and thousands of lives.
Well, this is going to be up to them to take it to the next level. After the military strikes are done, this is up to the Iranian people. Mr. Ambassador, thank you very much. And with the Ayatollah and as many as 40 of the top Iranian officials dead, the key question does become, who is going to step in? Is there a true reformer waiting in the wings, or will the next guy be even worse? Now, some Iranian Americans and others are proposing the son of the Shah of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, who's lived in the United States since 1979. And today, Pahlavi posted on X. But does he have the support on the ground that would be necessary? That remains unclear tonight. Another name being floated is Ali Larijani, Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council.
This is the guy we just.
And he presents.
This is the guy who we just heard, who was like, "We will show our teeth to the Zionist entity. We will destroy them."
Late today, saying, "We will make the Zionist criminals and the shameless Americans regret their actions. The brave soldiers and the great nation of Iran will deliver an unforgettable lesson to the hellish international oppressors." Here to discuss is Jonathan Shanzer, Executive Director of the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies, and Ali Safavi from the National Council of Resistance of Iran. His brother was executed.
FDD is just straight up Israel, by the way. Foundation for Defending Democracy, formerly known as Emet, which is truth in Hebrew, is post 9/11 Israeli lobby, straight up created by Benjamin Netanyahu.
Larijani.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to your show. When it comes to who will be the next leader of Iran, I think it is the Iranian people who will determine that. Today,
and it will be Reza Pahlavi.
Maryam Rajavi announced a provisional government based upon her 10-point plan, which calls for holding free elections in Iran no later than 6 months after the fall of the regime, to elect a constituent assembly which will draft the future constitution
what is her listening
of
face?
the republic. And of course, that will determine who the next leader of Iran
her listening face.
will be. People of Iran will vote for that. That said, when it comes to Ali Larijani, he's a regime stalwart. He was the head of the Iranian state radio and television for 10 years. He was a parliament speaker for 2 terms, 8 years, and he was a member of the Supreme National Security Council for many years. So he indeed is one of the most hardline elements of the Iranian regime, and that is precisely why he was elevated to the position that he has today by Khamenei when he was thinking of what will happen if, in fact, some war breaks out. As to Reza Pahlavi, obviously he is a relic of the past. His father, people of Iran, threw out of Iran for his brutal dictatorship as his grandfather. So when it comes to any game plan for the future of Iran, Reza Pahlavi doesn't even have a seat on the bench. The Iranian people are not going to overthrow the mullah's regime to replace it with a dictator. As far as they are concerned, there's no difference between a crown and a turban.
Jonathan, your thoughts on succession here, because the worst thing that could happen, one of the worst things that could happen, is that you decapitate this regime, and another regime of future terrorists is in place.
Well, that's right. And I think right now, here's what I would look at. There are 3 different sets of people that have been cultivated by outsiders. We got the CIA, you got the Mossad, and you've got the Crown Prince, all cultivating people on the ground, hoping that they may be able to step in, but nobody is going to stick their neck out until they know this regime has fallen. The thing that I'm watching for right now, though, is whether Donald Trump is trying to pull off another Venezuela. In other words, decapitate the regime, as we have just seen today, 40 top leaders gone, and then try to find out who the pragmatists are a little bit further down the chain, who might be willing to work with the United States and to keep things stable until a new regime can be put into place, voted in by the Iranian people. I don't know which way we go here, but I don't think we're going to see people stick their necks out right now, knowing that the regime is willing to kill
one and done.
Iranian Vice President Mohammad Reza Aref informed officials of plans to have him take charge of the country during wartime, according to a report by state media that suggests President Masoud Pezeshkian was either badly injured or killed. That's the other side of this, which is that they also did a decapitation for the fucking president for some goddamn reason. The president and the foreign minister are two of the most they're two of the most moderate politicians in the entire country. Stop acting tired, fat ass. Bitch, I've been up since fucking 6 a.m. and I've been live for the last 8 hours. It's 4:20, but I've been live for the last 8 hours. You know that, right? If you want to see how CBS is covering this, I can't wait to see how CBS is covering it.
Iran.
Tony
what do you
double
say to them tonight?
Tony double dick
I
suck.
join them in celebrating the death of the authoritarian regime that has been oppressing the Iranian people. But this is not the way to do it. And I think it's time to de-escalate. We should be entering into negotiations. I worry, though, that the president of the United States does not have a plan for what is next. Just like he didn't have a plan in Venezuela, where after he removed Maduro, he went ahead and started working with Maduro's apparatus and government. I worry that without a plan, a clear pathway forward, that either we're going to end up with American troops on the ground, boots on the ground in Iran, and
What
be
the fuck does that have to do with
attacks
anything?
from terrorist groups that have been proxies to the Iranian regime for decades now. Or we're going to see the president turn around and cooperate with the apparatus that's already there.
All right, we shall see. U.S. Army veteran and Illinois Senator Tammy Duckworth, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will be back in just a moment with the latest developments on what is a historic day for Iran, for the Middle East, and for the U.S. as well. Stay with us.
Amazing.
Just as the United States hasn't thought that through, I don't think the Iranian opposition or dissidents in Iran have either.
Robin Wright, thank you so much. As always, great to have you. Coming up, why now? We have new reporting on the threat that the Trump administration claims forced their hand.
Oh my God. Here's an outright lie from the administration that Iran was moments away from a nuclear weapon. Here's an outright lie from the Trump administration that we will report uncritically that Iran was actually going to attack Israel. The attack was imminent.
Outside.
Yeah, this is what it looks like when you have nukes, okay?
Cause sometimes I look in her eyes, and that's where I find a glimpse of us. When you're out.
Yeah, you want to know what it looks like? You want to know what it looks like when you got fucking nuclear sovereignty? This is what it looks like.
In my mind. Cause sometimes I look in her eyes, and that's where I find a glimpse of us. When you're out.
Yeah, I invaded Iraq because it have nuclear. Why not North Korea? Are you crazy? They have nuclear. This meme is so fried, dude. It's so fried. Here's also John Mersheimer straight up saying the quiet part out loud, which I agree with this assessment.
Nuclear-armed Iran would bring stability to the region. I think there's no question that a nuclear-armed Iran would bring stability to the region, because nuclear weapons are weapons of peace. They're weapons of
I don't agree with that part.
Deterrence. They have hardly any offensive capability at all. And if Iran had a nuclear deterrent, there's no way that the United States or Israel, for that matter, would be threatening to attack Iran now. In the same way that if Saddam had had nuclear weapons in 2003, the United States would not have invaded Iraq. And if Libya had nuclear weapons in 2011, the United States would not have gone to war against Libya. So I think that if you had a Middle East where other states besides Israel, and this of course includes Iran, had a nuclear deterrent, it would be a more peaceful region. Well,
camera quality makes it look like it's the 90s.
It's possible there'll be some proliferation. I wouldn't bet against the fact that maybe Turkey or Saudi Arabia would acquire nuclear weapons. But people have been predicting widespread proliferation for decades now, and it's never happened. But I think there are two reasons that it wouldn't happen. One is that the Iranians would not be able to blackmail anybody in the neighborhood with their nuclear weapons. We've created this myth in this country over the past few years in talking about Iran that any country that acquires nuclear weapons can blackmail other countries or use those nuclear weapons for offensive purposes. We have a lot of theory and a huge amount of empirical evidence, 67 years now, which show that no country with nuclear weapons can blackmail another country as long as somebody is protecting that country or it has its own nuclear weapons. And this leads to the second reason. The United States is going to extend its nuclear umbrella over Saudi Arabia and over Turkey, the way it extended it over Germany and Japan during the Cold War. And we will make it perfectly clear to the Iranians that they cannot blackmail anybody. So there'll be no great incentive for Turkey or for Saudi Arabia to acquire nuclear weapons.
And as you know, when you're involved in contact sports, it can be very dangerous. And so they live in a dangerous world. And on top of that, nuclear weapons are the ultimate deterrent, right? It doesn't get any better than nuclear weapons. And of course, this is why states pursue nuclear weapons. I believe that if Iran had nuclear...
Iranian state media confirms this. Islamic Republic state media has confirmed that one of Ayatollah Khamenei's daughters, his son-in-law, and one of his grandchildren have been killed. I mean, this also makes it probably more likely that Khamenei is also being killed, but find a man who loves you like John Mersheimer loves nuclear weapons. I mean, he's right. He's right. Mr. Realpolitik is right. Israeli minister invokes Amalek, effectively a call to murder 90 million Iranians. Itamar Ben-Gvir, blot out the memory of Amalek from under heaven, you shall not forget. Oh my God. The article was posted and deleted. It don't matter. It's very likely true. And even if it's not, what
military has been building
here?
The kind of force not seen here in decades. And today we learned why. Hundreds of targets struck inside.
I was so confused why this force was being amassed in the region. And I'm shocked.
Throughout the region, including right here in downtown Tel Aviv. Smoke rose above the Iranian capital this morning, the first explosions announcing to the world the war had begun. American and Israeli forces targeted Iranian air defenses, missile and drone launch sites, and regime buildings. Hours later, the extraordinary announcement the supreme leader had been killed. This morning, in a powerful surprise attack, said Israeli Prime Minister
Which
Benjamin
here at
Netanyahu,
CBS Israeli News, we will not be talking about that.
in the heart of Tehran. U.S. Central Command released video showing cruise missiles firing from an American warship and fighter jets taking off. In a joint operation it described as the largest regional concentration of American military firepower in a generation. The Israeli military saying it struck more than 500 targets alone across Iran. Iran says dozens of people were killed at a girls' school, among at least 200 people reportedly killed so far in the airstrikes. Trump announced the military action on his social media channel.
We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated.
Iran's retaliation was swift and far-reaching, targeting U.S. bases and allies in more than half a dozen countries across the Middle East. Cell phone footage captured explosions near the headquarters of the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet in Bahrain. And as night fell, Iranian drones slammed into residential high-rises.
Bro, I'm losing my mind. They just, like, what can they be getting out of the Bahrain naval base? Because in the last, like, 15 hours, they have not stopped bombing the Bahrain naval base, dude. They're still bombing the Bahrain naval base. Okay? And it's like every 30 minutes, there's another fucking swarm of Shahed drones bombing the same crater that is the Bahrain naval base. And every other 30 minutes, we see people from Bahrain filming it, going, Ya Ali, Allahu Akbar. Do they think Bahrain is Tel Aviv? What is happening? It's like they just hate the fucking Bahrain base. They hate it so much. They're like, nah, fuck those guys. Honestly, that's the worst one. You got Al Udeid in Qatar. Okay. You got numerous targets. You got numerous targets in Dubai, UAE. But honestly, fuck Bahrain's military base. All my homies hate that base in particular. And now they've blown up the international airport too. They're hitting the airport in I think they're hitting the airport in the UAE as well. It's the head of the 5th Fleet, so Navy Command and Control. They just keep pummeling Bahrain, bro. I don't know. The 5th Fleet in Bahrain is home to all U.S. mine countermeasures, ships, and helicopters, which would be needed to clear mines if they decide to close the Strait of Hormuz. To be fair, I don't think Bahrain is controlling the media output. Israel could be getting bombarded worse than we know. Nah. It's definitely yes and no. Yes, Israel's getting bombarded worse than we know, but it's also not getting bombarded as aggressively as Bahrain, because there are so many fucking people in Israel, brother. They would not be able to shut down the internet. Like there would be hand cams. Like there'd be fucking phone footage, just like last time. You know what I mean?
limited, just given the obvious risks of sending the Secretary of State into a potential conflict zone.
As the day begins,
It was
IDF has
also
begun an additional
striking
strike
that
wave
at
targeting
such
the
a
ballistic missile
delicate
array and the
diplomatic
aerial
moment,
defense systems
Rubio was
belonging to the
planning to
Iranian
travel to
terror
Israel
regime.
without any press, which is a departure from precedent. Now that those strikes have happened and for
Defense
now do
Intelligence
not
Agency
appear to be
some
limited.
months ago issued a report stating that Iran could, if it chose to do so, develop in 8.5 years up to 60 intercontinental ballistic missiles. So if you're the
Bro,
president,
how many hours do you want to just sit there and fucking lie? Like, do they not get bored just for the fuck of it? Like, have, Mohammed Marandi on or something, like, have like one loyalist on or something. Just throw it in the pile. Have some fucking fun with it, It's just literally Jake Tapper interviews virtually every human being that has salivated at the prospect of nuking Iran. Cycle in like one guy who's just like, I actually don't think we should go to war with Iran. Just one. Fucking one, dude. You don't got one guy? You're not even interested? You don't want to hear from any other voices at all? He just fucking sits there. Get a guy from Bahrain on. Get a guy from Bahrain on. Be like, yo, what's up with your people, bro? Why are you guys enjoying the show like it's fucking fireworks? You know what I mean? One guy? Nope. Here is our American Enterprise Institute hand-selected Arab guy who's going to tell us that Iranians have horns in their heads and deserve death and destruction. Here is now up next, we're going to have the Foundation for Defending Netanyahu, FDD's very own. It's actually not Benjamin Netanyahu wearing a wig and a mustache and glasses, although he does kind of look like Benjamin Netanyahu wearing a wig and a mustache and glasses, but it's totally a different guy. He's tuning in from Berlin. Different guy, though. Yes, he sounds a lot like he has a Philadelphia accent, but it's not Benjamin Netanyahu. Totally different guy. Every fucking interview is like, oh, dude, Iran was like seconds away from ICBMs. They told me. They were like, we're making the best ICBMs, actually. What is this? Image of the Year award candidate. We have more in the next few days. The minute Iranian missile obliterates the Jewish Ministry of War in the heart of occupied Jaffa, Palestine. The one thing I picked up on as hours have passed in this war, less and less talk about the Iron Dome being effective. Yeah, I have noticed that. But I also have noticed that by the way, the casualty numbers are fucking crazy. This is the first day. And according to, one dead, 121 others injured in Israel amid war with Iran. That is the first day. That is crazy. That's not even the full first day. They are throwing a lot more. They're throwing a lot more fucking munitions into the pile. And on top of that, they're just blowing up the Bahrain naval base, which is priority target number one. Maybe you guys are right. Maybe it's because of the damming operations in the Strait of Hormuz. Maybe that's what it is. That kind of makes sense. Because they love blowing up Bahrain. What is this? Khamenei alive? Titty Respecter says, yo, they didn't actually get me. Hop on Fort. He just messaged me. Breaking, several heavy explosions in Tehran now. Well, we missed it. Hop on Fort, big dog. CBS News guest, a senator who wants to bomb Iran, a congressman who wants to bomb Iran, a general who bombed Iran, a dissident who wants Iran bombed, and an NSC official who wants Iran bombed. All perspectives covered. I'm glad they got every angle. It's the same with fucking CNN too, by the way, which is why I was like, how much more pro-Israel can CNN even get? New Washington Post, MBS lobbied Trump with Netanyahu to bomb Iran. Behind the scenes, a lobbying alliance of Saudi Arabia's MBS and Israel's Netanyahu urged Trump to level a major strike against Iran in the days before the president's decision, even as Riyadh publicly advocated for diplomacy. I don't know if I fully believe that. And I am not a fan of MBS, as you guys know. But that seems a little bit of fakery to me. We'll see. Do you think Israel is letting some missiles go through to justify more support from the U.S. like they did on October 7th? Brother, what more support does Israel need? First of all, Israel doesn't need support. At this point, if people in the Western world watch Tel Aviv get fucking cratered, that's not going to cause them to go, oh my God, I feel so sad for Israel. Israel started it. People are going to go, oh, that's really sad. That's just so bad. Oh, well, that's going to be the fucking response. No, also, let's be real. Why are we even acting like we need democracy here? There's no democratic process. Who the fuck said yes to go into war at the behest of Israel? Nobody did. Israeli police are idea of blocking people to flee. Breaking Israeli settlers are trying to flee, and Israeli police are blocking roads and keeping them as human shields. I don't know what's going on there. Oh, by the way, this sell, tough sell, but they're doing it anyway. President Trump is ending the forever war that Iran has waged against America for the last 47 years.
Bruh.
Wow. Thank you, Mr. President. Dude, sometimes you got to crack a few eggs to make an omelet, okay? That's right. Donald Trump is ending the forever wars by starting the forever wars, but actually that forever war is going to be ended by the start of the forever war. Thank you. You fucking did it. I mean, this one got 600 likes. Okay. They're not, even their base ain't eating this shit up. So I will say another thing. Okay. I will say another thing. The Persian diaspora, the Iranian diaspora, has that same like Zionist attitude that I think will cook them in the long run, where they're just objectively fucking annoying. Where they just straight up will be like, no, you have to understand, like, if you don't fucking slaughter my grandparents, I will kill myself. Like, you have to slaughter my grandparents right now. You have to blow up their home. They got bad fucking vibes. They have to go. Like, every time there's someone of the Iranian diaspora on television, they literally are like, oh, you don't care about me. You don't care about me. Just like you said Israel was bad. And it's like, how does anyone unironically watch this goober? They watch, well, ask your mom. She watches with one hand on the mouse and the other hand flicking her own fucking bean. Okay? What do you think the next few days is going to look like now that Khamenei is presumably dead? Do you think the IRGC is going to go all out now? They're getting close to a point of nothing to lose? Maybe. I don't know. I assume, yes. I think America is going to get infinitely more ruthless going forward, though, because let's be real, if Israeli intelligence is not great, okay? Israeli intelligence is greatly exaggerated. And I do think, what is this? People carry their dogs from a damaged apartment building after an Iranian missile strike in Tel Aviv. What, you think that's me carrying Kaya? I'm actually in Tel Aviv. That's you, bro. I'm here. That's the Israeli injured undergoing plastic surgery. Charlie Kirk being more leftist than some chatters in here. Yeah, I know. This is insane. Regime change will result in a bloody civil war, killing hundreds of thousands, creating another massive Muslim refugee crisis. Topping a leader?
Bruh.
What do you mean topping a leader, bro? Bro said topping a leader. He's looking up at us right now. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, topping a leader is never as easy as you think. And trust me, I have tried topping Donald Trump quite a bit. And he has a whole lot of ass. Okay. As you guys notice, as I'm nearing 9 hours, I'm like becoming more delirious, and therefore things are becoming funnier.
I'm gay and Lebanese.
Topping a leader is never as easy as you think. It almost always results in further involvement, a civil war, and chaos. Resist this. Leave it to the throat goat? Jesus Christ. Oh, Hasan Piker comes to Canada and he has thoughts. I know. This is the Canadian news broadcast I did. It's 9 minutes long. We can watch it.
Hasan Piker is one of America's most popular political commentators on the left, especially amongst younger people.
He has to do that because affordability is a real issue.
He spends his days online, sharing his thoughts and opinions with millions of followers on Twitch, an interactive live streaming service. Commentator, interviewer, and sometimes reporter. And while Piker is not a household name in Canada, his views on topics...
Yo, chill. I am a household name in Canada. What the fuck? Why they gotta cook me like that?
...like socialism, Zionism, and imperialism drew a crowd when he came to this country for the first time earlier this month. He delivered a talk at the University of British Columbia's Chan Center.
He's consistent with his politics, always sticking up for marginalized folks. I think that he has a great worldview.
He consistently stands up for trans people, queer community, minority groups.
His presence, though, not without controversy. Several Jewish groups have accused him of anti-Semitism, lobbied to have him barred from entering the country. Piker was in Vancouver as part of a speaker series on U.S. policy when we sat down with him. Some viewers have no idea what Twitch is, what streaming is, what you do for a living. So what do you do?
I do what conservative radio talk show hosts have done for years, but as a socialist.
And you are interacting with people the whole time. Explain that to me.
Yeah, so I try to have a dialogue with participants.
No, it's never going to be a grand fracturing of the party. They're never going to fracture.
So it's kind of like, if you ever wanted to yell at the television, at CBC, for example, yell at one of the anchors, hopefully not you, you could do that, and then the anchor would hear what you have to say and then sometimes even respond.
So you do this, live streaming, 8 hours a day, ideally, 7 days a week. What drives you?
I realized early on that I had this worldview that I felt like wasn't being addressed at all in mainstream outlets. So I thought, I'm just going to be the person that'll do it.
What is your worldview?
I'm a socialist, anti-imperialist, anti-fascist, anti-genocide, and yeah, that pretty much covers it.
Now, most people who are in the streaming space are right-wing voices.
They can't pray on the sidewalk outside an abortion clinic.
All of our scientific institutions have been taken over by political activists.
Colleges and universities are run by leftists.
You are the opposite of that, and yet you are wildly popular. How do you explain that?
The reason why I think I'm popular is because I have a commonly held opinion that oftentimes doesn't get addressed in mainstream resources.
You spoke today to a UBC audience, sold out. You clearly resonate with some Canadians. Why do you think that is? You talk mostly about American politics.
I think everybody around the world, and especially people who in close proximity to the United States of America, like Canada, unfortunately, have to pay attention to American politics, because when we...
The stool looks mad uncomfortable in the Y shop, bro, it was.
Sneeze in America, the rest of the world catches a cold.
You've been following, obviously, Canada-U.S. relations and how they seem to be headed south. Trump has introduced tariffs. He keeps talking about making Canada a 51st state. What do you make of that?
It's not surprising. Trump is very vulgar, and he's very vulgar in his imperialist ambitions. I don't know if Donald Trump will stop. He has been a little bit more restrained, if that's the proper way to analyze it.
This is before his speech? No, it's after.
In the aftermath of the Greenland debacle. But it almost feels like we just have to keep him distracted like a child.
What do you think of some of the rumblings from Alberta talking about how they want to separate?
I don't understand Alberta separatists at all. As someone who lives in America, you don't want to know what it looks like when you have no health care that's backed by the government at all. It's not great. It's interesting to see the same exact separatist movements being implemented in a Western country that's such a close ally to the United States of America, because this is what we have done for decades to Latin American countries, to countries in the Middle East, and now it almost feels like we're doing it haphazardly to one of our most loyal allies in the North.
There seems to be a crackdown on free speech happening in America right now. We see student protests. We see what happened in Minneapolis. Jimmy Kimmel was taken off the air. Do you worry you could be next?
Oh, absolutely. I'll be honest, for purely selfish reasons, after Charlie Kirk was assassinated and the Republicans were screaming bloody murder, looking to come after every single media figure, I thought that I would be first to go.
You're a target because you say controversial things. You have a strong anti-Zionist stand. You've also been called anti-Semitic. In fact, the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs wanted our government to block you from coming into this.
Isn't that fucking nuts, dude? That the Israeli AIPAC was like, don't let this guy into the country. Like, that's crazy. How cucked is Canada that they got their own American, like their own Canadian version of AIPAC?
Country. How do you feel about people saying you're anti-Semitic?
I think it's a horrible smear, especially because I've spent my professional media career combating anti-Semitism as an avowed anti-Zionist. People have the capacity to see right from wrong, and people do have the capacity to understand exactly what's going on in Gaza, and that gives me a little bit more courage that I am no longer as alone as I once was.
You also said after 9/11, America got what it deserved. Can you explain that?
The thing that I was talking about there was, of course, about blowback. A concept that where there is a much academic consensus around. America's designs in the Middle East inevitably led to a very violent reaction that is totally unjustifiable as far as the victims of it.
When you say things like this, they're obviously not premeditated. Do you regret saying them?
It's far worse if I get something wrong on a factual basis than have a moment of weakness that is either misrepresented or is not received positively by the broadest subsects of American society.
America, as you know, politically is very divided, and that polarization seems to be getting deeper and deeper. You have said you consider yourself to be a provocateur. So are you adding to the problem?
Maybe. Problem for the billionaire class, for sure. But I don't think I'm necessarily creating divisiveness, because my ultimate goal is to unite people on a class basis. Because many of the divisions that we experience in American society, whether it be racism, sexism, homophobia, intolerance of different sorts, I see that as a weapon that the capital-owning class wields against the working class.
When we look at that polarization, what is the path back?
No, they usually had too many favors of that camera angle. Man.
Back to a shared understanding, or is there one?
Absolutely. Something that I stress always to people that might think that trans people or undocumented migrants are the reason why they have.
There was a security guard at the front of the line. I was telling my friends and I that I was really concerned about you speaking there, because the other speakers who had their own speeches at the Chance Center attracted older audiences, but you attract audiences of all ages, and they were concerned about something bad happening.
They're experiencing all this pain, this economic pain, this struggle, is that...
Yes, this interview went on for like an hour and 30 minutes, but they cut it down to 9 minutes.
Their bosses are not trans people. Their landlord is not an undocumented migrant. These are forces of capital that are playing a major role in their lives, and that they do have the capacity to organize tenant unions, for example, to try to make sure that they have a more just process That kind of accountability and that initiation of taking power back is very inspiring for a lot of people.
As you look to the future of America, what does its relationship look like with its neighbors, particularly with Canada?
Not very good, I'll be honest. I think that we are a parasitic force on the planet, if I'm being very critical. America has always been a dominant force around the planet, and we have been able to present our intervention as a necessary evil at times. I, of course, was always critical of American intervention, but I think now more and more people are coming to that conclusion as well, especially when they find their nations in the crosshairs of...
Chat, does he not run ads? I've never seen one. No, the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. That's right. Subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service if you want to fund the show, if you want to fund the initiative. Piker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today. At the top of the hour, I used to run 3 minutes of ads, but I no longer do that because I think that's lame. But thank you for asking, chatter. The Piker Broadcasting Service is, once again, sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Your contributions in the form of a $6 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime keep the lights on and allow me to maintain my editorial independence. Sorry. Also, for the YouTube audience, you can like the YouTube stream. Remember to like the YouTube stream. You can also subscribe as a member, but it's not guaranteed on YouTube that I will be continuously streaming on YouTube. You lose some weight, you look great. I have not, I don't think. That's crazy. Okay, more from this angle. Oh, you like the straight up angle more? People say the up close and personal is not as good. That's why I switch it around a little bit. You know what I mean? People say the up close and personal angle is not there. It feels too much. It feels like I'm just like right in your living room talking to you directly like this. Will you do larger news days as dual stream now? Ace decision to do this today, man. Yeah, I thought I'd fire off a YouTube stream as well. I do still think that it separates the audience unnecessarily. Because, you know, there's 48,000 people in here. There's 20,000 people on YouTube. But please say the truth. It's $8 for the subscription. You can learn a new thing. Is it 8? I thought it was 6. I thought it was 6, 7. Emil Habibi, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. The straight on cam makes me feel like you're getting after me or being hyper serious. When you do this angle on my big TV, my kid's head is still larger than yours. That's crazy. It's $6 on Twitch, but $8 through the Apple Store. Okay, so it's $6 a month. The subscription is actually still $6 a month. People are wrong. You're on mobile. That's why you think it's $8, because the Apple Store adds an additional tax. $6 American. Did I miss 100 gifted subs? I don't think I did. Emil Habibi gave 50, and I called it out. I like when you change it up every few hours, whatever you're feeling, to be honest. I know I'm in the minority with chat, but I trust your production. Big trust, know what I'm saying? Yeah, I do.
American adventurism.
What message would you have for Canada?
I was going to say Heated Rivalry was awesome.
Did you watch?
Yes, I did. It was great. What message do I have for Canada? As long as you confide in your fellow man and trust in your power, no world power can take over your country.
You missed 100 from Open Presidents? Open Presidents, thank you for the 100 gifted. Sam weighs in on the clavicular getting frame mocked by ASU Chad. What the fuck is that? Also get nukes? Yeah. Senator Tim Kaine in the membrane, Tim Kaine in the brain. The anti-interventionist Tim Kaine went on Jake Tapper. I guess I must have missed that one singular moment where there was a fucking anti-interventionist on the broadcast. Spinzio, thank you for the 5 gifted. What is this? Okay, dude.
President Trump has advocated all kinds of reasons for this unnecessary war with Iran. It's because of their nuclear program. Wait a minute, 6 months ago, he said he'd obliterated the program. Years ago, he tore up a diplomatic deal that was controlling Iran's nuclear program. He suggested last night the war was justified because Iran interfered in the 2020 election that he refuses to concede that he lost. It's to protect protesters. Wait a minute, President Trump is sending Iranian refugees back into Iran to face persecution. If he cared about Iranian citizens being oppressed by their government, he wouldn't be doing that at the same time. This was a war without, I can say this, I'm on 2 committees that give me access to a lot of classified information. There was no imminent threat from Iran to the United States that warrants sending our sons and daughters into yet another war in the Middle East, and I'm going to do everything I can to stop it.
Have you seen the August 12th thing? Shapiro is giddy. Oh, God, of course he is.
Shabbat from Sabbath to the news of what is going on. And let's just say this. President Trump is the most courageous commander-in-chief in modern American history.
Wait, what does it mean he's returning from Sabbath? Isn't it still Sabbath? Where the fuck is he in the world that it's no longer Sabbath? It's sundown? No, it's not. Is sundown dummy? Bro. Where is his sundown? Ben Shapiro lives in Los Angeles. Oh, he doesn't. It's EST. Oh, yeah, that's true. But he doesn't live in LA anymore. You're right. He's on the East Coast. My bad. My mistake. I forget. He's an LA boy. For those of you who don't know, I think he no longer lives in LA. He lives in like Tennessee, I think. I tried to check him. Sabbath is relative when you got to get your clicks? No. He's in Tennessee. That's why. You think Jews don't live in the East Coast? Your anti-Semitism is showing. True.
Obviously, I just came back from Shabbat, from Sabbath, to the news of what is going on. And let's just say this. President Trump is the most courageous commander-in-chief in modern American history. There is no question about this. What he just did is the bravest move by a president of the United States of my lifetime, bar none, without a doubt. Obviously,
That's all you need to know this is a fucking terrible decision. You know what I mean? You're aligning with Ben Shapiro, okay? What more do you need to fucking know? He's gagging on it, dude. Oh my God. I love President Trump. He's the greatest president of all time. My commander-in-chief. I love him. He is Ben's commander-in-chief. He's Israel's commander-in-chief. Claire for New York, call your U.S. senators and reps. Demand they unequivocally oppose this war and do everything in their power to stop it immediately. The learned helplessness of Congress must end.
That the Trump administration and the Israeli government have launched an illegal assault on Iran, killing unknown numbers of civilians, beginning what could be a long campaign to destabilize the region, to cause mass chaos and death and destruction. What we need right now are not lengthy statements. We don't need procedural nonsense. What we need is real action from our Congress members to stop this madness now. I need you to do 2 things today. 1, call your Congress member and make sure that they will vote to support the War Powers Resolution, and they will be unequivocal in saying no to a war with Iran. 2, find ways to get out in the street to make your voice heard, to say we do not support a war with Iran.
So the plan is to relentlessly bomb Iran for like 2 weeks, and then what? What's the phase 2 that leads to a thriving liberal democracy exactly? Because we've done the bomb the hell out of them and killed their leaders thing 3 times now. Iraq, Libya, Afghanistan, we're 0 for 3. Like, I'm going to be real with you. Destabilize the hell out of Iran, then they just leave. Sounds like you just get mega ISIS. Yeah, well, and then sometimes you can get mega ISIS to run the country. Okay? That would objectively be the design here, for the record.
Person is in severe condition, 2 others in moderate condition, and dozens of others across Israel tonight have been lightly wounded by some of these Iranian ballistic missile attacks. But really, this is just the beginning of all of this. As I mentioned, we are now 19 hours into this latest conflict between the United States and Israel on one side and Iran on the other, and both the U.S. and Israel are vowing that they will continue to carry out these strikes for as long as necessary, something that's going to go on for at least several days. And Iran has also vowed that its retaliation will bring this conflict to levels not seen during the 12-day war between Iran and Israel back in June. We are very much in a much more perilous moment right now in the Middle East, and we're only beginning really to see the consequences of that latest military action that is now unfolding. Sarah?
Yeah. It is, a long way away, and those ballistic missiles often Israel is able to thwart because of the Iron Dome and other apparatus that exists there. Clearly, some of those have gotten through, and now, as you have been reporting, there are casualties there in Israel. I do want to go now to CNN's Kristen Holmes, who is joining me now from the White House. There are so many questions, but the one that everyone is wondering now, because after they've seen this, and there are some people who are very shocked and surprised by this, but there was a huge military apparatus buildup by the United States in the region. So for others, it is not a surprise that this happened. It was just the timing of when it happened that may have taken them aback. What more is the president saying tonight about these strikes and his plans for the future?
Look, the plans for the future are still a huge question, Sarah. We've heard President Trump now in a series of short interviews as well as posting on Truth Social. In terms of a timeline, it still really remains unclear what the timeline is. We heard him say at one point he could pull out in 2 days, or this could take much longer. And he posted this on Truth Social.
Do you even say anything? How the fuck do you have so many viewers? You're so boring. Sorry. Here, let me do what my closest market competitor does instead. Yeah, based.
Actually taken the Abraham Accords.
Guys, the elite pedophilic cabal extracting natural resources from the global South nations is actually fucking based. It's not actually going to help your wallets even a little bit, but you're a bunch of dumb cattle. And that forced projection alone, fantasize about another third world brown person dying as we expend tens of billions of dollars to destroy their lives and livelihood, and remind yourself of how powerful you are. Now, Patrick Bet David.
I'll tell you why, because since 1979, when these guys took over, Iran's been chaotic for people that live there. 81% of the people there do not want the IRGC. I left Iran July 15th of 89. June 3rd of 89, Khomeini died. Not killed, died. I was in school at Gulbenkian. We're in the streets. I'm trying to find my parents. It was absolutely insane. Eventually, we did. 6 weeks later, we escaped, went to Germany. Fast forward from 89 till today. Now, the Supreme Leader Khamenei being taken out. This isn't like taking out the president or general of the army or even the prime minister or even the Pope. You took out the number 2 to God in their religion. You took out the supreme leader. This is a statement to everybody. Brett Baer put out a post about the fact that they took out 40 of their leaders. Think about what that conversation looks like right now to say, listen, guys, you have a couple options. You can either work with us or you're next. Does anybody want his job? Does anybody want to be the supreme leader next? Because the target's on you. What do you guys want to do? So that conversation, I believe, is taking place right now. But the world just got safer today because of all the leaders
that were... He's so fucking stupid, so he's the perfect guy for this moment.
The world's going to be a safer place.
How do the Iranian people feel about this?
Ecstatic, to say the least. They're dancing, they're parading, they're crying, they're emotional. You see the celebration amongst women. Women feel free that finally this cloud that they have over them, that they can't do anything and don't put this on and don't put that on. I mean, this is a massive, massive moment for them. They've been waiting for this for 47 years. And you have to realize for 47 years, we've had a lot of different presidents. We've had a lot of different Iranian leaders that have tried to make this happen. But the one thing that's very different is the president. President made this happen. The Iranian people, I wouldn't be surprised if moving forward in the Iranian community, a lot of the people that couldn't stand the president because they were liberals or, oh my God, he saw this, he saw that. Watch how many Iranians who were Democrats could overnight become Republicans saying, I support this man here.
How do you think this changes the political dynamic here in the United States? You've kind of seen some wishy-washy comments from Kamala Harris, from Gavin Newsom. Yeah, Ayatollah is a bad guy, but this is an illegal war, and I don't support it.
It's wild seeing so many. Yeah, he's spiritually Israeli, as a diasporoid Iranian. It's so wild. Every single one of these guys. Every single person you're seeing on screen talked about how Trump is the peace president, by the way.
Maybe marriage, maybe finances, maybe you lost a client, maybe you lost a business, and it's carrying all this burden on you, right? Think about everything that we're dealing with. So a few days after Supreme Court rules against the president, publicly everyone's talking about, you know, you got to give this money back. And then he goes to the State of the Union, calm, cool, collected, has a blast, calling him crazy, enjoying himself, celebrating with the, you know, the hockey team that just won, talks for an hour and 48 minutes. And while he's giving the speech, this is what we have to realize. He knows they're about to attack Iran, but no one knows it. I mean, this is not an easy thing to do for a leader. When a leader's carrying burden, you typically will feel something from them. You felt nothing. This is why Iran, the IRGC, was shell-shocked how it happened. It's not like they did it at 2 o'clock in the morning or 3 o'clock in the morning. 8:15, it's like in your face. We're going to do it when you're awake because we want you to know. We went inside. You had a mole. The same way many years ago, we've all seen the movie Donnie Brasco with Joe
I'm going to keep it
Pistone.
$150. I'm not a fan of liberal interventionism, but there was a reason why it was such a resilient and domineering hegemonic force on the planet for the entire duration of the Cold War and certainly after. America is going to find out the hardest way possible what it looks like when they do this kind of fascist interventionism instead, this in-your-face interventionism, this vulgar imperialism, because when you don't even leave room for anyone in the middle powers or anyone in the periphery to even assume that American intervention is going to play some kind of liberalizing role in your country, when you don't even make that fucking sale to other people, they're just biding their time until they fucking, until they push back. That's what I think, because history is riddled with different forms of domination being toppled when it becomes an inevitability, when you have no way out but to fight. People will fight back. Okay? I think we have horse blinders on, and human life is finite, and we have only our lifespan to comprehend world events. Okay? We only have our own relatively short lifespans to comprehend how the world changes. And that's precisely the reason why it's impossible for us to figure this out. Okay? This can't go on. There's a reason. There is a reason why liberal intervention and the packaging of liberal interventions was much more effective. Going back to a devolved version of intervention, like you're a fucking goddamn monarch. We've seen how that worked. Eventually, a strong enough force will respond to it. Look at Nazi Germany.
All clear who might step into that void.
I don't know what it looks like in a nuclear world. But was it effective for Iraq? No. I'm talking about it not as like liberal interventionism was good. That's why I said, you know what my broader perspective on this is. I'm just saying, as a vehicle to keep things stable, as a vehicle to package your intervention as like a positive thing, a positive force. America is the world police, and that's a good thing. Like, that cell was even conducted by neocons, and there's a reason for it. There is a reason for it. Now, obviously it was very destabilizing. It was devastating. it led to so much death and destruction. But this vulgar imperialism, this barbarism, is going to meet a retaliation inevitably.
And however it plays out is obviously going to have certain repercussions here in the United States domestically. It's a midterm year. This is obviously a major foreign policy action that people are going to be talking about for quite some time. How does it shape the next few months going into November?
Well, it just shows you the unbelievable speed of the news cycle. The news cycles used to last a while. Just the other day, the Supreme Court struck down the president's tariffs, as your previous guest mentioned, and then after that, of course, we had the State of the Union address,
for me to
and that was
participate
going to
in as
dominate
a Jew?
everything
What
for
do
a
you
while.
think?
And the excitement about that lasted about 3 days, and now we have this, which is bigger than.
Chatter, this community is safe for you to participate in as a Jew, but if your name is Quant Raper, I don't know if you're going to have a good time in here. You know what I mean? That's like one of the most... Okay, just making sure. What the fuck is Quant Raper, dude? That's a psychotic username. What the fuck did Quants do to you? Okay, just making sure, he said.
To this midterm election, but a lot will depend, as we've been talking about here, Jesse, on how this situation on the ground in Iran goes. If it goes well, that will be a real feather in his cap, to be sure.
As a Jew, I've been held at gunpoint, forced to fork over money to the Piker Broadcasting Service for 11 months now. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Chinese satellite image over the airbase, Ali Al Salem airbase in Kuwait, with a black smoke. This community is against anti-Semitism, but it's also against Zionism. Did they really hit Dubai airport? Or is that fake news? No, they did. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they did. They hit Burj Khalifa too? No, I don't think that's the case. I don't think that is correct. Have you seen rumors on X about BB being unalived? Yeah, right, dude. Yeah, right. Can you get the Chinese president on for his thoughts? Sure. Let me ask him real quick. What is this? I'm a diplomatic aide at the Sultanate of Oman. My job is logistics. Wait, what? What the fuck is this? What the hell is this? Taking out for 2 hours. Did I miss anything? No. Nothing new. Israel said that they're gonna fight back. I mean, Israel said that they're gonna do another barrage. U.S. and Israel are supposed to be attacking Iran together with the IDF. That's literally a minute ago from CBS. So I haven't seen anything, but I'm sure we'll start seeing shit. It's same propaganda, and the horn dogs will fall for it. Iranian women are the Latinas of the Middle East. It's time to say them. Oh, God, gross. Do you think Khamenei is dead? Do you think Kamehameha is dead? There's a very high likelihood. There's a very high likelihood that Ali Khamenei is dead. The images coming out of Iran are already unbearable. Reports of an elementary school struck by missiles, killing dozens of people, with scores more killed around the country. Fear and chaos in the streets as families run through smoke and search for safety. The United States and Israel have launched an illegal act of war while Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu speak openly on regime change. This is what the Prime Minister Mark Carney says he supports. He has issued a statement so brazenly belligerent that even conservatives like Jason Kenney are cheering it on. It's a shameful moment that buries all of Carney's high-minded rhetoric in Davos under the rubble. That's exactly right. These leaders justify this war as serving Iranian liberation, but the courageous movement in Iran has been fighting tyranny for nearly 5 decades and is still reeling from the worst massacre in the country's modern history. In January, will suffer a massive setback with those foreign bombs. We remember the disastrous outcomes of previous U.S.-led wars of regime change in the Middle East, including in Iraq. They led to hundreds of thousands of civilian deaths, sectarian conflict, and a world that is less safe, not more. The current attacks on Iran must stop now before the entire region is plunged into conflict, death, and destruction. My thoughts are with the people in Iran and around the world who are watching this unfold with heartbreak and uncertainty. Freedom will not come from military intervention by outside powers. It can only come from the Iranian people. War is not the way. Unc got cooked. Yeah, it's true. He did do that. He did do the classic. Like, Trump is a peaceful dove shit. Why haven't you covered a real political analyst on the strikes?
Your fault. Okay. Can I just be honest with all you retards in my chat? There's literally no point to start a war with Iran, right? Also,
Bro said Iran. What? Is he fucking leveling up? He almost said Iran and he stopped himself and said Iran.
every president has to do it. Do you understand that we're not an ally with Israel? We're owned by Israel. Do you understand that? So it doesn't matter what president's in office. They're all going to do it. They have to. It's not up to them. Like, I don't know why, like, people don't understand that. Like,
wait, what?
It doesn't matter who the fuck it is. Biden did it. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't.
Did he? Biden struck Iran? No American president has directly struck Iran. What is this? Asmongold is completely flip-flop on war with Iran. 2024, we're too interventionary. We get involved in other people's business. That's a waste of money. 2026, I'm so happy that this happened. We're bombing them again. This is just amazing.
We play too big of a role in other countries' military shit. Like, we're too interventionary. We get too involved into other people's business.
Dude, every Trump supporter is like this. He is such a perfect representation of Trump supporters. Like, he is so perfectly MAGA, like, down to the way he looks, the way he carries himself, his overall disinterest in, like, reading and learning or even thinking deeply about any issue. Like, I already knew what his take was going to be before he even came out with it, because Trump did it already. You know what I mean?
It's a waste of our money. The people there probably fucking hate us. Where's really the upside here, right? Just stay out of it. Yeah, exactly. Now, I'm not saying, like, we should be totally isolationist, but I think that the level that we try to play nation building, especially in places like this, like, like Libya, for example, back in the day, what the fuck? Or Iraq. No, absolutely not. Yeah, it's too much, man. Way too much. I am so happy this has happened. I am just dramatically, tremendously happy this has happened. I know that, obviously I've talked about it for a long time, about how big of a problem Iran is and everything. I was a big supporter of us bombing them before, and now we're bombing them again, and this is just amazing. I think
that's just how every MAGA is. That's new Wow Mao video.
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective. A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
There's something nefarious about waiting until the middle of the day, knowing your opponent hasn't had breakfast, to start shit. You know what I mean? So the United States has declared war on Iran officially, coming to the aid of Israel, who struck first.
The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war.
There's a lot I could say about that, and there's a lot that's going to be said over the next few days, but what I want to talk about right now is how in this conflict between Iran, America, and Israel, one of the first places to be hit with missiles is the Gulf. Shit's getting a bit too close to home, quite literally, because I have family in the Middle East. All around places being hit. There are explosions over Riyadh. There are explosions in my old hometown of Bahrain. Explosions in the UAE. There's a lot I could say about that, but I'm gonna keep it nice for them. Explosions over Jordan, why not? F it. I called up my dad this morning after hearing about the news, just trying to make sure he's okay. He was surprisingly in good spirits. I told him, have you seen any explosions? He said no. How close are you to the American military base? I said. He said, pretty close. What are you doing? He said, I'm going out to get yogurt. That's the old man. But seriously, my stepmom and her family have had to evacuate to safer areas. And, I just can't believe I'm seeing Bahrain get hit with missiles.
I feel like we live in echo chambers. Just walked past an old guy talking to his son about Iranians cheering, being liberated. Yikes. Brother, there's hogs everywhere. It's called hog universality. There's hogs in Iran. There's hogs outside of Iran. There will always be hogs. The job here is to reduce the number of hogs. Is to convert them from away from being a hog,
It's my old freaking hometown, dude.
To help them develop a deeper understanding. There will always be people who pick up on the propaganda, even if the fucking propaganda mouthpieces aren't trying that hard. And let me tell you, it's kind of crazy. They're not trying that hard at all.
Map of it. There's American military bases around here and down here. As you can see, Bahrain isn't a very big place at all. It's a tiny island right next to Iran. Just the prospect of putting a massive American naval base on a tiny nation right next to Iran is just ridiculous. How much money does it take to put your entire nation in peril like that, I know what you're thinking. Wow, now you are a fucking meme YouTuber who is like a piece of shit. Never takes anything fucking seriously. Why the fuck do you want to talk about this shit? Like, so what? Your family's there, whatever. It doesn't fucking mean you're an authority or anything on anything. And yeah, you're right. You can click off now. But what I do want to put out there is that no one's gonna fucking talk about the Gulf being bombarded. No one in the West gives a shit. How can you explode an entire region and it's just gonna be in the back of your mind? Guaranteed by next month, everyone's gonna be talking about, no. New Mr. Beast video, new Netflix show, maybe Trump tweeted something stupid again. They don't even know Bahrain fucking exists. And if I can shine a little light on that, little country, it would just do some good. I'm seeing a lot of leftists on Twitter, right? And this has got to be me complaining about my side right now. Talk about, people in Bahrain are celebrating their Zionist regime being bombarded by the graceful Iranian military. And they attach a video, and it's a guy scared out of his fucking mind that an explosion is happening down his fucking road. Why are you talking about...
Okay, there was definitely some people who were celebrating.
About it like that, man. I feel like a lot of people on not just the right but the left see
I thought it was confusing as well.
Arabs as like this noble savage who's like ready for bloodlust, whether it's good or bad. Where
Hasan getting called out
to them,
Look, I was confused by it as well. It's not good to fucking be in the vicinity of bombing.
War is their constant state of mind, and this isn't gonna phase them.
There's also Arabs, Palestinians living under the Israeli occupation that were celebrating as well.
You can bomb the Middle East as much as you want. It's nothing to them. No, dude. People are so fucking terrified right now. And I don't appreciate you painting them like this. And on the right, no one gives a shit. I bet you a lot of people are gonna be like, yes, another way we can own the libs by bombing the fucking Gulf. Yeah. It's like, this is a horrible situation for everyone. I do agree there are people in Iran who are very happy for a regime change. I don't think they want it done by the United States, though. Because let's look at the track record. Is Iraq doing good right now? Is Libya doing good right now? Is Somalia doing good right now? What's going on in Venezuela, dude? We aren't even talking about that anymore. I get wanting a regime change, but why do you want it done by the United States? It is suicide. Dude, is Afghanistan doing all right? No! Just these tiny countries on the Gulf. Yeah, they're not perfect, right? But like, bombing them? Fucking come on, dude. Bahrain is a beautiful country, man. It just broke my heart seeing it get fucking bombed. Shit gets real when you see your hometown get hit by a missile. I'm tired of Arabs being the world's plaything, dude. I'm tired of Arabs being killed. Anyone else fatigued by Arabs being killed, bruh? I mean, yeah, Iran is targeting US military bases, but they're also targeting civilians. A fucking civilian building has just been hit. We don't even know why. I bet we're not gonna find out. I just know people in the kafala system in the UAE or foreign workers from India and the Philippines are just
Yeah, that was the other thing. That's why in Qatar, the people that were filming when a piece of the intercepted missile was falling, and the people that were filming it were Pakistani. They were speaking in Urdu or Hindi. Like they were, those were foreign workers, as I told you.
They're screwed, stuck in a country being bombed. It's just gonna be a disaster. If what happened today is gonna keep going, the place is gonna become a nightmare. Just don't forget about the Gulf states. Don't forget about the people in the Gulf states who, as of today, have shed blood for a war they're not even a part of. Stay tuned for Race Guesser 3 with collaborations with Oki's Weird Stories and Ghost Gum.
Al Jazeera reporting Khamenei is confirmed dead. Yeah, the Iranian TV. Iran confirms Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei killed in U.S.-Israeli strikes in Iran. Officially, Iranian news confirms the leader of the Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei, was killed in U.S.-Israeli attacks on Iran. Al Jazeera reports.
To Ali Khamenei's mind, he would love to be given such an end. As a
this is also true.
The Iranian television announced
this isn't even like remotely cope. I mean, bro, he was 86 years old. Okay.
Through, and his, I mean, there are people who view him in a positive way. There are people who view him in a very negative way. But at the end, you cannot go away from the idea that he was to the Islamic Republic and the Islamic Revolution. He was a kind of a
bro. People literally thought he was making military decisions when he was alive. Okay, like as though he was sitting around and you know hitting buttons, hitting the fucking, hitting the bomb Tel Aviv button over and over again in some fucking bunker.
Iranian state television. Just take us through what was said.
Well, the gist of the matter is that after hours following the announcement and reports coming from the United States and Israeli sources, and after the U.S. president saying that the Iranians...
Israel is a demonic entity for sure, and so is America. But Israel, when it comes to high-profile assassinations, they're right a lot more than they're wrong, okay? They're very rarely wrong about a high-profile assassination. When they come out and when they come out and they say like, "Oh, this person is dead," it's usually true.
Speaking of the context, we know that earlier we yesterday heard reports of massive explosions being heard in Pastor neighborhood, an area in which the office of Supreme Leader and the office of Iranian President
is also
was
fucking
located.
insane.
Initial reports, initial statements coming from Tehran were
that this dude was straight up holed up in his compound. Like, look at what they hit it with. That's crazy. They straight up nuked that shit, dude. Yeah. Iran claimed he was still alive. Some in Iranian news was saying that he was still alive. Again, 86 years old. 86 years old. It is kind of funny seeing all the fucking pro IRGC accounts in Europe posting into the abyss over and over again. Like, no, I fucking heard he's alive. Actually,
Leader, this is the
he told me personally.
Over the next few days, we are going to experience, but no doubt.
People don't know anything about Iran. I heard people saying the school bombing had to be fake because girls' education is illegal in Iran. Bro, women in Iran have better education than America, okay? What the fuck? Iranian women are pound for pound, per capita, better educated than American women are. That's not even like, and I'm not even saying that as a diss to like America's dog shit education quality. That is crazy. These motherfuckers think Iran is literally run by the Taliban, bro. Oh my God.
He's not going to be in the mood to negotiate with the Americans. He's going to be a lot more hardline, right?
Well, absolutely. Now, with the leader of the Islamic Republic and the Islamic Revolution killed by the Americans and the Israelis, the next leader is going to have to stand still and to be resilient when it comes to how to deal with the Americans. And this is one of the issues, that how the direction will be. Will it be a direction towards a revolutionary leader, a leader who is going to adhere more and more to the Islamic Republic and the Islamic...
What's also crazy about it is like half the time Americans, depending on what level of intervention they're accepting, will either say Iranians are barbarians that must be bombed, or they'll be like, Iranian people are beautiful, we must liberate them. They switch back and forth. They switch back and forth depending on how fucking stupid they are, or depending on what level of intervention is necessitated, what level of propaganda. Okay? It's crazy.
His legacy actually is, we are now going to go to an obituary, which has been put together by Victoria Gatenby, taking a look back at his life.
Born into a clerical family, Ali Khamenei studied at the religious seminary in Qom under the most prominent Shia scholars of the day, including Ruhollah Khomeini, who would later be the leader of the Iranian Revolution. Influenced by Khomeini's revolutionary ideas, Khamenei actively participated in anti-monarchy protests starting from 1963. He became a leading figure in establishing a new Iran after the monarchy was deposed in 1979. When the Iran-Iraq war broke out in 1980, the young Islamic Republic was struggling to establish itself both domestically and internationally. In 1981, Khamenei, a fiery orator in support of Khomeini, won the presidency. Throughout the 8-year war with Iraq, he frequently visited the front lines, earning the loyalty of the Revolutionary Guards. Iran was internationally isolated and economically devastated when Ayatollah Khomeini died in 1989. Hashemi Rafsanjani, one of the Islamic Republic's founding fathers, urged the Assembly of Experts to appoint Khamenei as the new supreme leader.
I told Mr. Hashemi Rafsanjani that I would not accept this. I believe I do not deserve this position. Perhaps you and I know this. This would be symbolic leadership, not real leadership.
But his leadership has been anything but symbolic. In the early 1990s, Khamenei focused on reviving Iran's economy. Iran began to reclaim a broader regional role after American military intervention in Iraq in 1991 that significantly weakened Iran's archenemy, Iraq's President Saddam Hussein.
Is this the first time in recent history that like a state has just like directly and deliberately and openly assassinated through military action the head of another state, instead of like deposing them or you know, doing a coup or something? Because like obviously Gaddafi and Saddam are two examples, but they weren't like a direct military strike. I don't think
Khamenei
there's.
favoured conservative presidents throughout his tenure, but he frequently found himself at odds with presidents in a power struggle.
Nasrallah was not a
Khamenei's
head of
leadership
state.
faced its strongest challenge.
Nasrallah was the head of Hezbollah, which is a political party in Lebanon, but he wasn't the head of state.
The country faced socio-political tension and economic devastation as Western sanctions devastated its economy. Barack Obama's presidency raised hopes for improved ties. In 2015, Khamenei authorized then-President Hassan Rouhani to sign a nuclear deal with world powers, most notably the United States, under which Iran agreed to reduce its uranium enrichment in exchange for the lifting of Western sanctions. But the US withdrew from the agreement in 2018 under President Trump. Khamenei then directed officials to accelerate Iran's missile and nuclear programs. In 2020, the United States assassinated Qasem Soleimani, a staunch Khamenei supporter and commander of Iran's Quds forces, further deteriorating Iran's relations with the West. Amidst the economic crisis, discontent continued in Iran. In 2022, nationwide protests against Mahsa Amini's death in police custody after she was accused of violating the mandatory hijab laws were one of Khamenei's biggest challenges. After the Hamas-led attack on October 7, 2023, Israel targeted Iranian officials, including its embassy in Damascus, in April 2024. Iran responded by launching hundreds of drones into Israeli territory. In the following months, Israel assassinated Hamas's political bureau chief, Ismail Haniyeh, in Tehran and killed Hassan Nasrallah, the Secretary General of Hezbollah and Iran's most important ally in the region. Iran retaliated by firing nearly 200 ballistic missiles at Israel. A ceasefire was implemented after 12 days. Khamenei called for regional cooperation to stop Israel.
The policies adopted by our enemy are to sow the seeds of division and sedition, to drive a wedge among all the Muslims. They are the enemies of the Palestinians, Lebanese, Egyptians, Yemenis, Syrians, and Iraqis.
Tensions flared up again after protests broke out in Iran in December 2025, first against the plummeting currency, then anti-government protests spread across
Trump
the country.
saving the world W.
President Trump
Okay,
said
brother.
he would attack Iran if it executed hundreds of protesters. Washington began a rapid and large-scale military build-up in the region, and Ayatollah Khamenei warned that any military conflict would not be contained within Iran's borders.
To anyone who seeks to attack, the Iranian nation will deliver a strong blow. Americans should also know that if they start a war this time, it will be a regional war.
Weeks of diplomatic effort to de-escalate followed, with Oman mediating 3 rounds of indirect talks between the US and Iran. Iran had proposed a deal authorized by Khamenei, but on the eve of further talks, Israel and the US attacked Iran. With the assassination of Ayatollah Khamenei, Iran now stands at a historic crossroads, facing a future without the man who had guided the nation through turbulent times for decades.
I've got Ali Hashim, our correspondent, who's reported extensively from Iran with us in the studio. I've got our Tehran correspondent, Tawhid Asadi, who's joining us live.
Yeah, it's true. Khamenei didn't die after a court trial for severe domestic repression, as many Iranians have wanted. He died by bombs from Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, which is what the nearly 90-year-old man who spent decades fighting America and Israel by many accounts wanted. Like, straight up, 86-year-old guy was in the fucking front lines, and they gave him a fucking martyr's death. 40 days of public mourning announced in Iran after Khamenei's death, according to state media. Is that real? It doesn't matter whether Khamenei is dead or not. What matters is how insane it is to live in an era where one country can assassinate the heads of other states with total international impunity. The fact that this president is now fully normalized is fucking nuts. I've seen the videos of people celebrating in Tehran. Not my place to tell them whether to celebrate or not, but I think this raises a significant question. What happens if someday the leaders of a democratic post-IR Iran fall out of favor with Israel or the U.S., as the Shah did? Why hasn't there been any proof presented? Brother, what are you talking about? Even the Iranian state recognized it. It's just like, people will never learn. They will never learn, okay? Those who toppled the statues of Saddam, those who toppled the statues of Saddam themselves said many years later, what the fuck? This has been a disaster, okay? What do you think happens if the Iranian state falls? I've spent the last couple of months trying to spell out what kind of disaster will befall Iran. Iranian people deserve sovereignty. They deserve dignity. They deserve to have whatever government they want to. American bombs will not allow the Iranian population, American bombs directed by Israel, will not allow the Iranian population to get this liberal, secular democracy that they wish for.
Still out there, and that's going to be highly effective when it comes to the trajectory of Iran's behavior for the years down the road.
Now, Ali, you heard Tawhid there. He's talking about, the legacy, what the Supreme Leader is going to leave behind. He's going to leave behind a symbol. Now, we were talking about this very briefly just earlier. Has Donald Trump made him?
He's a despot, but something about a man who survived multiple imprisonments, tortured by Savak, went to the front lines to defend his country against Saddam's invasion, funded by the U.S., by the way, survived an assassination attempt that paralyzed him for life, and died being the lone force in the way of U.S.-Israeli hegemony in the region is admirable. Yeah, I mean, he was a real fucking... He was... I would say he was far more brutal to his own people than he was to his enemies, but, there was any amount of pushback towards his enemies in the region was still welcomed, let's be real. Especially considering that his enemies were far more ruthless than everyone else. Having said that, the notion that this will destabilize a country or it will collapse the state, whether you think it's good or bad, which I know is not good, it's bad, okay? Not a good thing at all. It is a very bad thing to destabilize Iran and chop it apart and balkanize it and reduce it to unlimited sectarian conflict. However, the notion that wait, what is this? You are biased. You wish there will be chaos, but is not. USA brought freedom with bombs. You just envy. What? Yeah, they did. Now there is freedom and will be elections. What do you mean? You're joking, right? Sneeko cooking you? This has got to be like someone LARPing, like as a dumb guy, right? That's not. Cook, Sneeko, cook. LARP. Okay. Anyway, the point I was trying to make is that the idea that the Ayatollah and the decapitation strikes will collapse the nation state because it's like it has no contingency plans whatsoever is hyper reductionist, and it straight up does not understand that countries that exist in the periphery, especially ones that are sovereign nation states, have contingency plans. If that was the case, they would not be pummeling Tel Aviv. They would not be striking all of these other Gulf nations that have American bases right now. because we found out about the Ayatollah's death right now. Iran, for the last 12 hours of their fucking bombing campaign, have been completely aware of the Ayatollah's death. You know what I mean? Like, they knew. They were still business as usual, operational. It's very strange when people look at the situation and go, like, they have this, like, Avengers-ass take, like, Marvel Cinematic Universe-ass take, where they think, oh, bad guy died, it's over, like, good guys win. That's not how this works. Who was the guest? I had Jeremy Scahill on in the morning and then Ro Khanna in the afternoon. Oh my God, how can people be this brainwashed, have some dignity, think, and criticize? How the Iranian media reported it. Let's see. The supreme leader of the Islamic Revolution was martyred at their workplace in the leader's residence. They were engaged in performing their assigned duties and present at their workplace, their office in the moment of martyrdom, and this cowardly attack occurred in the early hours of Sunday morning. Media outlets affiliated with the Zionist regime and regional reactionaries have repeatedly claimed that due to the fear of assassination, the leader of the revolution lives in a secure and hidden location. Their martyrdom at their workplace once again proved the unreality of these claims and the enemy's psychological warfare, and demonstrated that they always stood fearlessly and courageously against arrogance among the people and in the trench of responsibility. With his death, what happens to his fatwa? I don't even know. I don't think it was Khamenei that had the fatwa. Why the fuck was he at his residence? I don't know, man, because he's 86 years old and fucking obviously was looking forward to it. I don't know. Bahrain is arresting people who are celebrating the Iranian strikes. Cybercrime, taking legal action against a group of individuals who expressed in a circulating video clip their support for the hostile acts to watch the Kingdom of Bahrain, to which the Kingdom of Bahrain is being subjected. See, I told you there's fucking people who are celebrating in Bahrain. There's a Shia population. But in any case, America's collapse of like Saddam or even Iraq is very different. America's direct military intervention in Iraq was much more comprehensive. It wasn't just like a decapitation strike and then that's it. Iraq is not Iran. Iran has a much more sophisticated and much better trained military than Iraq ever did. Iran has designed its entire network of defense and its contingency plans against exactly what just took place today. Who knows what happens going forward? I can't make any predictions, right? But I'm just simply telling you that if you think that, like, oh, the Ayatollah is dead and people are celebrating, and then all of a sudden it's just like, boom, regime is done, welcome liberal democracy, that's not going to happen. What's sad is my Iranian friends think this escalation is good for them and Iran will be better now. Yes, just as the Iraqis did. That were on the receiving end of the cruelty of Saddam, and they thought that this was good. I mean, there were people who participated in taking down the Saddam statue. And for years and years, Americans loved talking to Iraqis who were like, oh man, Americans are coming here. Welcome, welcome, peace, peace, peace. You guys are going to liberate us. You guys are going to liberate us. And then having them went and join fucking ISIS, bro. Like, the fuck? Well, not half of them. What do you think happens with violent military intervention? What do you think happens in a power vacuum? When I was 6 when the U.S. invaded, people were happy. They said we would be like Germany or Japan after World War II, but soon enough they realized how stupid they were. Yeah, America don't do that no more. Okay? And if they didn't do that to Iraq to design a bulwark against Iranian intervention in the region, they sure as shit are not doing it to Iran. You know what I mean? America doesn't do that kind of Marshall Plan style redevelopment project after destroying the country any longer. That's the old America. It's much more effective and much cheaper to just destroy the country and rip it apart and let everyone else in the region deal with it. Tens of millions of people displaced. Also, we don't know where this goes because America and Israel have said that they are going to continue blowing up Iran. And as I have said earlier today, it kind of feels like they will increase the dial of cruelty that they subject the regular Iranian population to and continue punishing them for, I guess, not destabilizing the country hard enough or fast enough. Because right now, the first wave of attacks was limited for American, intervention capabilities. Because if given the opportunity, America could have done a shock and awe style bombing campaign in Iran. They didn't do that. There's a reason why they didn't do that. I mean, they still blew up a school, mind you. They have to. They have to get their licks in. They have to fucking kill some children. They can't. Like, if it's America and Israel we're talking about, they have to kill school children. That's a given. But the reason why they kept the deaths to, 200 as opposed to 2,000 or 4,000 or 10,000 in the first round of bombing campaigns was because of what Donald Trump said shortly thereafter. He said, it's time for you to take matters in your own hands, go out in the fucking streets, and take control over the government. If Obama did this, we would be playing Resident Evil. I think you might be a little confused. You've lost the plot. No, I'm telling you what the government of the United States of America and Israel are both saying. They're saying, go out to the fucking streets, take matters in your own hands, fuck the government up. It's your government now. Put your hand in the fucking, go out and pull all the money you can from the banks. Their money is your money. Okay? It's much cheaper to get the Iranians to do this rather than expend billions of dollars more in munitions with no real way to control wherever the popular resistance goes. I know Iran wasn't under the Soviet bloc, but do you think America would have been able to carry out the attack if Soviet Union still existed? Genuinely, it's crazy how a nation is able to blockade entire countries or kidnap and kill the heads of state without any repercussion. With Iran, yes. Iran is a unique country. Unique in the sense that they have cared about maintaining sovereignty more than anything else. They are famously anti getting any help whatsoever from other regional partners. At most, they've worked with Russia from time to time, and even then, it's like fairly limited. They're very stubborn. They're very proud. It's weird to talk about this like I'm approaching it with an Orientalist framework, but they quite literally did not want Soviet help. As a matter of fact, they slaughtered a lot of the Soviet-aligned Iranians that played a big role in the Iranian Revolution. Because if you were to bracket off like the different political formations in Iranian society historically, there was a fairly large contingency of communists, trade unionists, socialist Iranians, and they played a major role in the popular revolution. They played a major role in the Iranian revolution alongside the clerics, the Islamists, and the Islamists basically put them in prison shortly thereafter. And then they completely eviscerated the remainder of that movement with the Iran-Iraq war, especially because some of the secular forces then aligned with Iraq. And that slaughtered the rest of that movement. There are still some, but it's much more, it's a much tinier movement in the country. So I will just say, as far as like Soviet intervention or Soviet aid in Iran, they've had plenty of opportunities to get Soviet aid, and they've chosen not to. So I don't know how different things would be with the USSR still being around. Iran is more socialist than Cuba, my boy. What? Iran famously played the USSR against the US during the Cold War before the revolution. Chat not to be insulting, but check out the Wikipedia page on Iran. Also, the Shah fancied himself a socialist. Okay. I don't see what options Iran has here in the long term. Israel's been resupplied and can withstand them for now. No. It depends. It depends on how what the Iranian stockpiles look like. The office of the supreme leader in Iran says the assassination of Khamenei will mark a new chapter in the history of Shiism. The pure blood of the Sayyid will surge like a gushing spring and uproot American Zionist oppression and crimes. Considering that Iran has been able to strike Tel Aviv on the first day this time around, I'm not so certain that the Israeli government has the capacity to withstand a long bombing campaign. Well, what do I know? Do you think China will play more of a role? I mean, China is going to have a limited role that it plays with like its targeting systems and maybe some missiles potentially. What? No, Benjamin Netanyahu's not been injured, dude. What are you talking about? Nothing I've seen indicates that that is real. Given the intensity of this bombing campaign in comparison to the 12-day war, all I will say is the 12-day war took a lot out of Israel's defenses, but it was nowhere near as successful as the first day of the bombing campaign this time around. It's much more ferocious, much higher frequency, much higher intensity, much higher success rate early on. It's just entirely dependent on what Israel's reaction looks like, how much success they have in targeting where the missile launchers are and being able to like successfully blow up the missile launchers. Israel's first salvo also was nowhere near as aggressive as the first salvo that they engaged in the 12-day war, where they basically took aerial superiority. They destroyed a lot of the anti-aircraft systems that Iran had, and then were just consistently flying over Iranian territory. And that allowed them to do more precise striking as well. So they didn't do that this time. They didn't have their, drone manufacturing hub in Tehran like last time around. That was a much more complex, much more sophisticated operation as opposed to what they did this time around, even though this time around there's a lot more American assets in the region to strike at Iran. So far, Israel hasn't done too much. That doesn't mean it won't. We'll see. Without a doubt, Khomeini sidelined leftists and liberals when he got into power, but what about the argument that MEK aided the Ba'athist Iraq and the Iran-Iraq war? The state ideology of Iraq was better for workers, but the invasion was totally unjustified. I'm sorry, reading the horrors in Iran-Iraq war sends shivers down my spine. World War I brutality with modern weaponry. Yeah, I'm not... I understand. I'm not like a fucking MEK supporter or anything. Yeah. That's why I said the Iran-Iraq war completely calcified the death of the socialist movement, the left flank movement in Iran. That's why a lot of the Iranian anti-IRGC people are oftentimes just like liberals. And yet, martyring Khamenei has not paralyzed the IRA's military responses, which have been far more robust and more complex in the early part of the 12-day war. It's a trophy for Trump, who loves the trophies, but not affecting the IRA the way Nasrallah's death hit Hezbollah. Yeah, they also destroyed Hezbollah's striking capabilities. And also, Hezbollah is a paramilitary group built on top of a active party in a country that is not sovereign, that doesn't even have anti-aircraft defenses. Iran is a sovereign nation state that has designed its entire missile production capabilities, its missile launching capabilities against exactly what is happening currently. Clip from Al Jazeera going viral. Oh, I saw this one, yeah.
Where do you see this going? Is there an off-ramp for Iran?
I think what will happen is that even if the United States is able to kill illegally Iranian leaders, the next generation of Iranians, the Iranians that did not see American atrocities in Iran before 1979, some Iranians that did not understand why their parents and grandparents were anti-American, those Iranians will take over. Now they understand why American government is an imperialist, vicious government, and a government that attacks other countries and kills little children. They understand they're fighting the Epstein class that either rape little girls or bomb little girls. This is the government that we are witnessing. We are going to fight back against that government, and they're going to ensure that the Islamic Republic of Iran will live many years after America destroys itself.
Have things slowed down at all? Does it seem like Iran is keeping up with the same accelerated pace as earlier today? I don't know. I don't think they're like striking Tel Aviv as hard right now, but who knows? My parents, Shia, are saying Iraqis are going to have a coup d'etat because of this war. Yeah, there is a pretty significant Shia population in Iraq as well. Brother Hasan, I'm scared. Will us Cubans be next? Will our leader be the third victim? I'm worried for us Cubans. I mean, I hope not. The U.S. Department of Defense alert system has instructed personnel in NORTHCOM not to wear uniforms in public. Jesus.
in the area and simply lash out wherever it potentially could.
I am
And that,
running out
I
of
think,
steam.
has
I'm
the
tired. It's
region
10
reeling
hours,
now,
man.
and may also suggest how desperate perhaps what remains of the Iranian government indeed are. They fired an enormous volley here, essentially putting themselves with their backs against the wall in the region, and what comes next in the days ahead is essentially a test of what they have left, whether they have survive here, and quite how this fast-changing situation leaves who that leaves in charge in Iran, Sarah.
Yeah, what you're saying is absolutely true about the attacks on some of the other places in the Middle East, including the UAE, Bahrain. There will be no love lost from some of those governments and people after civilian areas were hit by Iran. Nick Payton-Walsh, thank you so much. We'll see how that all unfolds. We are just at the beginning of this. Perspective now from former Deputy Director of National Intelligence, Beth Sanner. First to you, just what do you make of this move by Iran to hit all of these other places, not just those who are attacking Iran, which is the United States and Israel, but to go after Bahrain, to strike the UAE, to hit residential targets? What does that tell you about A, their capabilities, and B, their mentality right now?
So this was obviously an Iranian plan to hit all these Gulf states, even places that don't have U.S. bases. And I think that they are fundamentally misreading the Gulf, and they are fundamentally misreading us. So, their intention here was to get the Gulf states to, scream and say to the United States, please stop, please stop. We can't take this. This is bad. But instead, the opposite has happened. And the Gulf states instead are rallying around these actions and saying, yeah, we cannot live like this anymore.
I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the case at all. I think they're just literally looking to cripple all of the American infrastructure in the bases.
Readings are actually benefiting us.
Yeah, the Saudis have always been at odds for a very long time with Iran, but it is significant that the UAE and others are now in a potential similar position because of the actions of Iran and its response. I do want to ask you about what the president has been saying. He talked about asking the Iranian people to rise up and talked about regime change. The president has said that these strikes are necessary because Iran posed an imminent threat to the U.S. We have spoken with sources who have told us that the intelligence doesn't really back that up. Put all of this into perspective for us.
Right. So, there are a couple issues here. Is one, what is the justification for this activity? And I think that, it's really difficult because I think everyone who knows anything about the Middle East knows that if President Trump could succeed on creating a stable and prosperous Middle East, the realization is now and has been quite clear that that is not possible.
This is CNN, bro.
Iran is in power. But to actually do this, you need some justification under international law, or at least that's how life used to be. It's questionable whether, the international law works that way now. But there is, as far as I know, really no good evidence that there was an imminent attack. And I think when one of the other guests mentioned that, there were reports that Iran was going to strike the Gulf states, I suspect there was a report that said that in the contingency of the United States.
I'll be honest, this is America. This is the American media behemoth in full swing. A lot of younger chatters are getting a fraction of the taste of what it was like in 2003.
Pushing this narrative very subtly, but
it was even more aggressive because imagine if the administration wasn't the Trump administration, but instead was a lot more competent and a lot more devious and also cared to try to make it a justifiable act at all. But I guess people were also not as dumb as we are now, because it doesn't take much seemingly for the American cattle class to fucking turn around and be like, oh, I've heard her, this is good. This is good. I'm happy. This is so base, baby.
What would be happening at this hour?
But yeah,
the situation.
The way that the media has universally snapped into place, Like, this is it. This is what we do, baby. This is what the American media is here for. They just straight up snapped into action. CNN, CBS, ABC, NBC, Fox News, all in unison, looking at their audience's interests and specifically tailoring the message to whatever corresponds to their audience's interests. You're going to hear about how, not woke the Iranian government was from liberal media, and how they're going to wokeify this bombing campaign. You know what I mean? Also, one thing that I haven't noticed at all from mainstream news, and I don't know if you caught on to this, not a single piece of coverage about the children being killed. Not a single moment from CNN, from CBS, from ABC, from NBC. None of them have covered that the schools that were blown up by American bombs with Israeli hands or American hands, we don't even fucking know. Not one. Now ask yourself why. If you're a news outlet and you're not a biased propaganda organ, why wouldn't you cover that? I cover every aspect of every conflict. I look at what the Iranians are saying. I look at what the Iranian opposition is saying. I look at what the IRGC's organs of propaganda are saying. I look at American mainstream media, full spectrum coverage. And yet these people choose not to do that because what they omit is just as important as what they say. They barely even talk about the death toll from the first day of strikes. The overwhelming amount of coverage is dedicated to how good this actually was. And if you're liberal, there's a little bit of condemnation. There is a little bit of condemnation. They'll give it a brief moment. They'll say, oh, yeah, well, I guess Trump, the mad lad, did it, right? They'll say, I don't like the way he approached this. I don't like that he didn't follow process, but let's be real. He deserved it, right? Why are you so upset? It was so successful, Law. Successful for who? Successful for whose purpose? Successful how? Define success. When you say this was successful, what do you mean? And I need you to be deliberate. I need you to use exactly how. I need you to use words to tell me exactly how this was a success. Okay? What is it's front page on AP, Reuters, New York Times, and most major publications? Do you want it in military strategy or do you want it in a diplomatic sense? I want it from your perspective. You as an American citizen, if you are even an American citizen. So a person from Iran that lived through that and is celebrating it being over is somehow a hog. So if Turkey's president was removed and you could go home to Turkey, you wouldn't be happy? Such a cuck boy. Brother, I don't know if you know this, but America did try to do this to Turkey. And I was very critical of it, and I still am critical of it to this fucking day. Hello? Yes, I would much rather have sovereignty for Turkey, as much as it can have, given that it's a NATO country anyway, and it's an imperialist lapdog, as opposed to an American fucking puppet. What the fuck are you talking about? Now, explain to me how this was a major success. Why would you ever be critical of dictators being removed? Because I'm not a fucking moron. Because I've lived through this already with Muammar Gaddafi in Libya. I've lived through this with Saddam Hussein in Iraq. I've lived through this with the Taliban in Afghanistan. Because I have at least a little bit of working knowledge in American intervention in the fucking region that I grew up in. Because I wasn't in a fucking coma for the last 25 years. There has never been a point that there's never been a moment of success that you can fucking point to. Fair, I back down from my stance. RGC announced that the most massive and powerful offensive operation in the history of the Islamic Republic of Iran's armed forces begin to set shortly against Israel and U.S. bases. I mean, Elint. They say that last time, too. They said that when the fucking Ayatollah was alive. You know what I mean? Like last time in the 12-Day War, they said that, too. And I don't know if this is posturing or if this is actually going to be real. Stick to rolling kebab, buddy. What kind of diss is that? We really need to do CIA history lessons more often for chatters. It's not even CIA history lessons. If you weren't a fucking potato for like even the last 10 years on the fucking tail end of American intervention and adventurism in the region, you would have enough information. I mean, look at fucking ISIS. You know what I mean? Like, Saddam Hussein was a monstrous tyrant who committed genocide against the Kurdish people and the Marsh Arabs, and it was still disastrous to invade and remove him. The quality of leadership has nothing to do with the justification for aggressive intervention. Yes. Yes. Especially because the intervention is never done to actually plant democracy. That's not a way that a large superpower operates. That's not how democracy works either. True, but they do have significant amounts of munitions left over. 1,000 missiles or drones. We shall see, just passing it along. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, they say that all the time. We'll see. We'll see if it's real or not. It could be. They said that when the Ayatollah was alive, and now the Ayatollah is dead. So maybe things will change. Who knows? It's just crazy that people will be like it's crazy because they go, nah. Afghanistan is one thing. Iraq will be different. It wasn't different. Nah, Iraq is one thing. Libya will be different. It wasn't different. Nah, Syria is different. It's not different. So why the fuck do you say this time it'll be different when talking about Iran? It's clear that they're lying to you. You know, they're just fucking lying. And this time, the craziest part is this time they're not even lying that well. Because I remember the sophisticated media strategy of like trying to target each individual affinity group with specific messaging. Even when the Democrats were upset with Joe Biden potentially pulling out of Afghanistan, on the one side, you had the warmongers for the Republicans going, these are barbaric apes. We can't leave this fucking place at all. If we do, then they're going to come in, they're going to kill us for our free speech or whatever the fuck. And on the liberal side, the pro-interventionist side was angry at Biden and we're saying, well, look at all the women that are getting educated in Afghanistan. They will no longer be able to go to school. Like there was a feminist case for maintaining American occupation in Afghanistan. Okay? Nowadays, they don't even do that. Trump just comes out and he's like, I don't know. I was bored. Ayatollah, whatever the fuck his name is. He called me gay. I said, you write poetry. You're dead now. And everyone's like making up their own minds at this point. Like the propaganda apparatus has gone on autopilot. Motherfuckers are making their own minds up about why this is a good thing. It's crazy. Trump will just be like, I'm bored of peace. Just like I said, bored of peace, more like I'm bored of peace. I'm doing it, baby. They literally came out and said the government, the Trump administration is ending wars. Okay? Is ending fucking wars by ending the 47-year war. Last year, I said if Iran did not hit back and establish deterrence, it would only embolden the Zionists, and they would continue the war until they assassinate Khamenei. Iran has just now confirmed they have. This is the logical result of 3 years of strategic patience. It's true. The entire reason the Israeli and U.S. regimes did not dare attack and assassinate top Iranian leaders before and try to collapse the state and nation is exactly because they feared the response. After the assassination of Soleimani, which led to not a single American or Israeli being killed, not even a foot soldier, that fear was broken. It was decisively broken after October 7. They kept bombing Iranians in Syria, and there was no response except by hitting some empty buildings that was telegraphed in advance. After that, they decided, you know what? These red lines are bullshit. The Iranians have no red lines. We can do whatever we want to them. And they just do nothing. That's what strategic patience actually means. They do nothing. So they assassinated Nasrallah. And again, nothing happened. Some empty buildings got hit again. So they directly bombed Iran itself and assassinated their top military leadership along with 1,000 Iranians, including babies and children. And what did they do in response? They killed like 30 rando elderly. Okay, that part is insane. All right, I'm skipping that. Why would they not keep, like, you're talking about 30 elderly people that were killed. Jesus fucking Christ, Squirrel. Holy shit. Oh. Anyway, why would they not keep going with that exchange ratio? Wait, we killed your entire military leadership in Nasrallah and you hit some empty buildings and got some rando rape settlers. Ay, ay, ay. Anyway, the fucking screed might be insane, but the truth of it is in the heart of the message, which is strategic patience and Iranian restraint has always been met with a violation of red lines. There was a red line that Iran had established with its axis of resistance deterrence mechanism, from Hezbollah to the Houthis in Yemen, to the numerous groups that exist, like the IRGC was in operation in both Syria and Iraq. And basically, the reason for why that resistance network existed was so that if the Palestinians were struck in the ways that Israel did, if the Gaza Strip was invaded, then they would all come down on Israel. They would make it virtually impossible. They would punish Israel for killing the Palestinians. And they didn't do that. Hezbollah did to a certain degree, but they did not do that. Now, did they refuse to hit Israel? Did Iran refuse to hit Israel in that process because they were selfish? Or did they refuse to hit Israel because they had some strategic patience? Or did they refuse to hit Israel because they just did not have the munitions for it, or they were too fearful of the retaliation? I don't know. But if you ask the Americans, which are being led by the Israelis, and I think the Israeli intelligence is sometimes good, and in many instances, they just like greatly overestimate their capabilities. I think it's the last part. They think, the American government and the Israeli government think, that Iran does not have the capability of providing a military deterrence. It's never going to end in a positive manner. America has shown time and time again, and I'm not saying this is a good thing. I don't agree with this. I don't want anyone to die. But America and Israel has shown time and time again, especially in this MENA region, that the only time they back down is when a bunch of fucking corn-fed young boys and girls return home in coffins draped with the American flag, in coffins draped with the Israeli flag. That's it. There is no way that you will ever get America or Israel to back down. I am not saying that that's a good thing, okay? I want to make that very clear. I don't want to see anybody die. But the reality of the matter is, the only way that America stands down and decides the cost that we are incurring is too much is when the penalties are far too severe at the domestic level to deal with. Okay? Because the reality is, most of this system that we have in the Western world is not designed around, doing the right thing, right? It's not. It's not. It's not designed around doing the right thing at all. It's designed around ensuring that the capital owning class in key sectors continue churning super profits. And therefore, the only other mechanism of pushback is the public pressure, organizing, fighting back, applying as much pressure as possible. If you don't do that and you think, oh, well, this system is inevitably going to course correct, you're wrong. It doesn't. And that process takes 20 fucking years of throwing bodies into the pile over and over again. The global war on terror cost the American government $8 trillion. Hundreds of millions of people at this point have been displaced, removed to their homes. Maybe not 100 million, but tens of millions of people have been displaced. Millions dead through sanctions and also through direct bombing campaigns. Okay? But on top of that, on the American side, on the American front, 14,000 troops died over the course of 20 plus years. 14,000 Americans died, and far more Americans killed themselves every single fucking day. Okay? The number of non-combat veteran deaths is always and has always been and will always be far higher than the number of combat casualties. Okay? 22 veterans a day killed themselves. There are a shit ton of veterans who are homeless. There are a shit ton of people who still have crippling PTSD, crippling and debilitating medical issues as a consequence of their service. This is what we did. We did that for 20 fucking plus years. Trillions of dollars spent. Someone made a fuck ton of money in the process. It just wasn't you. It wasn't your brothers. It wasn't your sisters. It wasn't your cousin. It wasn't your uncle. Someone else did. But the only way it came to a close was when America decided, all right, we've had enough. We've raped the land for as long as we possibly can, just as we did in Vietnam, just as we did in Afghanistan, just as we did in Iraq, in every other country that we've intervened in, with different versions of intervention. And we're still reaping the rewards of our military endeavors. I mean, this past year, how many fucking veterans hit the family annihilator button? Did mass shootings, acts of terrorism? There was a fucking Afghan veteran. There was a child soldier that the CIA groomed from the age of like 14 that shot 2 National Guardsmen in the nation's capital in the fucking head. One of them died. One of them just received the Purple Heart at the last State of the Union. That's another byproduct of American adventurism in the region. We're just fucking up our country. We're fucking up every other country, even worse than we're fucking up our own country. And all these fucking capital owners are generating tremendous profits the entire time. And there are still motherfuckers who turn around and tell me, nah, this time is good. This time is good. No, it's not good. It's not good, man. It's never been good. And it's certainly not good for you. So what the fuck are you saying?
Has been killed. What's your reaction?
Great. I mean, this guy is terrible. He's evil. But that doesn't mean that it's legal or constitutional what the president has done. I mean, I'm not against regime change in Iran. I just want to make this here the case that we should risk a lot of American lives to achieve that. And of course,
that the Ayatollah has been killed.
My iPad crashed. Thank you. I'm a combat vet, and I hate how you talk about us, but you're so damn right. I got Regentis Snap because I'm a vet. First of all, I think I'm pretty nice about veterans in comparison to, I would say, some of my counterparts, okay? This is a vet agnostic community. There are plenty of vets in here, okay? There's a reason for that, because I'm not one of these, like, troop exploder, I'm going to fucking spit in your face when you come back from overseas type leftist. And many other leftists yell at me for that reason. Reuters confirms the veracity of the RGC statement. Iran's biggest offensive operation in the history of its armed forces will be launched in moments towards Israel and the U.S. bases, the RGC says. Yeah, that remains to be seen. You wouldn't have this opinion on IDF vets? Yes, I do. I literally do. You're wrong. I do. Why is this such a fucking shock? I've had IDF veterans on this fucking broadcast, man. I've interviewed them. Why are you capping? Every time this conversation takes place, you're like, pah, bet you wouldn't have this kind of take on IDF veterans. It's like, no, I do actually. I do. God damn. There has never been a revolutionary movement that has succeeded that did not directly recruit from the formal imperial forces or reactionary nationalist forces. You are fucking delusional. None of you know how to hold a gun. Okay? Shut the fuck up. Just please. That's it. You can't even talk to your fucking Uber driver when the Uber driver is delivering your chicken tendies to your home and you're over here being like, yeah, fucking dude, I'd fucking kill a vet with my bare hands, dude. Yeah, fucking pigs. Okay, brother, good job. You got this, all right? I treat people like they're people, okay? That's it. Like, there are going to be fucking assholes. There's plenty of hog vets, and I shit on them all the goddamn time. And then there are leftist vets who are trying to repent for their actions. This is something that I've been incredibly consistent on from the beginning of my career. It's almost like you have a consistent worldview and acknowledge that service members are subject to the same material conditions as the rest of us that push them into military service in the same place. Yes, I know. And everybody gets so fucking mad at me. Anyway. What? Twitter said Kaya died. Is this real? It's obviously not crazy shit. No, of course not, dude. The fuck? It's Twitter. Why would you believe that? Anyway. Where the fuck was I? There was another thing I was going to say. I can't remember any longer because I went on the same fucking rant about the veterans again. Yeah, well, we'll see. I don't think the IRGC is going to carry out a fucking devastating counteroffensive, but who knows? Los Angeles is a huge Iranian immigration population. They're rallying and praising Trump for taking out the Ayatollah in the streets of LA. It's so pronounced, even CNN is covering it. This shit is always trotted out as a justification for war. Who gives a fuck that a refugee diaspora community in the U.S. is happy to see a dictator toppled? Are we doing regime change wars as favors to ethnic constituencies? How does this help the average American worker? I mean, that's a somewhat right-wing approach to this, but it's kind of not wrong, you know? I've said something similar in the past as well. It's like, well, I'm an American citizen. I don't want my fucking tax dollars going to that shit. Okay, how about that? What are you going to say now? You know, I'm kind enough to say we shouldn't deport you, but how about I don't want my tax dollars going there? What's up? Why do I have to do that? Why do I have to get engaged over there? That's fucking bullshit.
Iranian populations outside of the Middle East. You see the gathering there behind her. Julia, how is the Iranian community responding?
Well, this gathering has only grown, Jessica, over the past few hours, since we've gotten here. It has amassed a large number of people, and the celebration is striking. We got here just moments after initial reports, initial rumors of the death of Ayatollah Khamenei had just started to trickle from Iran to this diaspora community, and people were jumping in excitement, hugging each other, crying, saying that basically they've been waiting 47 years for this very day, Jessica. It is the reason so many of them have come out here today. I want you to hear from one of them specifically, his thoughts right after learning that the supreme leader of Iran was dead.
When is the last time you saw people in Israel and Iran dancing on the streets in excitement? And when is the last time you...
Literally every other pro-Israeli rally. What? Dog, you were at the... It's Beverly Hills. Like, what are you talking about? You were at the pro-Israel rally, too, with the same exact gear. Who are you guys fooling? Like, bro, dude, Americans are so fucking stupid. They go, oh, these guys are Iranian. Obviously, they hate Israel, except now they love Israel. Look how crazy. It's like, no, those guys were always pro-Israel. Those guys have never not been pro-Israel. They're the most pro-Israel motherfuckers in Los Angeles.
Ever heard of a country coming out and dancing because they're excited that foreign powers are attacking them?
Also, that's every diasporoid. Again, that's like every diasporoid. As a matter of fact, this past week, a bunch of Cuban-American diasporoids literally tried to take matters in their own hands. They got armed. They stole 2 boats, okay? They had 10 total people. They were going to go 5 and 5 in 2 different boats, armed to the fucking teeth with like weapons, munitions, explosives, all that good stuff. One of the boats broke down. So they packed all of the dudes into one boat, all 10 of them. They got on the boat from Miami and sailed in the direction of Cuba. They got a mile off the coastline of Cuba. The Cuban Coast Guard approached them. And the Cuban Coast Guard was like, what the fuck are you guys doing? And they opened fire on the Cuban Coast Guard. And then the Cuban Coast Guard turned around and fucking killed 4 of them. And then arrested 6 of them. Some of them were injured, and they were taken to a Cuban hospital to get the best kind of medical service they've ever experienced in their whole lives, free of fucking charge, because that's just communism, baby. Those are fucking diasporoids. Okay? As a matter of fact, it's part of the reason why America loves bringing in some of the most reactionary force from the country into their country so they can justify whatever kind of destabilization initiative they want to do later down the line. You're there playing your role. Your reason why you're in the United States of America is for this reason. So you go out like the donkey that you are to be like, yes, we are bombing Iran. I hate it. I am Persian. We will have Cuba Day in Tehran one day.
Now, the name of Reza...
Like, he's making it seem like this is a totally unique predicament. Like we've been comatose for the past fucking every waking moment of American history. Like, oh my God, I can't believe it. You mean to tell me that there's another person doing standpoint epistemology to justify American intervention and American imperialism? What? In their home nation that they fled? Wow. You are so special. I've never seen that before. I've never heard that in my life, bro. Thank you.
Alavi has been at the tip of people's tongues here, Jessica. So these are very much people who are pro-Shah. They want to see a leadership emerge from Reza Pahlavi. They're calling for him to take over the reins. And their hope, they've told me...
Yeah, there's one fucking diaspora community that never gets this coverage. You want to know who? The Palestinians, okay? Notice how there's never Palestinians. in the United States of America or anywhere else in the Western world that ever gets this kind of coverage when they're talking about Gaza. I wonder why. I wonder fucking why, dude. Why so mad, bro? What do you mean? Why am I so mad? What are you, fucking stupid? Are you not paying attention? Oh.
Is that he would then lead a temporary government and hold elections in Iran, hold a referendum in Iran so that the people could decide what would come next for their nation.
Yeah, and so many Iranian people hoping for a regime change and that they can take back their government. A lot of questions about how that will happen, if it can happen. Julia Vargas Jones, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Thanks for that.
Iran isn't a fucking monolith. We have hogs. You're seeing them right now. I know. No country is a fucking monolith. They seem so happy, though. Let them have fun. Yeah, you don't have to live with these guys, so you have no idea what it looks like, okay? They were having this much fun during Israel's reign of terror as well. All right. That'll be all for today. I'm so fucking tired. I'm sorry. That took a lot out of me, chat. That's all I got. Obviously, I'll be back tomorrow covering this once again.
Starting Ro-Fi.
It's not going to be a 12-hour stream. It's only 10 hours and 41 minutes. Which, as you guys know, is weak sauce.
People hate.
Weak sauce. It's half day Hossie, baby.
Sunny
See you tomorrow.
Los Angeles,
Peace.
California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topic's just begun. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There it is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Grenin's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streams, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll play games real soon, just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon, just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon, just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll do your advice real soon, just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you, just you wait.